Chapter 4179. Zhang Yulin had slipped up and been captured. He had no time to inform his junior brothers and sisters. His whole body was smashed on the grass like a dead dog. He couldn't move at all. He couldn't even mobilize his strength for a moment. Zhang Yulin couldn't imagine how this person could be so strong and was filled with shock. "All of you, don't make a move. Listen to me and stand still." Although Zhang Yulin couldn't make a move, he knew that he shouldn't. If such a strong senior were to make a move, it would be easy for him to kill them. With Zhang Yulin's words, the juniors didn't dare to make a move. Lin Fei swept his gaze over them. He was no longer interested in them. However, his gaze fell on the end of the island in the middle of the lake. It was a cliff, and he could vaguely make out a red silhouette faintly discernible. "I didn't expect there to be a spirit beast here. You guys are really good." Lin Fei smiled and pounced forward, leaving only an afterimage. Zhang Yulin's eyes widened. Was he going to catch the fire spiritual fox? In the next second, the person had returned to his original position and was holding a fox in his hand. The fox was red in color and looked like a ball of fire. There was even a hint of heat coming from it. At this moment, it was obediently carried by Lin Fei. "Now, tell me your purpose of coming here. If you tell me clearly, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you won't have a chance to walk out of this swamp." Lin Fei casually threw the fire spiritual fox on the ground and sat down on a rock at the side. The fiery fox was thrown to the ground and didn't dare to escape. It was shivering and curling up there. Zhang Yulin and the others secretly gasped. One had to know that the fiery fox was an expert in speed and knew some tricks. It was impossible for an ordinary grandmaster or innate expert to catch a fiery fox. Even before they could do anything, the fiery fox would have already escaped. But now, the fire spiritual fox was lying on the ground like a puppy. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it to be true. Lin Fei didn't expect his luck to be so good. He had just arrived and he had already run into a spirit beast like the fire spiritual fox. Although its strength was average and stopped at the Xian Tian primary stage, it was still a spirit beast after all. Especially with its speed, it wasn't something that a Xian Tian expert could catch up with. Lin Fei had only used a little of his strength to scare the fire spirit fox so much that it no longer dared to make any moves. His speed was nothing in front of Lin Fei. As a senior, don't make things difficult for them. I'll explain everything. As long as you let us go, we'll explain everything. Zhang Yulin took a deep breath and struggled to get up. The stinging pain all over his body made him shiver. "You talk, I'll talk. Remember, I want to hear the truth. If you dare to hide anything, your end won't be any better than that cliff." Lin Fei casually flicked his finger and the cliff not far away from the lake exploded with a th-ka-cha sound. A huge gap appeared and countless rocks fell into the lake, splashing water everywhere. "Senior, don't worry. For the sake of my little life and the lives of my junior brothers and sisters, I won't lie." Zhang Yulin was really frightened. Fortunately, he calmed his emotions and state of mind and started to talk. Lin Fei listened attentively. From time to time, he would ask a question. Every time, he got to the point. Zhang Yulin didn't dare to hide anything. He didn't dare to show off his cleverness. The senior in front of him was too terrifying. He looked to be about the same age as them. In fact, he might even be a little younger. However, his strength was terrifying to such an extent. Zhang Yulin had never seen this person before. "In that case, your danding school has sent out several groups of people from Thailand to search for medicinal herbs. You are only one of them. You are here for the blood of the fire spiritual fox. What about the other groups?" Lin Fei frowned slightly. "They should have gone deeper into the mountains. I heard that there is an ancient relic in the mountains. There is a medicinal herb garden in the ancient relic. Our senior brothers are planning to go there to take a look." "Ancient relic? Your danding school really knows a lot. Do you have a specific route?" Lin Fei didn't expect these people to split up after entering the mountains. Of course, this matter couldn't be blamed on Chai Shan. The black-scaled frog could only watch from afar. Naturally, it couldn't know what was happening inside. Zhang Yulin immediately took out a map. This map was coarser than the one in Lin Fei's hand. However, Lin Fei quickly recognized the specific route. Then, he took out his own map and quickly confirmed the location. So it's this cliff mountain. Zhang Yulin nodded his head repeatedly. Yes, yes, yes. This is the cliff mountain. Lin Fei turned around and left. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the swamp. Senior brother. Did that person really leave? Zhang Yulin didn't dare to confirm. I can't be sure. At least we are safe. Let's leave this mountain immediately and go outside first. Let's wait and see. With the appearance of this senior, I'm afraid the elders will have a hard time entering the ancient relic. Zhang Yulin wanted to help but couldn't. In this mountain, communication was a problem. When faced with such a situation, he could only watch helplessly. Lin Fei came out with the fire spiritual fox in his hand. This was a good thing. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he could give it to his eldest disciple, Su Mei. With the help of the fire spiritual fox, at least they would have a chance to survive if they encountered those Xiantian experts. The clown, who was originally eating poisonous insects, seemed to have sensed the appearance of the fire spiritual fox. He immediately flew out and spat out a small ball of fire. However, this ball of fire was really too small. It was only the size of a fingernail. However, to the fire spiritual fox, it was frightened. It immediately lay on Lin Fei's palm and curled up there. In terms of rank, the clown was an ancient phoenix. It wasn't something an ordinary bloodline like the fire spiritual fox could compare to. Naturally, it was trembling in fear. You don't have to show off that little flame of yours. This is your partner. Don't bully it. Lin Fei laughed. The clown landed on the fire spirit fox's head and messed up the fox's head. Its entire body was curled up on top of the fox's head. The fire spiritual fox didn't dare to say anything. Needless to say, it had become the clown's underling. Lin Fei didn't stop the clown. After confirming the direction, he went straight to the ancient relic. The elites of the Danding school should have gone to the ancient relic. I have to make another trip. Fortunately, I can go to the Devil Cliff Mountain now and capture the elders of the Danding school. I should be able to know more about the situation. This Zhang Yulin guy knows too little. Lin Fei shook his head and rushed over. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4180. Lin Fei brought the clown and the fire spiritual fox and moved quickly through the forest. With a specific location, he moved faster than anyone else. After half a day, he arrived at the deepest part of the mountain. In the depths of the mountain, there were many cliffs and white fog everywhere. This white fog was not an ordinary white fog, but a poisonous miasma. If an ordinary person breathed in, they would fall into hallucinations and be unable to extricate themselves. Devil Cliff Mountain should be up ahead. Lin Fei took out the map and quickly confirmed his location. He put away the map and rushed into the white fog. Before the poisonous miasma could come close, it was dispersed by Lin Fei's physical strength, forming a vacuum zone within a 10-meter radius. The white fog seemed to be pushed out and could not float in. An hour later, Lin Fei found Devil Cliff Mountain and successfully found the entrance to Devil Cliff Mountain. It was a cave the size of a person. The outside of the cave was covered by a large number of vines. Around the vines, there were a lot of gravel. It was obvious that the entrance had been blocked by huge rocks. Now, the huge rocks had turned into gravel. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei dove into the cave. Just as he entered the cave, a huge fireball came at him. The huge fireball emitted a scorching aura, instantly raising the surrounding temperature to a few hundred degrees. Lin Fei slapped the fireball with his palm. The fireball was immediately broken into pieces, and countless fragments of the fireball hit the rock wall. These people sure know how to set it up. They actually placed talismans at the entrance of the cave. Once anyone enters and activates the talisman, it will attract the attack of the fireball. The temperature of a few hundred degrees is really hard to defend against. In the cave, other than the fireball at the beginning, there was nothing else. Perhaps they believed that no one would come to this deep forest, so they casually set up a fireball. Of course, even if it was just a fireball, its power was still huge. Unfortunately, it was useless against people like Lin Fei. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. He passed through the cave all the way. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road. The deeper they went, the deeper the cave went. It was obvious that it led underground. There's something strange about this place. It's actually so cold. As they continued to descend, Lin Fei felt that something was different. This was because this place was filled with a large amount of cold air. The temperature of this cold air was constantly rising. At the end of the journey, the surrounding rock walls were covered with a layer of frost. It was as if they had come from a tropical rainforest to an iceberg. Lin Fei's field of vision had already turned into a white world. It really is a special place. The white world grew larger and larger. A huge underground palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The underground palace occupied a large area, almost like a university town, and was completely surrounded by a white world. A cold wind blew and landed on Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a layer of frost appeared on his arm. This should be the ancient relic. I didn't expect there to be such a place in Southeast Asia. This Danding sect is quite capable to be able to find such a place. Lin Fei sensed and locked onto one of the palaces. That was the largest palace in this place. He floated over. At this moment, in the palace, there was a group of people exploring. These people were wrapped in thick clothes. At the same time, they had a talisman on them that was emitting a blazing light to resist the invasion of the cold. I found the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. Someone in front of them shouted loudly with a hint of joy in his tone. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen figures headed in that direction. In the innermost part of the palace, there was a small courtyard. It should be called the back garden. On the pond in the back garden, there was a white ice lotus. It was very beautiful, but it exuded a terrifying chill. There's a Millennium Cold Ice Lotus in this world of ice and snow. It seems that our information is correct. An old man in his 50s stared at the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus with a joyful expression. How do we get this Millennium Cold Ice Lotus? The chill is too strong. Even with the fire talisman, we can't withstand the attack of the cold for a while. These people all had a fire talisman on them. The fire talisman could emit a blazing aura to resist the attack of the cold. If not for the fire talisman, they wouldn't be able to withstand the chill at all. Although they were happy to see the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus, they immediately felt worried. This was because they could feel that the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus was colder than anything else. The old man seemed to be prepared. He took out a jade box. The 1,000-year chilling ice lotus can release a terrifying ice field. Humans and beasts can't enter within 3 meters of it. I brought a very powerful talisman from my sect. With this talisman, I have a chance to collect the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus. This jade box is also specially made to seal the ice field. The old man, Zhong Deong, took out a talisman. It was a crimson talisman. When he slapped it on his body, a layer of crimson barrier appeared around him. It gave off a scorching aura, much stronger than the fire talisman. Then, he charged towards the 1,000-year frozen lotus. Swish! 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 The chilling aura was like a tidal wave crashing against Zhong Dayong's body. Ripples kept appearing on Zhong Dayong's body. These ripples turned into flames to resist the invasion of the ice. The speed of the ripples grew faster and faster, causing Zhong Dayong to feel the pressure. He raised his hand and grabbed at the 1,000-year frosty ice lotus. There weren't any spirit beasts around the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus, so it wasn't dangerous. Zhong Dayong grabbed it. When the chill of the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus came, he took the opportunity to pluck it. However, the chill traveled up his arm. Zhong Daong groaned and quickly put it back into the jade box. Then, he turned and retreated. In the blink of an eye, his body was covered in a layer of chill. He immediately sat down and swallowed a pill. In the blink of an eye, a white fog appeared on his head. This was Zhong Daong clearing the chill in his body. If he allowed the chill to continue, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would be a huge disadvantage for his future cultivation. You should be the experts from Pill Cauldron sect. I would like to have a chat with you. Suddenly, a voice rang out. They saw a figure speeding over. Zhong Daong, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. He snorted coldly and his expression changed drastically. It was the jade box beside him. It floated out even though there was no wind. He raised his hand to grab it, but he was too late. The box landed on the body of a young man. The young man opened the box and took out the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. A terrifying chill surged out and enveloped his body. Zhong Daong was confused. What is this guy trying to do? The chill didn't affect this person at all. His expression didn't change. So, it's the Millennium Cold Ice Lotus. Your single cauldron sect is really resourceful to be able to find it. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4181. When Zhong Daong was recuperating, the jade box containing the 1,000-year chilling ice lotus was snatched away by someone. But in the next second, his expression changed. This was because the person who came was stronger than he imagined. The 1,000-year cold ice lotus had a terrifying chill that could freeze a person in an instant. With his bare hands, his physical body could not withstand it at all. Even if he used a special talisman, he would still be injured. However, the person in front of him was completely fine. There was no change in him at all. Zhong Daong had a bad feeling. When did such a young expert appear? We are from Danding sect. May I ask what is the meaning of this? Zhong Daong did not dare to act rashly. Although he was an Xiantian expert, he could not see through the person in front of him. Hand over all the information you have. Don't make me do it myself. None of you are a match for me. It's better if you don't suffer. Lin Fei looked at Zhong Daong casually. Boom. Zhong Daong felt like he was hit by something. He retreated 10 steps before he stopped and vomited a mouthful of blood. I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you. With just a glance, Zhong Daong was seriously injured. The cold qi in his body instantly burst out, and his heart was in turmoil. He hurriedly asked someone to throw a specially made document bag over. This is all the information we have on this trip. If you want it, you can take it. But I hope you can spare our lives. Zhong Daong didn't have the confidence to defeat such an expert, let alone escape with his life. The person who came was barehanded and could ignore the attack of the cold. His strength was terrifying. He could not be offended. Your Danding sect should be in the Kunlun mystic realm, right? Lin Fei took the document. There was quite a lot of information in the document. There were also quite a number of ancient books that seemed to be quite old. Yes, our sect is indeed in the Kunlun mystic realm. Zhong Daong did not dare to hide anything, but he had some doubts. Although their Danding sect was not considered a strong faction in the Kunlun mystic realm, they had a huge influence. As long as one was a cultivator, they could not lack pills. Their Danding Gate was one of the few alchemy sects in the Kunlun mystic realm. Countless people wanted to befriend them. Ordinary people did not dare to offend the Danding Gate. They couldn't bear the retaliation of the Pill Cauldron School. After all, there were too many people who had received favors from them. As long as they spread the news, there would be people who would take the initiative to avenge them. You guys are quite interesting, sneaking around in the mountains of Thailand. Could there be an entrance to the Kunlun secret realm in Southeast Asia? Lin Fei asked with a smile. The Millennium Chilling Ice Lotus has been removed by you guys and is sealed by the Jade Box. However, the millennium-chilling ice lotus will lose its effect if it is left for too long. You won't be able to lock the essence within it. Therefore, you have to bring it back as soon as possible, and you can't take it for more than 3 hours. Am I right? Zhong Dayong's heart shook once more. He had only read about the flaws of the millennium-chilling ice lotus in ancient books. However, this person was able to point it out with a single glance. Zhong Dayong broke out in cold sweat as he lowered his head and said, "Senior, our Danding Gate does have an entrance to the outside world. It is in Southeast Asia. Therefore, we are confident that we can bring the millennium-chilling ice lotus back to the Kunlun's secret realm within 3 hours." Actually, Lin Fei was just asking casually. Although he did not have much interest in the Kunlun's secret realm, he did not think that there would be an entrance to the Kunlun's secret realm in the vicinity of Southeast Asia. From the looks of it, they would be able to reach it in less than 3 hours. Unexpected. This was definitely an unexpected surprise. You guys wait here first. Lin Fei casually found a place to sit down. He opened the information bag and started flipping through the information. However, to Zhong Dayong and the rest, their hearts were filled with unease. No one knew what this person was planning to do. His strength was so terrifying that Zhong Dayong did not have the confidence to make a move. He was afraid that he would be killed the moment he made a move. It was their fortune to be able to breathe fresh air now. As an expert elder of the Danding Gate, even if he was only in the Xiantian realm, Zhong Dayong would still be able to display his strength. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. He could only sit there helplessly. Lin Fei's speed was very fast. In just a short while, he had finished reading all the information and had a rough idea of what was going on. "I wonder if I have the honor to visit your Danding Gate. I would like to have a good chat with your sect leader. I am quite interested in the heavenly yuan pill that your Danding Gate concocts." Zhong Dayong's mind went blank. You actually know about the heavenly yuan pill? In the information bag, there was no mention of the heavenly yuan pill. Zhong Dayong was also a senior. In addition, he had great potential. That was why he made an exception and knew about the heavenly yuan pill. It was said that the heavenly yuan pill was a special pill that was extremely helpful in breaking through to the next realm. Most importantly, the heavenly yuan pill was just an ordinary pill that was derived from another type of pill. The heavenly yuan pill was really nothing. I also know that the heavenly yuan pill is just a simplified pill formula. Your sect should be trying to concoct the 10,000 yuan pill right now. That's because the 10,000 yuan pill is the real reason why you guys are gathering the medicinal herbs this time around. I wonder if I'm right? What kind of person was Lin Fei? Just by relying on these medicinal herbs, he could roughly guess the truth. Senior is right, Zhong Dayong said helplessly. This was the top secret of the sect. I'm not interested in wasting time. If you guys want to live well, then bring me to your Kunlun secret realm's Danding Gate. I'm not interested in your Danding Gate. I just want to have a good chat with your sect leader. How would Zhong Dayong dare to say anything else? I'm willing to lead the way for senior. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a pill landed in front of Zhong Dayong. Your injuries aren't light. Take this pill as the fee for leading the way. I'm not interested in those pills of yours. Zhong Dayong couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. But the moment he saw the pill, his eyes lit up. He knew how to concoct pills as well. But compared to the pills he had concocted, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Immediately, he realized that this person before him might be a master alchemist. No, he might even be a grandmaster alchemist. Only then would he be able to concoct pills of such quality. You guys are way too slow. I think it's better if I bring you guys along. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei wrapped his energy around these people and brought them out of the ancient ruins. There wasn't much good stuff in the ancient ruins. Other than the 1,000-year ice lotus, everything else had been destroyed by the cold. Lin Fei wasn't interested in looking for it. Chapter 4182. Zhong Dayong led the way obediently. Along the way, they did not dare to play any tricks. They were already shocked by Lin Fei's strength. Just one person was able to bring them through the forest. How many people could do that? The surrounding trees rustled as they passed by. It was as though they were sitting on a high-speed train. No, not a train, but a high-speed train. Senior, the entrance to the Kunlun mystic domain is in front. Zhong Daong suddenly pointed to a towering tree in front. Here. Lin Fei looked over. There was indeed a towering tree in front of them. This towering tree was not considered tall, but it was not small either. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He saw a concealment array around the towering tree. In fact, there was a door behind the towering tree. Are there many entrances like this? Lin Fei looked at Zhong Daong. Zhong Daong hurriedly said, I heard from the sect's old ancestor that there are indeed many entrances like this. However, many of them have been destroyed. There are not many left. This one was discovered by our disciples by accident. To our sect, China's spiritual energy is lacking and not suitable for cultivation. Under normal circumstances, we would not come here. If not for the fact that we found a medicinal herb here, we would not have come either. Lin Fei brought Zhong Daong to the front of the towering tree. He lifted his hand and pointed. The array shook and broke, revealing a door. Zhong Daong wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth in the end. This senior in front of him was a little unfathomable. He seemed to be very unfamiliar with the Kunlun mystic domain. An expert like this should belong to one of the factions in the Kunlun mystic domain. He should be very clear about this. Zhong Daong did not dare to make any guesses. Lin Fei looked at the door and fell into deep thought. This door looked very ordinary. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, he could feel the exuberant vitality and dense spiritual energy coming from behind the door. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to enter the Kunlun mystic domain. After all, he was here for the information of the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. From the information they obtained, this 10,000-year-old herb was not in the Kunlun mystic realm, but in the Western world. The reason why Lin Fei came here was to confirm if there was an entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Now that he had confirmed it, Lin Fei pondered for a while. Should he enter the Kunlun secret realm to find out more? There were still more than 20 days before the 1-month deadline. In theory, there was no hurry. Taking out the mobile phone from the storage ring, Lin Fei directly called Su Mei. Fortunately, the signal here was not bad, and Lin Fei was not disappointed. Lin Fei told Su Mei that he was going to stay in the mountains for a period of time. He told his disciple to train well outside. He also called Kai Shan and gave him some instructions before hanging up. Zhong Daong, who was at the side, was shocked once again. Spatial ring, this guy actually has a spatial ring. In the Kunlun mystic realm, those who wanted a spatial ring were all top-notch existences. This was because it was too difficult to refine a spatial ring. Zhong Daong secretly rejoiced that he was being honest. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. You guys should stay outside for a period of time. It's best if you don't have any crooked thoughts. Lin Fei sent out a palm strike, and countless palm prints landed on these people. An invisible balm was left in their hearts. In the afternoon, my men will bring you guys out to enjoy the scenery outside. When I come out of the Kunlun mystic realm, I will naturally remove the seal on your bodies. Don't underestimate the seal. As long as you leave a certain range, the power of the seal will explode. With your small arms and legs, you won't be able to withstand it. You'll be blasted into a puddle of snow. Don't doubt my words. Lin Fei explained with a smile. All the junior brothers and sisters, including Zhong Daong, turned pale. They were on the verge of crying. Luckily, they held it in. Zhong Daong, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. If everything goes smoothly for me, all of you can survive. If not. Lin Fei chuckled. In the phone call just now, Lin Fei had instructed Kai Shan to make a trip here. With the mental imprint left by Lin Fei, Kai Shan only needed to spend some time to find this place and bring these people back. Without any hesitation, Lin Fei brought Luo Daong and walked through the door. Whoosh. The scene in front of Lin Fei was completely different. What dense heaven and earth spiritual energy! The Kunlun mystic realm is really different. It's no different from a large-scale grotto heaven world. The moment Lin Fei came out, he couldn't feel any difference. His eyes lit up. Similarly, it was in a forest. Compared to the primeval forest outside, this place was even more primitive. There were towering trees everywhere. Any one of them would require more than 10 people to hug. Towering trees like this could be found all over the Kunlun mystic realm. Senior, this is the Kunlun mystic realm. Once you leave this place, you'll be in the territory of the Tianyun clan, one of the 5 major forces. Our Danding sect is located on the Danding mountain of the Tianyun clan. Our sect's name is also derived from this mountain, Zhong Deong said. Lin Fei scanned his surroundings, then turned around and sent out a palm print towards the portal. These palm prints gathered together and turned into a huge seal, which directly landed on the door. The door completely disappeared. Zhong Dayong's mouth was wide open. He could no longer feel the existence of the door at all. From now on, this door belongs to me. Hide everything you see in your heart. What Lin Fei had just performed was a supreme secret technique called the sky sealing technique, which could seal all entrances. Although this secret technique was of little value, at least it came in handy. A small door naturally couldn't stop Lin Fei's means. It wasn't easy for him to find a door, and Lin Fei couldn't give it to others. Tell me, what's the situation in the Kunlun mystic realm? Lin Fei was already quite interested in the Kunlun mystic realm. I'll introduce the Kunlun mystic realm to you right away, senior, Zhong Deong complained in his heart. The other party's behavior was strange, but his strength was unfathomable, and he could kill him with a thought. Zhong Deong didn't dare to say anything. His only hope was that the other party would really let them go. There are a total of 5 major forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. These 5 forces have existed for hundreds of years, and no one has ever been able to shake their position. Among them, the first is the Long clan, a large clan that has been passed down since ancient times. The Long clan is the most powerful and has many experts. I heard that there are as many as 4 or 5 who have broken through to the innate realm. Zhong Deong took a deep breath and began to explain. Zhong Deong didn't speak quickly. At the same time, he spoke in great detail. He was afraid that if he offended the senior, he would be the one to suffer. Top. Chapter 4183. From Zhong Dayong's words, Lin Fei had a detailed understanding of the division of powers in the Kunlun mystic realm. The Kunlun mystic realm wasn't small, but there were only 5 true powers. Beneath these 5 top powers, there were also various sects of various sizes. These sects were all serving these top powers. These 5 top powers were all ambitious, trying to unify the entire Kunlun mystic realm so that they could take over the real Kunlun sacred palace. Above these 5 major powers, there was still the Kunlun sacred palace. However, this Kunlun sacred palace had always been closed. No one knew when it started. Perhaps it was a few hundred years ago, or 1,000 years ago, or even earlier, the Kunlun sacred palace had closed down, leaving behind a single sentence. Whoever unifies the Kunlun mystic realm, the Kunlun sacred palace will reopen. Just this simple sentence caused the 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm to fall into a 1,000-year struggle. Until now, there was still no power that could unify the Kunlun mystic realm and take over the Kunlun sacred palace. Senior, look. The Kunlun sacred palace is at the end of the snowy mountain. On a towering tree, Zhong Deong pointed to the front. At the end of the world, there was a snowy mountain. On the snowy mountain, there was a palace. The palace seemed to be there but not there. It seemed to be far but not far, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. This Kunlun sacred palace can be seen from any angle. However, once you reach the foot of the great snowy mountain, you will no longer be able to see the Kunlun sacred palace. The 5 top powers of the Kunlun mystic realm have all gone to explore it, but in the end, they all came back empty-handed. This also proves that the Kunlun sacred palace will only reopen if the Kunlun mystic realm is unified. Zhong Deong sighed. What an interesting place. Lin Fei smiled. He flipped down from the towering tree and casually sat on a rock, closing his eyes to rest. Swish. 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 Leaves fluttered like butterflies, circling around Lin Fei. Unknowingly, a small whirlpool had formed with Lin Fei at the center. This whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, expanding continuously. The drifting spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards Lin Fei. Zhong Deong, who was standing nearby, was startled by this action and stuttered. This. Is this fellow trying to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? The whirlpool grew bigger and bigger, and a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered. Zhong Deong was so shocked that he fled far away. This is too terrifying. Is he not afraid of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth exploding his body? Zhong Deong would never have thought that this young senior would be absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. The Kunlun mystic realm was rich in spiritual energy. No one had ever caused such a huge commotion before. The whirlpool grew from 1 meter to 3 meters, then 5 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, until 100 meters. The whirlpool continued, and the whirlpool, and the Tian. Deong Ming, the whirlpool. He even started to doubt whether it was a good thing for him to bring this senior into the Kunlun mystic realm. Lin Mo Yang, Lin Fei Lin Ming, the sect, and sect Lin would have of experts to sect in Lin realm. Tian Zhong Zhong Lin, Lin. Tian sect, Yen sect, Ling family, sect, Yang, sect, Tian Yong, sect. Zhong Deong groaned. He wanted to report, but he didn't dare to. He no longer doubted Lin Fei's words. If he really dared to escape, the power of the seal in his body would instantly take his life. Zhong Deong had never felt so conflicted before. A huge whirlpool of 100 meters enveloped the entire forest. The unbelievably dense weather connected together like wind, clouds, and fog. It was unpredictable. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to have locked onto Yi Xian and entered her body one after another. No matter how much spiritual energy of heaven and earth entered, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Zhong Deong. What he expected didn't happen at all. Demon. This fellow is too much of a demon. After Lin Fei found out about the 5 top forces in Kunlun mystic realm, his first thought was not to look for them, but to make use of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to heal the injuries on his divine physique. Ever since he transmigrated, Lin Fei had only recovered 10% of his divine physique. However, this 10% was enough to suppress an innate. Now that he had encountered such a dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Lin Fei naturally couldn't miss it. As for the commotion, Lin Fei didn't care so much. A massive amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth integrated into his body. The injuries of his divine physique, which had been difficult to recover from, began to gradually recover at a speed visible to the naked eye. If he were outside, he might not be able to achieve such an effect even if he stayed here for 7 or 8 years. However, in just a few breaths, his injured divine physique had recovered a little. At the same time, the commotion in the forest was naturally heard by the city lord of Luoxia City, which was the nearest city. The city lord of Luoxia City was an expert at the peak of innate. At the same time, he belonged to the Tianyun clan. As long as it was a city in the territory of the Tianyun clan, the city lord had always been a member of the Tianyun clan. They were responsible for monitoring every move in the territory. Could there be some kind of treasure in the Buyuo mountain range? The city lord of Luoxia City, who had been quietly sipping tea in the study, put down his cup and came to the sky above the city lord's mansion. There was a trace of surprise between his brows, and he frowned slightly. Could it be that some medicinal herb has matured and attracted a foreign land? No, I have to go and have a look. If it is a real treasure, I will have made a contribution. The city lord of Luoxia City turned into a breeze and floated out. After a few breaths, he disappeared. In Luoxia City, the city lord was not the only one who noticed the commotion. After all, the fluctuation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was also sensed by many experts. Why does the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seem to be rushing in one direction? You felt it too, I felt it too. It's not under control at all. What the hell? It seems that there is some movement in the Boluo mountain range. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and go and have a look. If there is some kind of treasure, we will be rich. All those who were powerful enough decided to go and see what was going on. Luoxia City was not far from the Boluo mountain range. It was only a distance of 70 miles. With the strength of a Xiantian master, it would take them at most half an hour to arrive at the Boluo mountain range. It would take them at most 1 hour. Treasure, it must be a treasure. The city lord of Luoxia City was the fastest. The closer he got to the Boluo mountain range, the more he could feel the fluctuations of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The fluctuations made him feel incredible. The Boluo mountain range was not famous at all, but the current movement was indeed a bit big. It was hard not to suspect that a treasure had been born. Shukju website. Chapter 4184. A large amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy rushed towards the unfalling mountain range. This scene was constantly being sensed by the innate experts. In a place like Luoxia City, there were more than a dozen innate experts. It was not something that China on Earth could compare with. It was conceivable that the number of innate experts in the entire Kunlun Mystery Land was definitely not small. Luoxia City Lord, your movement speed has increased a lot. Don't tell me you are thinking of getting there first. When the Luoxia City Lord was about to reach the unfalling mountain range, a figure flew over from afar. There was a trace of mockery in his tone. Iron Fist King. The Luoxia City Lord narrowed his eyes as he recognized the person. It was Iron Fist King, who was not inferior to him in Luoxia City. Iron Fist King was the head of the Wang family. He was also one of the competitors for the position of City Lord. Later on, the Luoxia City Lord became the City Lord. Unfortunately, he was not able to suppress Iron Fist King. Iron Fist King also had a powerful backer. Under the normal rules, the Luoxia City Lord could only beat him. Everyone gets the treasure. Since I came first, it means that we are fated. Does Wang family head have a new theory? The Luoxia City Lord said coldly. He did not stop his movement. Iron Fist Daoist chuckled. That depends on who is the fated one. The two of them advanced side by side, neither giving way to the other. They entered the unfalling mountain range together. Behind them, more than a dozen figures rushed into the mountain range one after another. After entering the mountain range, they could feel the flow of heaven and earth spiritual energy. The speed of the heaven and earth spiritual energy flow was unbelievably fast. While they were secretly shocked, they realized that a treasure was about to be born. The fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual energy was enough to prove that this treasure was powerful. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, it would be a great harvest for them. Zhong Daong had already hidden in a towering tree. He controlled his breathing. He had already sensed many auras coming in his direction. None of them were inferior to him. Some were even stronger than him. He knew that it must be the experts in the vicinity. Zhong Daong might not be worried if he was in Danding sect. However, he was in the wilderness. Zhong Daong's heart was in his throat. What made him feel the most helpless was that he didn't dare to go too far away. He couldn't guarantee that the power of the seal in his body wouldn't explode. In less than half an hour, the 100-meter vortex had formed for a long time. Innumerable amounts of heaven and earth spiritual qi merged into Lin Fei's body. The scene that Zhong Daong was hoping for did not appear. Instead, he saw a familiar figure. Luoxia City Lord is here, and so is Iron Fist Daoist. Both of them are peak Xiantian experts. Zhong Daong gasped. Whether it was the Luoxia City Lord or Iron Fist King Daoist, their strength was no small matter. Zhong Daong was no match for either of them, let alone both of them at the same time. It really is an extraordinary treasure. The Luoxia City Lord stood on a towering tree with a happy expression. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the whirlpool. However, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had become extremely dense, turning this small area into a white fog. It was impossible to see any mysteries within it. Iron Fist King Daoist was overjoyed. He knew that he had come to the right place. There must be a treasure inside. Hey, there's someone else. Come out. Iron Fist King Daoist suddenly blasted a punch in the direction of Zhong Dayong's position. A stream of light struck. Just as the Iron Fist King was called, his fists were filled with endless dominance and a destructive aura. One punch was sure to destroy everything. The towering tree that Zhong Dayong was hiding in instantly turned into pieces with a loud bang. The leaves fell all over the sky and slowed down as if it was raining. Wait, I am Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan. Zhong Dayong hit out with his palm again and again. His power seemed to be very feminine, interweaving into one, constantly dissipating the power of Iron Fist King Daoist. However, it also caused his chi and blood to tumble continuously, landing on a towering tree not far away. Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan, I didn't expect you to be so fast, faster than both of us. Did you see anything? Iron Fist King Daoist snorted softly and stopped attacking. After all, Danding Clan was quite capable. Anyone who practiced martial arts would need all kinds of pills. Danding Clan was the clan that was best at refining pills in the Tianyan clan, so Iron Fist King Daoist naturally had to show some respect. The Luoxia city lord looked a little confused. Under normal circumstances, Zhong Dayong from Danding Clan should not have come to this place. Zhong Dayong suppressed his chaotic chi and blood and said calmly, I'm really ashamed. Danding Clan has recently been in need of some medicinal herbs. I brought people to look for medicinal herbs in this area and noticed that there was something different here, so I came as soon as I could. Unfortunately, I was too weak and couldn't see through what was inside. Besides, there was such a big commotion, so I had to hide in the towering tree. Both the Luoxia city lord and Iron Fist King Daoist felt that there was nothing wrong with this explanation. After all, most of the innate powerhouses of Danding Clan would look for all kinds of natural medicinal herbs to refine pills. The Boluo mountain range was not very famous, but there were some specific medicinal herbs. Hence, it was reasonable for Zhong Dayong to appear here. Originally, I wanted to know more about the situation from Brother Zhong. Now, it seems that everyone is more or less the same, Iron Fist King Daoist said with a smile. Zhong Dayong secretly rejoiced that he had barely passed the test and was no longer suspected by the two peak innate powerhouses. He said, the heaven and earth spiritual chi here is extremely dense. Although my strength is not bad, it will still be difficult for me to break through the heaven and earth spiritual chi. Why don't you two go in and see what kind of natural medicinal herbs there are? Zhong Dayong knew who was inside, but he did not dare to go in. The Luoxia city lord and Iron Fist King Daoist were not fools. Under such dense heaven and earth spiritual chi, there must be natural medicinal herbs inside. It would be extremely difficult to break in at this time, not to mention that it would cause the natural medicinal herbs to fail at the last moment. Neither of them could do such a thing. It's rare to encounter the birth of a natural treasure. No matter what, we have to wait for a while, lest all our previous efforts go to waste. That would be the loss of a natural treasure, and the medicinal efficacy would be surprisingly weakened. I, the Luoxia city lord, cannot do such a thing, the Luoxia city lord said seriously and sat on the towering tree. Iron Fist King Daoist also said, as long as it's not someone cultivating, I can still afford to wait for a while. Iron Fist King Daoist also sat down. As for what kind of tricks he was doing in the dark, it was unknown. Zhong Dayong did not dare to say anything and silently sat down. After the arrival of these two, more than a dozen innate experts arrived one after another. Among them, the strongest were the Luoxia city lord and Iron Fist King Daoist. As for the rest, they were all early and middle stage innate experts. As for late stage innate experts, there were only a few. They were all stunned by the scene in front of them. Chapter 4185. More and more Xiantian experts arrived. More than a dozen Xiantian experts were staring at the whirlpool in the center. Due to the dense spiritual qi, their perception was suppressed. Naturally, they did not know what was going on inside. However, as long as they were not idiots, they would know that there must be a treasure in the whirlpool, and the possibility of it being a medicinal herb was very high. Everyone had the thought of snatching it and running away. Such a heaven and earth medicinal herb, no matter where it was placed, could be sold for an extremely high price. Perhaps it could be exchanged for what they wanted. Everyone was rubbing their palms in anticipation. Among everyone present, only Zhong Daong had the most complicated feelings. An expert that he had casually brought in had caused such a huge commotion in the blink of an eye. Who else could do this? Zhong Daong had lived in the Kunlun mystery land for a long time, but he had never heard of anyone who could absorb the violent spiritual qi of heaven and earth for their own use. Zhong Daong could not imagine what it would be like when this person finished absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King were the strongest. They did not care much about the arrival of the other Xiantian experts. Instead, they closed their eyes and rested. Looking at the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, it would be impossible to see the result in 1 or 2 days. In that case, it was better to take a good rest and make a move at the critical moment. For 2 days in a row, the dense spiritual qi of heaven and earth kept pouring in. It was strange that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth only gathered within 100 meters, forming a huge whirlpool. What was in the whirlpool? Everyone could not sense it at all. It was blocked by a faint layer of power. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth has finally weakened. On the 3rd day, Luoxia City Lord suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the whirlpool. On the other side, Iron Fist King also opened his eyes. He naturally felt the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. He knew that the treasure was about to appear. Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King both regarded each other as their biggest competitors. As for the other Xiantian experts, they did not dare to have too many thoughts. In fact, they were just here to join in the fun. Xiantian Qi capturing hand. The whirlpool kept shrinking. When it was less than a meter away, Luoxia City Lord took the initiative. His Xiantian Qi surged out and turned into a giant hand, grabbing at the whirlpool. How dare you! Taoist Iron Fist King punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows appeared in front of the Lord of Luoxia City and blocked the Lord of Luoxia City's innate qi capturing hand, stopping it from moving forward. At the same time, he charged toward the vortex. His left hand shot out a long lock. Iron Fist King was known as the invincible Iron Fist, but he also used a weapon. However, his weapon surprised everyone. It was a long lock, which could also be called a chain. Not only could the chains attack people, but they could also bind people. If used well, the power would be terrifying. The chain was like Iron Fist Taoist's arm, twisting and moving back and forth. Luoxia City Lord, everything here belongs to me now. The chain was thrown into the center of the whirlpool. Iron Fist King Daoist instantly felt that his chain was entangled in something and shouted, "Come out!" He exerted strength in his hands, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. No matter what was below, it would be swept up by his chains. Daoist Wang, you want to take away the treasure in front of me? Have you asked me? How could the Lord of Luoxia City let Iron Fist King Daoist take away his things so easily? Putting 2 fingers together, a ray of sword light slashed down on the chain, causing the chain to tremble continuously. Iron Fist King Daoist almost lost control of the chain. Fortunately, the chain was tightly holding something, which made Iron Fist King Daoist breathe a sigh of relief. As long as it was entangled, it would belong to him. Luoxia City Lord wanted to take it away, but he was daydreaming. 10,000 swords returned to origin. The Lord of Luoxia City seemed to know that his attack could do nothing to Iron Fist King Daoist. A flying sword flew out from behind him. As soon as the flying sword appeared, it turned into dozens of phantom flying swords, covering Iron Fist King Daoist. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Dozens of cold lights pierced down. This attack made many of the inborn experts in the vicinity secretly gasp. Everyone knew that the Lord of Luoxia City's strongest move was the 10,000 returning swords. A flying sword turned into 99 swords, one of which was real and 98 were fake. But when the real and fake were mixed together, not everyone could break it. I knew you would use this move. Watch how my Iron Fist breaks your 10,000 returning swords. Iron Fist King Daoist laughed and punched out. Hundreds of fist shadows directly attacked the phantom flying swords. Compared to the previous punch, the power of this punch was even stronger. There were more fist shadows, a total of 168. Bang, 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 bang. They constantly collided with each other, giving off a terrifying aura. Waves of energy swept out in all directions. Leaves kept falling and towering trees were smashed. Facing this scene, even the Xiantian experts did not dare to resist, they all dodged. Whether it was the Lord of Luoxia City's 10,000 returning swords or Iron Fist King Daoist's Iron Fist, the power was very strong. Under the attack of the two, neither gained the upper hand. Instead, their hearts sank. Both of their strengths seemed to have improved a lot. In this head-on collision, no one gained the upper hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The chain in Iron Fist King Daoist's hand shook violently. What's going on? Iron Fist King Daoist's expression changed instantly. With a whoosh, the chain slipped out of Iron Fist King Daoist's hand and disappeared into the vortex. My chain seems to have been taken away. This is impossible. There can't be anyone inside. Iron Fist King Daoist exclaimed. That was a chain he had spent a lot of money to make. Luoxia City's lord felt a slight change and subconsciously moved away from the vortex. With a whoosh, a stream of light flew out. Its target was none other than Iron Fist King Daoist. Iron Fist King Daoist punched out. Before he came to his senses, he felt a pain in his left shoulder. He saw that his chain had penetrated his left shoulder. A fierce force came from the chain and pulled his whole body toward the vortex. This scene happened so quickly that the Xiantian experts had no time to react. Who dares to be presumptuous here? Take my 10,000 returning swords. Luoxia City's lord was quite good at finding opportunities. He used 10,000 returning swords again and dozens of flying swords shot in. Puff, 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 puff. The sound was continuous. Luoxia City's lord, you are shameless. Iron Fist King Daoist roared. The vortex dissipated. Are you the experts here? You are a bit weak. The one in my hand is okay. A figure came out carrying a person. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4186. As soon as Iron Fist King and the mayor of Luoxia City made their move, the other innate masters were all watching the show. They didn't have the confidence to go in and snatch it. Both Iron Fist King and the mayor of Luoxia City had powerful backers. Unless they didn't want to stay in the Tianyun clan's territory, they could only watch. What the hell? Did someone sneak in just now? That's impossible. Not everyone can resist such rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. How terrifying is that person's strength to be able to sneak in under our noses? The faces of more than a dozen innate masters changed slightly, and they subconsciously retreated a lot. The vortex formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth completely dissipated. A figure walked out unhurriedly. This was a figure that could not be considered tall, but it was this figure that caused their pupils to violently contract. It was because they couldn't see the person's strength clearly. What made them most afraid was that the person was holding Iron Fist King in his hand. Everyone knew that Iron Fist King was invincible in the world with his pair of iron fists. There was some exaggeration in that, but not everyone could withstand his iron fists. But now, Daoist Iron Fist King was being carried like a dead dog. Lin Fei had been absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Kunlun mystery realm for a few days in a row, and had forcibly recovered from his injuries. Now, he could already use 20% of his strength. Although it was only a 10% increase, the degree of improvement in his strength was absolutely terrifying. Who are you? Put Daoist Iron Fist King down. The mayor of Luoxia City stared at the person in front of him. When he used the 10,000 swords returned to origin just now, the mayor of Luoxia City also wanted to injure Iron Fist King and the person inside. But the result? It seemed that Iron Fist King was seriously injured. There were sword wounds all over his body, and blood was flowing out of the holes. Mayor of Luoxia City, I'm going to kill you. You deliberately plotted against me. I'll kill you. Iron Fist King was first defeated by Lin Fei, and then he was plotted against by the mayor of Luoxia City. His body was covered with sword wounds, and he looked at the mayor of Luoxia City with hatred. At this time, if Lin Fei loosened his grip, he would immediately go up and fight the lord of Luoxia City. I'm just a cultivator. It's just that you people have too many tricks up your sleeves. This is especially true for this guy. He actually dared to attack me. Serves him right for his current state. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. As for you, since you dared to use such a sword technique against me, I naturally won't let you off. Take this move of mine first. Was he cultivating just now? This was too terrifying. Therefore, his face turned pale. Lin Fei stomped on the ground. There was a loud rumbling sound. A series of sword lights burst out from behind him. These sword lights came one after another, a total of 99 sword lights. They looked exactly the same as the Luoxia City Lord's 10,000 swords returning to origin. As soon as the sword light rose, all that was left was a ball of light. Not good. The Luoxia City Lord was greatly alarmed. He used the 10,000 swords returned to origin to meet the attack, and his whole body burst out. Pu. But in the next second, the Luoxia City Lord could only scream in pain. His whole body smashed through a big tree, and his whole body was covered with bloody wounds. Lin Fei strode over, raised his hand, and grabbed the Luoxia City Lord's neck. On the left was the Luoxia City Lord, and on the right was the Iron Fist King. In the blink of an eye, the two strongest innate experts in Luoxia City were taken down. The dozen innate experts were already trembling in fear. No one dared to move. Their faces were pale, and even their breathing was rapid. Lin Fei was too lazy to care about the remaining dozen innate experts. He carried the Luoxia City Lord and the Iron Fist Stone King, turned into a stream of light, and left. When the other party left, the dozen innate experts heaved a long sigh of relief. It's over. It's over. Where did this guy come from? He's too strong. He obviously doesn't have any aura, but he could easily defeat the Luoxia City Lord. Even the Luoxia City Lord's most proud 10,000 swords returned to origin was defeated by him. Let's go, let's go. Luoxia City is going to be in big trouble soon. Zhong Daong stood on the tree, hesitating. Finally, he shook his head. He chased after the direction Lin Fei had left. Lin Fei carried the two people, and the wind blew in his ears. The distance of 20 to 30 miles passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei saw a big city in front of him. This big city was much smaller than the county outside. With a little sensing, he knew that this big city had a population of at most 100,000 people. He easily found the city lord's mansion while carrying the two people. He broke into the hall of the city lord's mansion and casually threw the two people on the ground. All of you, leave. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. The Luoxia City Lord stood up awkwardly and said coldly. The men who were about to come in looked at each other and quickly left. You know what to do. Otherwise, your city lord's mansion would be flooded with blood. Lin Fei swaggered down and looked at the Luoxia City Lord with a smile. Senior, it is my honor to have you come to Luoxia City. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me. The Luoxia City Lord's tone changed. He no longer had any thoughts of revenge. His opponent's strength was terrifying. The power of the same sword move was at least 5 times stronger than his 10,000 swords returning to origin. As for whether his opponent had gone all out or not, he did not know. Even if it was only 5 times stronger, he could easily kill him. The Luoxia City Lord did not want to die so quickly. In the Luoxia City Lord's eyes, a person with such strength must be a senior who had transcended the innate realm. He could not afford to offend such a person. Senior, I don't know what you need help with. As long as you ask, I, Daoist Wang, will do my best. Even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I will do my best to help you. Iron Fist Daoist Wang crawled up and said. The Luoxia City Lord thought that Iron Fist Daoist Wang was shameless. He could not let Iron Fist Daoist Wang succeed. If this senior listened to Iron Fist Daoist Wang, he could destroy the Luoxia City Lord in one move. If that happened, Iron Fist Daoist Wang would be the one to take advantage of it. Senior, don't listen to Daoist Wang. He has no influence in Luoxia City. I'm the Lord of Luoxia City, so I'm in charge of everything. The Lord of Luoxia City hurriedly said as he glared at Iron Fist Daoist. If this senior was not present, the Luoxia City Lord would have killed Iron Fist Daoist Wang. The reason was very simple. Iron Fist Daoist Wang was seriously injured and died. Although this excuse was very bad, it had always been very useful. No one dared to say anything. Take out all your valuable things. Lin Fei said casually with a lazy aura. Miao Shu House. Chapter 4187. Lin Fei did not have much interest in Luoxia City. It was a small city with a population of more than 100,000 people. Most of them were martial artists. Most of them were at the level of obvious power and inward power. As for transcendent masters, there were not many of them. In general, the people outside could not be compared to them. Lin Fei came to Kunlun's secret land just to understand the situation. For him, Kunlun's secret land was just a place that interested him. Maybe there would be something in this place that could help him recover his immortal divine body. For example, after absorbing the heaven and earth spiritual qi, he recovered 10% of his strength. Even 20% of his strength was very fierce. How could the Luoxia City Lord dare to say no? He immediately took out his most precious things. It turned out that the Luoxia City Lord was wearing a storage ring on his hand. However, this storage ring did not seem to be big. The things he took out made Lin Fei a little disappointed. They were all bottles of elixirs, some cultivation methods, and some capture talismans. The most precious thing was probably the flying sword. This flying sword was at most a magic tool, not even a magic treasure. However, this magic tool was full of big and small cracks. Under the attack of Lin Fei's sword light, it was already full of big and small cracks. It was already lucky that it was not broken. Luoxia City Lord, you are very poor. You want to send away a cat or a dog with these things? The Luoxia City Lord was very ashamed. He lowered his head. This was all he had, and it was also the best thing in Luoxia City. But now, he had been called a worthless thing by a senior and was even called poor. The Luoxia City Lord really wanted to cry. He was already very rich, okay? Luoxia City Lord did not dare to say such words. Iron Fist King realized that his opportunity had come. Without saying anything, he said, Senior, I have some good things in my hands. Please have a look. The Iron Fist King was also a lackey and said, Please. He took out a pile of things from his storage room. At the same time, he also took out a medicinal herb that emitted a faint medicinal fragrance. This is a medicinal herb that I found in a dangerous place in the Kunlun secret realm. It's at least 2,000 years old. Using it to refine medicinal pills will be very effective. Iron Fist King Daoist was also very smart. A senior like him must be stronger than them. He might even have stepped into the innate realm. In the Kunlun secret realm, he would be a top-notch expert. If the other party was happy, he might satisfy his small request. For example, killing the Luoxia City Lord was not impossible. Iron Fist King Daoist would be very happy. What was money to him? Nothing could compare to the satisfaction of killing the Lord of Luoxia City. If it was someone else, they might really be interested in a 2,000-year-old medicinal herb. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, this 2,000-year-old medicinal herb was really not ordinary. It was not worth being tempted by. Although Lin Fei wasn't interested in them, some things were still quite useful. For example, medicinal herbs. If he didn't need them, he could give them to his disciples. It wasn't easy to get resources now. After he returned from the other world, his storage ring had exploded, so what else could he have? Although these things were not to his eyes, they could still be used. These bottles and jars, including the medicinal herbs, I will take them all. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will spare your lives. Iron Fist King Daoist and the Luoxia City Lord heaved a sigh of relief. This was really using money to buy one's life. They had no choice but to buy it. Iron Fist King Daoist rejoiced that he was smart enough to know that he was a step ahead. If he was stupid enough not to hand it over, he reckoned that he would not have a good ending. Sure enough, none of these seniors were easy to negotiate with. One was evil, and the other was righteous. Life and death were in the hands of the other party. Tell me about the recent events in the Kunlun's secret realm. Lin Fei said indifferently. I know. Iron Fist King Daoist was the first to speak before the Luoxia City Lord. I know that the Tianyun sect has a holy land. It is rumored that cultivating there will be very fast. In 10 days, the Tianyun sect will open this holy land and invite all the innate experts in the Tianyun sect to visit. It is said that it is to let their sect's successor break through to that realm, and we have all been invited. The Luoxia City Lord secretly gritted his teeth. This bastard was one step ahead of him again. I also know that the Tianyun sect has a dangerous place where a lot of treasures have appeared. Many people have already gone there. I think that senior should be interested in this. The Luoxia City Lord quickly said. Both Iron Fist King Daoist and the Luoxia City Lord wanted to show off in front of Lin Fei. Although they said that he had spared their lives in front of the senior, who knew whether it was true or not. No matter what, they had to leave a good impression. Lin Fei quietly knew some of the situation in the Tianyun sect. Coming to Luoxia City, Lin Fei just wanted to understand the situation. As for his real purpose, it was to go to the Danding sect. Sects like the Danding sect that refined elixirs must have ancient recipes that had been passed down. Lin Fei wanted to find these ancient recipes. This was the most important purpose of this trip. As for the others, they were dispensable. Remember, don't act rashly next time. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me. Lin Fei took a step out and disappeared outside the hall in the blink of an eye. The Luoxia City Lord and Iron Fist King looked at each other with complicated emotions. Iron Fist King coldly snorted, I will remember what happened this time. The Luoxia City Lord's face was gloomy as he watched Iron Fist King leave the hall. This matter must be reported to the sect immediately so that they can be on guard. If an expert like this were to cause trouble on that day, it would definitely not be a small matter. I don't want to be the scapegoat. Although he could not see any realm of the other party, the Luoxia City Lord did not dare to neglect him. He turned back to his study, found a normal voice transmission talisman, and sent the news here. As soon as Lin Fei left Luoxia City, he felt Luo Daiyong's aura. The guy was standing on a tree, looking around anxiously, obviously thinking about whether to go in or not. I thought you had escaped. I didn't expect you to be so honest. Lin Fei quietly appeared on the tree. Zhong Daiyong's face changed, and then his eyes showed a trace of joy. He said in a low voice, Senior, you are here. Are you very happy that I didn't come? Senior, you misunderstood. How could I, Zhong Daiyong, wait for you outside? Lin Fei said with a smile. You are afraid that the Luoxia City Lord will see our relationship and blame it on the Danding sect. That's why you don't dare to come in. Zhong Daiyong let out a hollow laugh. He did not know what to say. He was indeed worried about this and realized that he could not easily play any tricks. Take me to the Danding sect. Senior, go this way. Shukju website. Chapter 4188. The Tianyun Clan. It was one of the 5 major forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. They controlled cities of all sizes and served the Tianyun clan. The city lords of each city were disciples of the Tianyun clan, and all of them were experts at the innate perfection. Clan Master, the city lord of Luoxia City, just sent a message saying that there is a chi refinement expert who seems to have broken through the innate perfection. He asked us to pay attention. Beside a lake in the mountains behind the Tianyun clan, Lei Tianying, the clan master of the Tianyun clan, was fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. A figure appeared beside Lei Tianying like a stream of light and spoke in a low voice. Whoosh! Lei Tianying lifted the fishing rod in his hand. At the bottom of the lake, a ferocious-looking fish monster was pulled out. This ugly fish was half a meter long, and its entire body was covered in black scales, giving it a ferocious look. Suspected to be a chi refinement expert. Are you sure you didn't read the wrong message? Lei Tianying flicked his finger, and the strange fish struggled for a while before breaking into 2 and falling into the lake. Huala huala. There was a splash on the surface of the lake, and countless strange fish rushed up to fight for the minced meat. Lei Tianying looked calm, but there was a hint of solemnity on his face. In the Kunlun mystic realm, there were many experts at the innate perfection. However, it was extremely difficult to break through to the chi refinement realm. Among hundreds of innate experts, there might not be one who could break through. In the entire Kunlun mystic realm, there were only a handful of such chi refinement experts, and the origins of all of them were very clear. Now, there was another one that the city lord of Luoxia City did not know. Lei Tianying, the clan master of the Tianyun clan, felt a little pressured. Clan master, the city lord of Luoxia City is loyal and honest. The message he sent should not be wrong. Why don't you let me check it out so that I can confirm its authenticity? If it had been any other time, Lei Tianying might not have cared about the news. However, it would soon be the time for the successor of the clan to hold a grand event. If the mysterious expert came, the Tianyun clan would really lose all face. Immediately go to Luoxia City and understand the specific situation. Then pass down the order to all the city lords. If they encounter a suspected master in the training period, they must not make a move. Let him do whatever he wants to do. We must not anger the other party. Lei Tianying was well aware of how terrifying an expert in the chi refinement stage of the same realm could be. If the other party was only at the peak of the innate stage, there would be nothing to worry about. At most, he would send a few experts at the peak of the innate stage to kill them. However, if the other party was really an expert in chi refinement, the entire Tianyun clan would not be able to withstand such a torment. When the subordinates retreated, Lei Tianying did not dare to relax either. He went to the depths of the back mountain. There was a palace under the ground. The palace was not big, and there was a figure sitting cross-legged inside. This figure had white hair and an aged aura, accompanied by a trace of death aura. He opened his turbid eyes. Why are you here? Could it be that the sect had encountered some trouble? What kind of sect leader are you? An imposing aura swept out like a storm, causing Lei Tianying's clothes to flutter violently. Ancestor, I just received a piece of news. It is said that there is a suspected chi refinement stage expert in Luoxia City. He is also a young man. This old man with turbid eyes was the remaining ancestor of the Tianyun clan. He was in the chi refinement stage. A young chi refinement stage expert? Are you sure you are not mistaken? In the entire Kunlun mystery realm, those who have stepped into the chi refinement stage are at least 40 or 50 years old, and that is for those who are extremely talented. Most of them have stepped into the chi refinement stage at 60 or 70 years old. There are only a handful of them in the entire Kunlun mystery realm. It is impossible for such a young person to appear. The old man shook his head. Lei Tianying took a deep breath and said, the mayor of Luoxia City reported that the young man was very powerful and easily defeated him and Iron Fist King Daoist. Both of them were Xiantian peak experts, but they were captured by the young man in less than 3 moves. That young man already had the strength to kill the 2 of them in a head-on battle. The old man's complexion kept changing. Send someone to investigate this man's strength. Since he was able to capture 2 Xiantian consummate level experts, he must have surpassed the Xiantian consummate level. He's so young, so I'm afraid he must have encountered an extraordinary opportunity. The most important thing is to find out whether he's from the other top forces. If he's not, a glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes. Then this old man's opportunity has come. Lei Tianying was overjoyed. I will immediately get the entire Tianyun clan to move. He turned around and left the underground palace. The Kunlun mystery realm was very large, and the entire place was like a primeval forest. Lin Fei did not walk very fast. Zhong Daong, who was behind him, had a hard time. Even though he was rushing with all his might, there was still a huge gap between them. This was also because Lin Fei did not walk very fast. If he went all out, Zhong Daong would not be able to catch up at all. Along the way, Lin Fei also gained a lot of understanding of the Kunlun mystery realm. It should be an ancient mystery realm that had been left behind a long time ago. It was well maintained, and the aura of heaven and earth was rich. Even though he had been absorbing it for several days, he did not lose much of it. The aura of heaven and earth was still full of vitality. During this period, Lin Fei saw many spirit beasts. Although the bloodlines of these spirit beasts were weak, they had a certain level of strength. The clown and the fire spiritual fox on his shoulder were very fond of the ancient mystery realm, and they kept shuttling through the forest. Within a certain range, Lin Fei could not be bothered to care about them and let them play. Senior, that is our elixir tripod sect. Zhong Daong pointed to a tall mountain in front. The mountain was fiery red, like a red cloud. On the mountain, black dots could be seen, covering the entire mountain. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and felt the blazing aura. He knew that the elixir tripod sect was built on an earth fire vein. Using earth fire to concoct elixirs would indeed yield twice the result with half the effort. Your elixir tripod sect has good methods. So, you built your sect on an earth fire vein. Your old ancestor is not simple. Zhong Daong's eyes narrowed. Senior is overpraising me. Xiao. 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 Dozens of black shadows shot out from the forest in front. These black shadows were all attacking the same target, the clown. The clown dodged left and right, and with a poochie sound, a black shadow hit the clown's wing. Voila! A ball of fire landed on the black shadow. The clown wobbled and looked like it would fall at any moment. Our luck is not bad. We actually found a fire attribute bird. This bird should not be simple. It might even have an innate bloodline. Ha 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 ha. If it really has an innate bloodline, we will be rich. Compared to them fighting to the death on the mountain, we might as well catch spirit beasts from below. Chapter 4189. This scene happened too quickly. Lin Fei didn't even have time to stop the clown and he was already injured. In a flash, Lin Fei appeared beside the clown. The clown landed on his shoulder in a panic. As for the fire spiritual fox, it was nowhere to be seen. It was hiding in the bushes not far away, shivering. While they were talking, 5 men in black clothes rushed out of the forest. There was a skull embroidered on the chest of these men. They looked very ferocious. At the same time, they were holding crossbows. No, they weren't crossbows. They were hand crossbows that could fire continuously. When they rushed out and saw this scene, they immediately became unhappy. They looked up and saw a series of arrows raining down. Zhong Daong's eyes turned cold and he immediately came back to his senses. Senior, be careful. These are God-breaking arrows. They are from the demon sect. The 5 people who attacked all had ferocious expressions on their faces. They did not take the person in front of them seriously at all. No matter how strong he was, he could be easily killed by the god-slaying arrows in their hands. Many experts had died under the god-breaking arrows. You guys are really brave. How dare you hurt my pet? The densely packed black crossbow bolts all stopped in front of Lin Fei. It was as though there was a powerful layer of defense before Lin Fei, blocking them all. The 5 men from the demon sect panicked. They had never seen such a scene before. Even an inborn expert couldn't do it. Swish. 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 The black crossbow arrows were shot back. Puff. 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 The 5 men couldn't even react in time. They were pierced by the god-breaking arrows and instantly turned into porcupines. Lin Fei was a little annoyed. He was looking at the mountain and didn't notice the situation around him. In fact, these people weren't strong. Naturally, they didn't fall into Lin Fei's perception. He took out a pill and fed it to the clown. The fire spiritual fox, who was hiding in the distance, ran back and curled up beside Lin Fei. Seeing this, Zhong Dayong's heart shook. He quickly came over and said, "Senior, are you all right? These are people from the demon sect. I didn't expect them to sneak into Pill Cauldron sect's territory." Lin Fei frowned slightly. Aren't there only 5 top forces in the Kunlun mystic realm? Why did another demon sect pop up? Is he the 6th force? Zhong Dayong laughed bitterly. "Senior, there are indeed only 5 top powers in Kunlun's secret realm. However, this demon sect is an exception. It is said that 300 years ago, the demon sect unified the Kunlun's secret realm. However, they were defeated by the righteous sections. The demon sect's power was wiped out, causing the demon sect to become a stray dog hiding. However, 50 years ago, the current demon lord of the demon sect broke through to the Qi refining realm. It was rumored that the demon lord had cultivated a supreme demonic art. With his strength alone, he could face 3 Qi refinement stage experts, causing a stir in the entire Kunlun secret realm. From then on, the demon sect's influence expanded rapidly. They had already secretly roped in countless experts, vaguely showing signs of becoming the 6th major power. Not good. Since the demon sect has appeared in our Pill Cauldron sect, they must be eyeing our Pill Cauldron sect. After all, our Pill Cauldron sect specializes in concocting pills. If they have the help of our Pill Cauldron sect, the cultivation of the demon sect's disciples will be like adding wings to a tiger. Zhong Dayong panicked. Deep fear could be seen in his eyes. "Senior, can I go up the mountain first? I am afraid that the experts of the demon sect are besieging our Pill Cauldron sect." Zhong Dayong was anxious and did not dare to rush up immediately. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. "You should deal with these people first." These people before him? Zhong Dayong understood. Xiao xiao xiao. In the next second, more than 10 figures rushed out. These people were all armed with crossbows and attacked the 2 of them. Lin Fei had learned something new. Although the strength of the demon sect was not much, the god-breaking arrow in their hands was indeed very powerful. It could easily break through the defense of an innate expert. No matter how strong the body was, it would still die if it was riddled with holes. Zhong Dayong's scalp went numb and his back broke out in cold sweat. He threw out a few punches and hid in the forest far away. Even a complete innate expert wouldn't dare to take the attack of the god-breaking arrow head-on. If they were not careful, they would be killed. This was also the reason why the demon sect was so troublesome. It was said that this god-breaking arrow was personally researched by the demon lord. It was specially used to break through the body of experts and break through the defense. What was even more terrifying was that the arrowhead of the god-slaying arrow had been imbued with something else that could affect the flow of energy in one's body. It could imperceptibly reduce one's strength greatly. One's original 100% strength would be reduced to around 60% or 70%. None of you demon sect people are good people. You dared to hurt my pet. Those few people are not worthy of being buried with me. In the face of the god-breaking arrow, Lin Fei waved his hand casually. Those god-breaking arrows instantly turned back and pierced the bodies of the dozen demon sect disciples. The horrifying scene in Zhong Dayong's eyes was easily resolved. Zhong Dayong realized that the senior in front of him might really be a Qi refining stage expert. "Thank you, senior, for your help. These god-breaking arrows of the demon sect are really evil. I don't know how many of our righteous disciples have been killed. Zhong Daong cupped his hands and said. You don't have to thank me. These people hurt my clown. Naturally, they have to pay the price. These people are not enough. Lin Fei walked forward and entered the forest in the blink of an eye. Zhong Daong looked at the crossbows on the ground and felt a little greedy. But he still followed closely. If it was in normal times, Zhong Daong would definitely keep these crossbows. These were God-breaking arrows. Whether it was the righteous or the demon sect, they all treated them as treasures. There were figures moving in the forest. The strength of these figures was not strong. At most, they were at the level of covert power. The leader of the small team was at the realm of supreme power. They seemed to be blocking the area under the mountain. As Lin Fei entered, these experts of the demon sect were unlucky. They didn't need to do anything at all. Those God-breaking arrows that flew out would take their lives one by one. Zhong Daong, who was following behind, had his eyes opened. It turned out that a chi refining stage expert could be so powerful. The God-breaking arrows, which made the innate experts pale, could not get close to the opponent at all. Zhong Daong finally understood the difference between the innate peak and the chi refining stage. In such a situation, 10 of them would die. No one could survive. Lin Fei moved very fast. No one in the demon sect could stop him. Zhong Daong became more and more frightened. The demon sect was coming aggressively. Chapter 4190. On the way to the mild pill cauldron sect. There were countless experts in the demonic sect, and most of them were only average in strength. They could not withstand the god-breaking crossbow in their hands. They could attack as a group. Regardless of whether it was a grandmaster or an innate expert, they would all be finished. Along the way, Zhong Daong was in a bad mood. The number of people in the demon sect was beyond his expectations. At the very least, Lin Fei had killed 200 to 300 evil cult elites. Among them, there were 20 to 30 grandmaster experts. Zhong Daong's eyes were filled with worry. He didn't know how many experts the demon sect had sent over this time. However, he could tell from the number of people that the demon sect had absolute confidence in taking down the sect. Lin Fei walked up at a steady pace. After a long time, a mountain path appeared in front of Lin Fei. On the mountain path, the scorching aura formed waves after waves, constantly attacking, as if they were in a desert. On the mountain path, there were corpses floating on the ground. Blood flowed down and stained the stone stairs. These are the disciples of our damning sect. Zhong Daong rushed up and checked them one by one. It was a pity that these people had died a long time ago. Their bodies were filled with god-breaking arrows. Basically, every disciple had 4 to 8 arrows. The demon sect is really despicable. The veins on Zhong Daong's hands were bulging. Fortunately, he didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew that in front of this expert, he could only watch and not rush up. There are quite a number of experts from the demon sect in your Kunlun mystic realm. For example, there's an inborn expert on this mountain path. It seems like they don't want outsiders to come in and support them. Lin Fei walked up the mountain path and said plainly. In front of him, a figure appeared instantly. The moment this figure appeared, he drew his saber and slashed. A few meters long saber light slashed down. The sharp aura swept across the surrounding rocks, creating many holes. Since you can find my traces, eat my saber first. This saber was ferocious. The saber light was very condensed. It was formed by the compression of innate true chi. It could be considered a secret technique. Zhong Daong's expression immediately changed. Then, a cold smile rose in his heart. If this saber was aimed at him, Zhong Daong would not be able to deal with it. But this saber was aimed at the senior. This devil sect expert would definitely die. Using Xiantian true energy as a blade and compressing the blade light more than 10 times, you can be considered an expert. Lin Fei snorted. He spread open his 5 fingers and grabbed the blade light. He spat out his energy. With a loud rumbling sound, the saber light was forcefully crushed and sent flying in all directions. With this level of strength, you don't have the qualifications to block my path. Lin Fei casually grasped and an invisible sword beam shot out. The sword chi circled around the person, and the person screamed as he was split into two halves, falling onto the stone platform. Lin Fei did not look at the evil cult elite from the start to the end. He just strode forward. Zhong Daong, who was following behind, looked at the Xiantian expert on the ground and snorted in his heart. You deserve it. You could have offended anyone, but you had to offend the senior. It's a pity that you have such strength. Even Zhong Daong himself was shocked. That was an Xiantian expert. He would be finished with one sword. Even if Zhong Daong didn't go up to fight, he could feel how strong this person was. If he went up, it would take more than 100 rounds before it ended. In the end, it would still be a draw. No one could take down the other. But now, Danding's sect was built on a mountain. At this moment, in the belly of the mountain, there was a red palace. This palace was built with blazing flame stones. From afar, it looked like a ball of flames. At the entrance of the palace, there were many corpses lying in a mess. A battle was going on. One side's area of effect was constantly being shrunk, and people kept falling to the ground. Dan Yuanzi, now that things have come to this, do you still intend to resist to the end? Bang! A figure flew out and landed on the ground. He took 7 to 8 steps back before he managed to stop. The person called Dan Yuanzi was a white-robed old man. He looked like an immortal, but now he was in a sorry state. His clothes were stained with blood. When he stabilized himself, his face was extremely pale. Commander White Demon, aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the experts of our Sky sect for attacking our Pill Cauldron school? The White Demon General was a middle-aged man in a black robe. He emitted a cold aura. He was one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord, Bai Lang. He was one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord. Any demon general had the strength of a peak Xiantian expert. One of them could fight against a few Xiantian experts. Furthermore, they had cultivated a secret technique. Even if a Qi refinement realm expert attacked, they could withstand 1 or 2 moves and escape. The fame of the 5 demon generals spread throughout the Kunlun mystic realm. For example, the White Demon General had escaped from the encirclement of a few Xiantian experts more than 10 times. Ha 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 ha, if our demon sect is afraid, we wouldn't have come to your Danding Gate. Let me ask you now. Are you going to follow our demon sect or resist to the end? It all depends on your words. Bai Lang laughed coldly. If you resist to the end, your Danding Gate's name will be erased today. The people of the Pill Cauldron Gate were all resisting the attack of the devil sects. However, the devil sects had come prepared this time. They had even bribed some of the experts of the Pill Cauldron Gate. That was why they were able to catch everyone off guard. There were also the god-breaking arrows glaring at them from the side. The ground was already filled with corpses. Dan Yuanzi felt his heart aching when he saw this. However, the disciples that the Danding Gate nurtured with great difficulty were dying one after another. Your demon sect is too much. Dan Yuanzi coughed and vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. From the looks of it, it seems like you do not intend to join our demon sect. In that case, I will eliminate your Danding Gate and erase your name. Bai Lang said coldly, everyone, attack with all your might. Don't hold back. Kill without mercy. Don't leave a single one alive. Xiao. Xiao. The attacks became even more ferocious. All of them were god-breaking arrows. Hua. Bai Lang turned into a beam of light and pounced forward. Numerous afterimages appeared and saber lights rose. However, these saber lights did not land on Dan Yuanzi. Instead, they landed on the disciples at the side. A series of miserable screams followed. The disciples of the Danding Gate clutched their necks and fell to the ground. It turned out that Demon General Bai Lang was a saber expert. Furthermore, he used a curved saber. The curved saber was incomparably sharp. It was like moonlight. When the moonlight shone, it would kill a person. Dan Yuanzi, my saber art is not bad, right? Killing with one saber strike. I will definitely die peacefully. Just wait for a moment. It will be your turn soon. Chapter 4191. After all, Dan Yuanzi wasn't a Qi refinement realm expert. He was only at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Moreover, the Pill Cauldron School was most proficient in refining medicinal pills. Dan Yuanzi's eyes turned bloodshot when he saw his sex disciples being slaughtered by Demon Commander Bai Lang. His left hand trembled as he took out a jade bottle and poured out a pill. This was a completely black pill, and he swallowed it in one gulp. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will kill you here. After consuming the pill, Dan Yuanzi's aura suddenly soared. It easily blocked Demon Marshal Bai Lang's saber technique. Every strike of his was able to break the saber technique and save several Pill Cauldron School disciples. Demon Commander White Wave retreated. Dan Yuanzi, you really do have more demons sealing pills on you. The Berserk Demon Pill is able to raise a person's strength by quite a bit for a short period of time. However, this period of time is at most the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Once this period of time is over, one will enter a weakened state. Dan Yuanzi, you are really quite determined. For the sake of your Pill Cauldron Gate disciples, you are really going all out. Demon Marshal Bai Lang's body was surrounded by saber flashes. Both Dan Yuanzi's movement technique and strength had increased by 60 to 70%, allowing him to shatter these defensive saber lights one after another. Demon Commander Bai Lang was also crafty. He kept retreating and did not take Dan Yuanzi's attack head-on. Even if it's only the time it takes for a Joss stick to burn, I can still kill you here. Dan Yuanzi wanted to kill the White Wave Demon Commander more than ever. As long as Demon Commander Bai Lang was killed, the Demon Clan would naturally retreat, and the Danding Clan would be preserved. At the very least, they would be able to hold on until the experts of the Tianyun clan arrived. Dan Yuanzi, it won't be that easy for you to kill me. I already knew that you had the Demon's Sealing Pill. In order to prevent you from doing that, I specially prepared a gift for you. White Wave took out a talisman and instantly tore it open. A wave of cold energy spread out. Hua 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 hua. Within a certain range, it instantly turned into a white world. The Pill Cauldron School's disciples, who had been attacking Duan Ling Tian, couldn't react in time. They were attacked by the chill and turned into ice sculptures. Icy Talisman. You actually dared to use an icy talisman. That's an innate talisman. Dan Yuanzi was enraged. A majestic chill seeped over. Dan Yuanzi bore the brunt of the attack. It's not over yet. Demon Commander Bai Lang took out a fire talisman. The monstrous flames enveloped Hans Huang, and the ice and fire turned into a strange combination. Rumble. Bang. 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 Those frozen Pill Cauldron School disciples exploded and died on the spot. Even Dan Yuanzi was instantly penetrated by this cold and hot energy. He vomited a mouthful of blood, and his entire person was no longer as good as before. Dan Yuanzi, I wonder if you are satisfied with this gift of mine? Demon Commander White Wave said indifferently, as if he was certain that Dan Yuanzi would win. Dan Yuanzi's heart was bleeding when he saw the casualties of the Pill Cauldron School's disciples. Cough 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 cough. I didn't expect your devil's sect to have such a talisman expert. He can actually refine two types of talismans, one of which is ice and one of which is cold. Moreover, both of them have reached the innate realm. When they are mixed together, their power will be even stronger. Dan Yuanzi hurriedly took out a medicinal pill and swallowed it. Even so, the power of ice and fire continuously appeared on his body. His entire body was in a state of alternating between ice and fire, greatly reducing his strength. Dan Yuanzi had used the Demon's Sealing Pill to increase his strength. However, his physical body was still severely injured. He had underestimated this Demon Commander White Wave and was now on guard against his Berserk Demon Pill. If Dan Yuanzi had known that these two types of talismans were so powerful, he would definitely not have charged forward recklessly. I don't believe that you have any other preparations. Dan Yuanzi charged at Bai Lang and clawed with his 5 fingers. 5 cold winds shot over. Saber light flashed in front of Demon Commander White Wave. Bang! 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 The saber light clashed against each other and Bai Lang retreated once again. Release the arrows. Xiao! 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 Over 10 black beams of light shot over. This is the second gift I prepared for you. It's an enhanced God-breaking arrow. Its might is twice that of an ordinary God-breaking arrow. It's specially made to deal with a consummate innate realm expert like you. When the 10 God-breaking arrows shot over, Dan Yuanzi realized that he was in trouble and sent out several palm strikes. He did not dare to take the attacks head-on. Xiao! A cold light came from behind Dan Yuanzi as the God-breaking arrows were shot over. How could Dan Yuanzi have expected that there would be someone hiding? A God-breaking arrow pierced through his left shoulder, slowing him down. Xiao! 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 3 more God-breaking arrows appeared on his body. At this moment, 10 figures appeared in the distance. These 10 figures were all holding God-breaking crossbows. These crossbows were a size larger than the previous ones and appeared more ferocious. The second round of God-breaking arrows shot over and enveloped Dan Yuanzi. Dan Yuanzi, who was severely injured, could no longer block the arrows. He knocked away a few God-breaking arrows. Looking at the remaining arrows, he could no longer block them. Sect leader, I'm here to save you. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Several pebbles flew over and struck these divine breaking arrows, forcibly changing their positions. The pebbles brushed past Dan Yuanzi's body and flipped a portion of the palace behind him. I didn't expect there to be a fish that slipped through the net. Demon Marshal Bai Lang turned his head and recognized the other party. It was a consummate Xiantian expert from the Pill Cauldron Gate. Elder Zhong, leave quickly. They are already prepared. Don't take the risk. Dan Yuanzi shouted with all his might. Zhong Daong was infuriated. His hair stood on end as a figure approached him. It was Bai Lang. A saber light flashed in front of him. Originally, we were planning to take care of you slowly. Now that you took the initiative to come back, let me finish you off. Zhong Daong flicked his fingers and struck the saber lights. But even so, a saber light flashed past his body. Bai Lang's saber art was very powerful. Zhong Daong was also a consummate Xiantian expert. But he was still slightly weaker than Demon Marshal Bai Lang. This slight difference meant that he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, Zhong Daong didn't expect Bai Lang's strength. Underestimating Bai Lang's strength would naturally cause him to suffer. Zhong Daong pulled away from Bai Lang. He landed on the ground and retreated 5 steps before stopping. Bai Lang's saber light pressed forward again. A saber slashed down like an antelope's horn. Zhong Daong punched out randomly. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of collisions could be heard. Hua. A cold wind came from the left. Not good. Unknowingly, Bai Lang had appeared on Zhong Daong's left and slashed his saber towards his neck. You are not my match. Let me send you on your way. Bai Lang revealed a cruel smile. This saber was too ferocious. Zhong Daong was caught off guard. He saw the saber slashing across his neck and felt waves of pain. Senior, save me. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4192. Senior? Bai Lang was stunned. He suspected that he had heard wrong. Why would a senior come at this time? Zhong Daong must be lying to him. Zhong Daong, just accept your fate. There won't be any seniors in a place like this. Those seniors won't care about such a small matter unless they are willing to offend the demon sect and our demon lord. Dan Yuanzi didn't have the time to save Zhong Daong. Furthermore, he was being targeted by the broken god arrow. He couldn't even protect himself, let alone help Zhong Daong. Zhong Dayong's entire heart sank to the bottom. His only hope was that senior. As long as that senior helped him, he would definitely survive. Senior, you have to save me. Zhong Dayong closed his eyes. Bang! Just as the saber was about to land on Zhong Dayong's neck, a black shadow hit it. It broke. Bai Lang, who was holding the saber, felt the saber tremble. His hand went numb, and he nearly dropped the saber. Who did it? Bai Yong's heart tightened. The force contained in this attack was too great. What Bai Lang couldn't accept was that there was a stone stuck in the saber. This stone was the size of a pinky finger. It was stuck in the saber and didn't shatter. This method was beyond Bai Lang's imagination. Even if a powerful force was poured into the stone, it would definitely shatter and turn into a pile of dust. However, the scene in front of him shocked Bai Lang. He held the saber horizontally in front of him and quickly retreated. Zhong Dayong fell to the ground. His entire back was drenched in cold sweat. He touched his neck, and a trace of blood seeped out. It was a constant reminder that he was just a few seconds away from being killed by Bai Lang. Great! It must be that senior. Zhong Dayong turned his head and looked behind him. Not far away, a figure walked over unhurriedly. After a few breaths, he arrived at the palace. Shoot him to death. Shoot him to death first. Although Bai Lang didn't see the person's face clearly, he knew that this person was definitely stronger than Zhong Dayong. No one had ever given Bai Lang so much pressure before. No matter what, they had to get rid of this person first. Only then would Bai Lang feel at ease. As for the remaining people, they were either injured or didn't have much strength left. Victory was already in their hands. As long as they got rid of this hindrance, everything would be over. Xiao xiao xiao. More than a dozen streaks of black light shot straight at him. It's the God-breaking arrow again. Its power has doubled. You people from the demonic sects sure know how to research. No wonder Pil Ding sect suffered such heavy losses. Even a complete Xiantian expert was nearly killed by you fellows, the newcomer said coolly. The dozen or so streams of light were getting closer and closer. Something unexpected happened. The black stream of light stopped right in front of Lin Fei, unable to advance any further. It stopped. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the streams of light flew back rapidly. Pu 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 pu. After a few sounds, the people holding the God-breaking crossbow fell to the ground one by one. Do you know that I'm very angry with you for doing this? I'm here as a guest of Pil Ding's sect. You guys caused such a huge commotion. If I came a little later, this Pil Ding sect would be gone. At that time, who would be there to relieve my worries? Lin Fei said. Qi cultivating expert. Bai Lang's eyes narrowed. The hand that was holding the curved blade was trembling, and his face turned pale. Bai Lang was very clear about the might of the God-breaking arrow. Furthermore, it was twice the strength of an ordinary God-breaking arrow. Not to mention a complete Xiantian expert, even if there were 10 or 8 of them, they wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. This person in front of him didn't do anything, but he managed to block the God-breaking arrow. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and killed his subordinates. Bai Lang could no longer remain calm. This was because only a Qi cultivating expert could do this. They were the top figures in the entire Kunlun mystic realm. Run! Bai Lang didn't hesitate. He turned around and shot out a talisman. This was a powerful talisman. He had been keeping it as a trump card. Hua! 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 The moment the talisman was activated, a fiery meteor shower shot out. Bai Lang didn't expect the talisman to be able to kill his opponent. He only wanted to buy some time for himself to leave Pil Ding sect. A Qi cultivating expert? With the death of those demon sect experts, Dan Yuanzi, who was a complete Xiantian expert, could immediately catch his breath. At this moment, his heart was filled with shock. Dan Yuanzi was very unfamiliar with this young man. He had never seen him before. However, his strength was unfathomable. Even the god-breaking arrow couldn't get close to him. This was something that a complete Xiantian expert could not do. Only the legendary qi cultivating experts could withstand. Zhong Daong actually found a senior. Pil Ding's sect is saved. Dan Yuanzi heaved a sigh of relief. A fiery meteor shower came crashing down. The scorching aura turned the surroundings into a land of fire. The ground was also filled with potholes. All of these potholes were created by the fiery meteor shower. He definitely won't be able to catch up. As long as I escape from Pil Ding's sect, I will definitely report to the Demon Lord. Even if you are a qi cultivating expert, the Demon Lord will make you obedient. Bai Lang fled rapidly. A qi cultivating expert is only so-so. Seeing that his opponent didn't catch up, Bai Lang's eyes flashed with pride. Do you really think that I won't be able to catch up to you? Actually, I'm just too lazy to chase after you. A faint voice resounded in Bai Lang's ears. He turned around and saw a huge palm landing on his face. There was a loud bang. Bai Lang felt as if his entire body was falling apart. He fell heavily to the ground and saw that the hard ground was instantly smashed into a crater. Bai Lang, who was one of the 5 demon generals, sunk into the ground. A stream of blood continuously flowed out from his body, almost dyeing his entire body red. I am a Xiantian full circle. I can't even take a single move. Bai Lang's vision turned black and he died. You can't even take my puny strength. To think that you still have the cheek to show off in front of me. Lin Fei shook his head. When the remaining disciples of the Pill Cauldron School witnessed this scene, they all inhaled a breath of cold air. Was this still the demon commander who had been strutting around just now? He was actually killed with a single slap. Your demon general is dead. Why aren't you surrendering? Dan Yuanzi shouted. At this moment, those demon sect disciples who were surrounding Bai Lang didn't dare to accept the scene in front of them. Following which, they felt a chill and their actions started to hesitate. I surrender. Don't kill us. We surrender. The demon sect disciples surrendered one after another. They didn't dare to attack anymore. Their gazes landed on that young man. That was the source of their fear. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4193. On the way to the Danding clan. The 3 innate experts pushed their movement techniques to the limit. The 3 innate experts were all innate experts of the Tianyun clan who were stationed in the big city. After receiving the news from the Danding clan, they rushed over as soon as possible. They were well aware of how powerful the demon clan was. The Danding clan was also an indispensable clan for their clan. If they really caused a great loss to the Danding clan, it would be a great loss to the Tianyun clan. The demon clan is getting more and more arrogant now. They even dared to bring people to attack the Danding clan. Don't they know that our Tianyun clan will never allow them to do so? Among the 3 of them was a fat man dressed in a cassock. He was a Buddhist cultivator who looked extremely solemn. On the left and right were a tall and thin man. Both of their strengths were in the late innate realm. As for the Buddhist cultivator in the cassock, he was an expert at the major perfection of the innate realm. It was obvious how much the Tianyun clan valued the Danding clan. They are indeed too arrogant. Who asked the demon clan to have such an amazing demon master? His strength is so terrifying. I heard that he is cultivating a technique of the demon clan. Once he succeeds in cultivating it, his combat power will increase by a lot. I'm afraid that our Tianyun clan won't be able to survive, the tall man said. You don't have to worry so much. I heard that the demon master that the powerhouses of the Long family went to didn't allow him to cross the border. As for who won and who lost, I don't know. The 3 of them talked while hurrying on their way. There's the smell of blood. The 3 of them rushed into the forest and saw the corpses of the demon clan. However, when they saw the corpses, their expressions changed. Did some expert come to support us? Look at these demon clan disciples, they were all hit by their own god-breaking arrows. I don't remember any innate expert being able to withstand the god-breaking arrows. The fat man's expression changed as he said with some surprise. Maybe it's an expert from elsewhere who just happened to pass by. Let's go up and take a look first. The three of them walked all the way up the mountain. The sight of the corpses made them gasp. It was really a bit beyond their imagination. Logically speaking, they shouldn't have been killed, but now, none of them could be alive at all. The demon clan experts had all been killed. This is an inborn expert from the demon sect. Soon, they found the corpses of the demon sect's inborn experts. Once again, they gasped. At the same time, the nervousness in their hearts eased a lot. They looked at each other. An expert must have come from Danding School. No matter who he is, we must treat him with utmost caution. We must not neglect this expert. To be able to kill these Xiantian experts and disciples of the devil's sect so easily, his strength is certainly not weak. The three of them were also innate experts. Naturally, they would not offend this person. When they arrived at the Pill Cauldron Gate, they discovered that the entire Pill Cauldron Gate reeked of blood. At the same time, they saw the disciples of the Pill Cauldron Gate cleaning up the corpses. Their faces were full of grief and indignation. The three of them exchanged glances. They realized that Pill Cauldron School had sent a powerful helper. As for who that helper was, they didn't know. However, at the very least, that helper's strength wasn't weak. No matter how weak that helper was, he was at least at the peak of the Xiantian realm. Could it be that the sect sent an expert from outside to kill them ahead of time? At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. What? Demon Marshal Bai Lang, one of the 5 great demon marshals under the Demon Lord, was killed by a young man with a single slap. After Fatty asked a few disciples of Danding School, he was shocked. He found it hard to believe. Even with his strength, it was basically impossible for him to kill Demon Marshal Bai Lang with a single slap. One must know that Demon Marshal Bai Lang could not be killed in a short period of time even by a great chi refining realm expert. This was because Bai Lang was extremely cunning. Once there was any sign of trouble, he would retreat immediately. They had tried to encircle and annihilate him countless times, but they had always failed. Fatty, did you hear wrong? What is Bai Lang's strength? Could it be that a great chi refining realm expert took action? That's impossible. He clearly said that it was a young man. I don't remember any young man being able to cultivate to the chi refining realm. You must know that the chi refining realm is not that easy. The three of them didn't believe the words of these disciples. However, after asking a few people, they all got the same information. It was indeed a young man who killed Bai Lang, made the other disciples of the devil's sect surrender, and saved the entire Danding School. It's useless to speculate here. Let's go in and find Dan Yuanzi. Fatty didn't dare to have any contempt. If it was really a great chi refining realm expert, he would be a senior. Even the Tianyun clan would have to be polite to him. However, in their hearts, they simply couldn't figure out which young man could cultivate to the realm of chi refinement. This was something that was simply impossible. Everyone in the Danding School was cleaning up the traces of the battle in an orderly manner. Dan Yuanzi invited Lin Fei to a palace. It was a palace that was excavated on the edge of a cliff, and it was also the place where Dan Yuanzi usually refined pills and cultivated. Senior, this is the fire spirit tea cultivated by the Danding School ourselves. It has a trace of the effect of the fire spirit and can strengthen one's body. Try it. Dan Yuanzi personally brewed a pot of tea and said respectfully. Dan Yuanzi was really grateful to the person in front of him for saving the Danding School from a crisis. If it weren't for his appearance, even he wouldn't have been able to resist Bai Lang's attack. The final outcome would be the destruction of the entire Danding School. As for counting on the experts of the Tianyun clan to come and help, it was definitely wishful thinking. They definitely wouldn't appear in a short period of time. Lin Fei took a sip of the fire spirit tea and said, "The taste is not bad, but the age is a little lacking. I still have to cultivate it well. In at most 20 to 30 years, the quality of this fire spirit tea should be improved." Dan Yuanzi said repeatedly, "Senior is indeed a senior." Only someone like you can taste the essence of this fire spirit tea. I'll cut to the chase. I actually came to the Danding School to look through the pill formulas of the Danding School. I heard that in order to refine the 10,000 yuan elixir, you know the location of a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. Am I right? Dan Yuanzi hesitated for a moment before nodding. Senior, you're right. Our clan does know the location of a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb. It's in the Western world outside. I'll tell you the specific location later. If you want to look through the sex pill formulas and ancient formulas, there's no problem at all. I'll bring them to you right away. Dan Yuanzi didn't dare to say no at all. He was a chi cultivator who could easily kill Demon General Bai Lang. Innate perfected powerhouses were nothing in the eyes of Senior, who could be killed with a flick of his finger. If Dan Yuanzi didn't even have such a reaction, he wouldn't have needed to be the clan master. I'll wait for you here. Chapter 4194. Dan Yuanzi had a storage ring that contained the pill formulas and all the information of the Danding clan. He placed them in the palace. Senior, these ancient pill formulas have been passed down from generation to generation, including some secret formulas. There are some about the refinement of the myriad yuan elixir, as well as the heavenly yuan elixir and so on. There are also some elixirs that are more difficult to refine than the myriad yuan elixir. They might be of some help to you. Lin Fei glanced at the books and realized that they were indeed quite old. It could be seen that the Danding clan had put in a lot of effort in this area. Otherwise, these ancient books wouldn't have been preserved for such a long time. Okay, you can go out now. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Dan Yuanzi said, Senior, don't worry, I will arrange for someone to guard outside. I won't let anyone in to disturb you. He took the initiative to retreat and close the door. Dan Yuanzi wiped the cold sweat on his forehead slightly. Facing a senior is really stressful. Lin Fei did not release any aura, but to Dan Yuanzi, the fact that he had killed Demon Marshal Bai Lang with one hand was obviously a huge shock and deterrent. If this senior was slightly displeased, he would be killed with one palm. That would be such an unjust death. After coming out of the palace, Dan Yuanzi was ready to find a place to take a breather. At this moment, Zhong Daong came over and said in a low voice, Clan Master, there are 3 innate experts outside. They should be from the Tianyun clan. They said that they want to see you. Those people are in the main hall outside. Dan Yuanzi's expression changed slightly. Take me to have a look. By the way, arrange a few more people to guard outside. Without my permission, no one is allowed to enter. Whoever dares to enter will be expelled from the Danding clan. Zhong Daong naturally knew who was inside the palace. Don't worry, I will arrange it right away. I won't let anyone barge in. With such a senior in the Danding clan, they wouldn't dare to offend him even if they were given 100 guts. The 3 innate experts were sitting in the palace, and tea had already been served. However, there was still a trace of blood in the air, which could not be removed by talismans. Until now, the 3 of them were still puzzled. It was not the first time they had heard such words about a young chi cultivator. Basically, all the disciples there had seen it. For the 3 of them, this was a considerable amount of pressure. Fortunately, they were not hot-tempered people. Otherwise, they would definitely get to the bottom of it. I, Dan Yuanzi, would like to thank the 3 of you on behalf of the entire Danding sect for coming all the way here, Dan Yuanzi said the moment he entered. At the same time, he cupped his hands and thanked them. After all, they represented the Tianyun clan, and the Danding school was in the territory of the Tianyun clan. Naturally, they had to be polite to them, even if they didn't do anything. The fat man in the middle took the initiative to stand up, cupped his hands, and said, Alchemy Clan Master, you are too polite. We really didn't do anything. Speaking of which, we are ashamed that we found out too late. We didn't know that the Demon Clan would dare to plot against the Alchemy Clan. I will definitely report this matter to the Tianyun Clan Master, and I will definitely not let the Demon Clan have an easy time in the future. Dan Yuanzi recognized this fatty. He was a Buddhist expert. It was called fate severing. However, it didn't really match his size. But his name was really Miayuan. Thank you, Master Miayuan, Dan Yuanzi said. Alchemy Clan Master, I heard that the one who dealt with the Danding school this time was Demon General Bai Lang. He has already been killed. I don't know if this is true or not, and it was done by a young man. Can you tell me the name of this person? We should go and pay a visit. After all, they have helped the Tianyun clan greatly, Miayuan added. When Miayuan said this, the other two innate experts also pricked up their ears. In fact, they also wanted to know who had the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang, one of the 5 demon generals under the Demon Lord. They had all fought with Demon General Bai Lang before, and his saber techniques were outstanding. If they were not careful, they would be killed by his saber techniques. At the mention of Demon General Bai Lang's saber techniques, everyone had a lingering fear, but now that he had been killed by a mysterious expert with a single palm, they were all curious. Dan Yuanzi seemed to be in a dilemma. Master Miayuan, if it was something else, I might be able to promise you, but I can't do that for this matter. How could Dan Yuanzi let the 3 of them go to see the senior? If they made the senior unhappy, he would be the one in trouble. He didn't want to take such a risk. Dan Yuanzi thought about it again and said, I think it's better for you not to go see the senior for the time being. If the senior gets angry, you and I will both be in trouble. This is also a kind reminder from me. Miayuan did not dare to get angry. Hearing the word senior from Dan Yuanzi's mouth, coupled with his cautious attitude, it was not difficult to guess that the senior might really have the strength to kill Demon General Bai Lang. Miayuan said cautiously, Clan Master Dan, then tell me if the senior is a chi refinement expert. After all, we all know the strength of Demon General Bai Lang, so we should be prepared. That's the most important thing. What kind of strength do you think the senior has to be able to kill Demon General Bai Lang with a single palm? Dan Yuanzi did not answer directly, and instead kept Miayuan in suspense. Miayuan was also a smart person, so he did not continue. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart. That young man was definitely a chi refinement expert. Thank you, Clan Master Dan. The Danding sect is no longer in danger, we will go back now. Miayuan wanted to report the news to the Tianyun clan master as soon as possible. After all, a chi refinement expert was not someone that anyone could easily offend. Dan Yuanzi personally sent the 3 innate experts off. Clan master, we did not tell them the truth. Will the 3 of them say anything? Zhong Daong came to Dan Yuanzi's side. Dan Yuanzi shook his head, don't worry, they wouldn't dare to spout nonsense. That's a chi refinement realm expert. In the entire Kunlun mystery realm, there are only a total of 15 chi refinement realm experts. With the addition of this senior, there will be 16. No one can withstand the rage of a chi refinement realm expert. They can't, and neither can the Tianyun sect. Zhong Daong heaved a sigh of relief. Elder Zhong, you have made a great contribution this time. The entire Danding sect has to thank you. If not for you, the Danding sect would have been completely destroyed, and I would have to face my ancestors. Zhong Daong said, Clan Master, actually, this matter cannot be attributed to me. To be honest, we can only say that our Danding sect is lucky to have met a senior who just so happened to want to know the pill formula of our sect. Everything is a coincidence. We can only say that the demon sect's luck is too bad. With the death of Demon General Bai Lang, I believe that the Demon Lord will definitely be furious and won't dare to act recklessly for a long time. Chapter 4195. An expert came to Luoxia City. As soon as this expert arrived, he immediately went to look for the Luoxia City Lord. The Luoxia City Lord had been on tenterhooks for the past few days. After all, the mysterious expert had left a deep and indelible impression on him. Who knew if that expert would come back? As a result, the Luoxia City Lord couldn't eat or sleep well these few days. His eyes were bloodshot. When he saw the confidant of the Tianyun clan master, Ling Yun heaved a sigh of relief. He immediately told him everything he knew. I've already arranged for people to secretly follow him. That person definitely won't expect it. Although he's strong, my people are watching from afar and know his general location. That person seems to be acquainted with the people from Pill Cauldron Gate. He's already gone up there. The Luoxia city lord was cunning. He knew that such a mysterious expert naturally had an unusual background. Hence, he secretly arranged for someone to follow him. However, this person was different from others. He stayed far behind. This person was very far away because this expert's strength was average. However, he had a unique ability to sense a person's aura within a certain range. With this sense, this expert was very good at following people. Luoxia city lord also wanted to know where this person came from, as long as he had an idea in his heart. In that case, that person is now in Danding sect. Could he be from the demon clan? Ling Yun frowned. I've received news that Danding sect was besieged by the demon clan. Could this person be from the demon clan and deliberately infiltrated Danding sect? The Luoxia city lord thought for a while and said, this person is very unfamiliar. He shouldn't be from the orthodox sect. It's very likely that he's from the demon clan. After Ling Yun got the news from the Luoxia city lord, he left Luoxia city without stopping. After leaving Luoxia city, he immediately sent a message and reported in detail. The next day, 4 experts came to Ling Yun's side. These 4 experts were all in the innate realm. 2 of them were in the mid-stage of the innate realm, while the other 2 were in the late stage of the innate realm. Together with Ling Yun, who was in the great perfection of the innate realm, they were considered a very powerful force. In this Kunlun secret realm, no one who was targeted by them could resist their capture. Our mission this time is very simple, and that is to capture the Devil's Sect expert from Danding sect. Ling Yun took out a portrait. This portrait was drawn by the Sunset City Lord, and it was 90% similar to Lin Fei. If Lin Fei was here to see this, he would definitely be shocked. This was just like a photo, vivid and lifelike. These people followed Ling Yun's lead. The 4 of them stared at the portrait. This brat doesn't look very old. At most, he's an innate ranker. Maybe he ate some pills to increase his strength. With the 5 of us, it'll be easy to catch him. That's right. If he's an expert from the demon sect, that would be the best. Who knows, this person might have been groomed by the demon sect. If we capture him, we can get information about the demon sect and destroy a few of their branches. The Tianyun clan's mission to destroy the demon clan had a huge reward. So many innate stage powerhouses like to look for the demon clan's branches when they were wandering in the Kunlun secret realm and destroy them one by one. As long as 1/3 of the spoils were handed over, the rest would belong to them. At the same time, they would be jointly protected by the 5 top forces. Inside the palace of Pill Cauldron Gate, Lin Fei was flipping through the information sent by Dan Yuanzi. These information had indeed been passed down for a long time, and Lin Fei was very satisfied. However, most of the information was of no use to him. Even the 1,000 yuan pill was just a so-so in Lin Fei's eyes. It wasn't very helpful to his recovery. When he flipped to the last few books, Lin Fei almost gave up. There was nothing here that he needed. He picked up another book. There are actually secrets hidden in this ancient book. Lin Fei frowned slightly and rubbed his hands on the ancient book. Clatter, clatter. The book was crushed. He saw that this seemingly ordinary ancient book actually dropped out a few pieces of gold. I knew it. The weight of this ancient book is different. It turns out that there are secrets hidden in this book. These small pieces of gold were as thin as cicada's wings, but there were words engraved on them. These words were all ancient words. Lin Fei recognized them. The 3 pieces of gold were put together, just the size of a page. The entire book was only a few hundred words. Lin Fei read with great interest, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Interesting, really interesting. So the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect actually sealed a giant dragon in the Western world. No, giant dragons only exist in China. The giant dragon they are talking about should be a 4-legged lizard. Lin Fei also felt that it was inconceivable. According to what was written, the ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect specially sealed a giant Western dragon in order to concoct a pill. He planned to use the dragon's essence and blood to concoct a pill. Unfortunately, just as he sealed the giant western dragon, his injuries were too severe, and he died. As for why this information was left in the gold pieces and sealed in the ancient book, it was probably because he was worried that his descendants would be attacked by the giant western dragon if they were not strong enough. Lin Fei read it 3 times, not missing a single detail. Then, he found a pill formula in another ancient book. After reading it, Lin Fei understood. The ancestor of the Pill Cauldron sect was really ambitious. He actually wanted to concoct the God Essence pill. This pill requires a 10,000-year-old medicinal herb as the main ingredient and the essence and blood of a spirit beast. The concoction is extremely difficult, and the failure rate is more than 90%. After reading the explanation of the God Essence pill, Lin Fei fell into deep thought. If I'm not wrong, this 10,000-year-old medicinal herb should be the one in the Western world. It's still in the Western world for the time being. The giant dragon should be this special spirit beast. If it was really concocted according to this method, even a chi refinement expert would not be able to withstand the fusion of 2 forces. It's extremely difficult. However, for my immortal body, this God Essence pill should be able to recover 20% of my strength. Pill Cauldron sect must have left behind some good stuff. Lin Fei thought for a moment and felt that the god Yuan Dan should be of some help to him. He memorized the name of the god Yuan Dan and put the golden piece away. On the gold pieces, there was also the location where the giant western dragon was sealed. He could not leave it behind. Even if a long time passed, the location where the giant dragon was sealed would not change. At most, it would become a skyscraper or a desolate wilderness. It would not affect Lin Fei. After flipping through the last few ancient books and making sure that he did not miss anything, Lin Fei walked out of the palace. There was nothing worth Lin Fei leaving behind. Lin Fei decided to leave the Pill Cauldron sect. Book Guest Residence Website. Chapter 4196. Dan Yuanzi had been guarding outside the palace. In the end, he was still worried that his disciples might not be able to keep a close eye on them. It would be bad if they offended this senior. Especially since this senior might be the 16th Qi refining realm expert in the Kunlun mystery region. Although he did not know his exact cultivation realm, he was a genuine Qi refining realm expert. Senior, you're out. Is there anything you need our help with? Dan Yuanzi reacted the fastest as he came forward immediately. I've already read through all the books in your Danding Gate. I'm not going to treat you as an ancient book for nothing. Here are 2 bottles of medicinal pills. I'll give them to you. They're pretty good for treating injuries, especially for someone of your cultivation realm. Lin Fei took out 2 bottles of medicinal pills and passed them to Dan Yuanzi before leaving. Dan Yuanzi did not have the time to say anything as he watched this senior leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from his sight. He could not even sense his existence. Dan Yuanzi looked at the medicinal pills in his hand and revealed a trace of regret. Originally, he wanted to ask this senior about the Tao of alchemy. After all, for him to take out medicinal pills, he must have some understanding of alchemy. But now, he could only feel regret. I wonder what these medicinal pills are. Dan Yuanzi opened one of the bottles, and a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. His expression changed immediately. This is a supreme-grade medicinal pill. This senior must be an alchemy grandmaster. What a pity, what a pity. Dan Yuanzi regretted not coming earlier. He had missed an opportunity. Lin Fei did not intend to take advantage of the Danding Gate. Apart from the last part of the ancient book, which had some use, most of the other books were useless. In Lin Fei's mind, there were countless medicinal pill recipes. Any one of them would be better than these. The only thing that interested him now was the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed western dragon. The rest were not worth his attention. After leaving the Danding Gate, Lin Fei suppressed the thought of continuing to explore the Kunlun mystery region. He felt that it was better to get the 10,000-year-old medicinal herb and the sealed western dragon first. The former was of great use to him, and the latter was for concocting the divine essence pill. According to what's written, one must be old enough to refine the divine essence pill. This Western dragon has definitely met that requirement. For the old ancestor of the Danding Gate to personally seal a Western dragon, it shows that there are no sufficiently old spirit beasts in the Kunlun mystery realm. Lin Fei had to get his hands on the Western dragon. In any case, he had already found the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. The next time he entered, it would be very easy. Evil remnants of the demon sect, die. After descending from Danding School's mountain, he entered a forest. Whoosh! 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 More than a dozen arrows flew over. The people in the vicinity did not reveal any killing intent at all. It was only when the god-breaking arrow was shot that the killing intent exploded from their bodies. These god-slaying arrows were ferocious and had been infused with a great amount of power. It was obvious that they were not shot from the god-slaying crossbow. Instead, they relied on their own strength to forcefully shoot them as hidden weapons. These god-slaying arrows all stopped when they were a meter away from Lin Fei. Just like that, it floated in midair. Lin Fei stepped on it. Whoosh! 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 All the god-piercing arrows flew back. Cries of surprise could be heard from the forest. In the blink of an eye, 5 figures rushed out, looking somewhat miserable. These 5 people had different expressions. But the moment they landed, they blocked off Lin Fei's path. No matter which direction he went, he would meet one of them. These people were shocked. This person in front of them was really young, but his strength seemed to be beyond their imagination. They had used the god-piercing arrows, intending to catch the other party off guard before taking him down. However, they did not expect the other party to be so strong. They did not know what method he used to block the god-piercing arrows. Instead, they were attacked by the god-piercing arrows and nearly lost their boat. Who are you people to ambush me in the forest at this time? Tell me honestly so that you don't have to suffer later, Lin Fei said coldly. These people were all innate realm experts. The one leading them was even a great perfection innate realm expert. Such a lineup could definitely kill any innate realm expert. Even a great perfection innate realm expert would die without a doubt. Lin Fei did not remember who he had offended in the Kunlun mystic realm. The only person he had offended was Bai Lang, one of the 5 great devil marshals under the Devil Lord. The devil sect's actions seemed to be a little fast. Lin Fei was speechless. How did he become a member of the devil sect? He had nothing to do with them. These people were obviously mistaken. Attack! Take him down first. Ling Yun snorted coldly. He raised his hand and shot out a white fog. The remaining 4 people also shot out a white fog. Instantly, the entire area was enveloped by the white fog. The 5 people also retreated immediately. Obviously, this white fog was not an ordinary white fog. It was something that could injure people. No matter who it is, once they are hit by our soul fall powder, their entire body will become soft. They will not be able to exert any strength. Even if they take a breath, they will not be able to withstand it. As for us, we ate the antidote beforehand. Naturally, we can avoid it. That brat will definitely not be able to withstand it, one of the innate realm experts said with a sneer. There is no need to talk about rules when dealing with the experts of the devil sect. As long as we can take everything down, it will be fine. These 5 people did not take the ordinary path. The other party had attacked directly, but they had used some tricks. However, it was undeniable that this trick seemed to be very effective. The white fog shrouded the area for a long time. During this period of time, they had already retreated far away. They did not see anyone rushing out. The more it was like this, the better their mood was. They knew that the person inside must have been hit. After inhaling the soul fall powder, he would not have any ability to resist. When the time came, they could just go in and capture him. 5 dignified innate realm experts actually used such a trick. Aren't you ashamed? Lin Fei's figure suddenly appeared behind them. Lin Fei's lazy voice rang out. Ling Yun and the rest turned back in shock. They had never sensed when the other party had left. An invisible sword she attacked. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. With a swoosh, it cut through the void and also cut the bodies of the 5 innate realm experts. The 5 Mr. Experts let out a muffled groan and flew out, falling into the white fog. A sharp wound was left on their chests and traces of fallen soul powder seeped into their flesh and blood. In the blink of an eye, these Xiantian experts became like a pile of mud, lying in the fog. Lin Fei walked in unhurriedly. Now can you tell me who you are? You can also choose not to say it. I will only give you 3 breaths of time to consider. After this time, I will kill each of you with a sword. Ling Yun roared. How dare you? Swoosh. A sword cut off Ling Yun's head. I dare. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4197. Lin Fei chopped off Ling Yun's head with a single strike. The strike was so fast that Ling Yun didn't even have time to think. His eyes widened before he lost his breath. Don't kill us, we've already told you. The remaining 4 innate experts were shocked and their faces turned pale. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. That was Ling Yun, the trusted subordinate of the Tianyun clan's Lei Tianying. His head had been chopped off just like that. They had planned to resist to the end, but now they realized how ridiculous it was. He didn't have to care about the Tianyun clan at all to kill them. We are from the Tianyun clan. The Luoxia city lord suspects that you are from the demon clan, so we came to capture you so that we can dig out information about the demon clan from you, one of the innate experts said hurriedly. Lin Fei knew about the Tianyun clan, but he hadn't had much contact with them. He was very surprised to hear that. The Luoxia city lord is really interesting, but the Tianyun clan is even more interesting. At that moment, Lin Fei thought about it countless times. He didn't think that the identity of a demon clan was worth the Tianyun clan sending 5 innate experts. It seemed that they were obviously going to capture him alive. The biggest reason was probably because of the Tianyun clan. Go back and tell Lei Tianying of the Tianyun clan that this is not over. Swoosh. 3 rays of sword light flashed past 3 of the innate experts. I'm the only mid-stage innate expert who survived. Seeing that his companions had fallen to the side, he couldn't move anymore. Don't kill me, I really told you everything. He was on the verge of breaking down. Tell your Lei Tianying what I said. Lin Fei waved his hand and sent the innate expert flying. After falling several times, the man realized that he had regained his freedom and nodded repeatedly. I will definitely pass on the message, Senior. Lin Fei didn't care much about the Tianyun clan, but since Lei Tianying of the Celestial clan dared to plot against him, he naturally had to teach them a lesson. Lin Fei already knew that in the Kunlun mystic realm, innate experts were the core strength of the clan. The loss of 4 innate experts at once would definitely make the Tianyun clan suffer for a long time. It was not something that could be made up for in a short period of time. The 4 of them didn't have anything good on them. Lin Fei didn't want to stay, so he took away their things one by one. He went straight to Luoxia City. The lord of Luoxia City dared to slander him as a member of the Devil's Sect. Lin Fei naturally would not be polite. No matter what, he had to find the lord of Luoxia City to settle the account. At the same time, at the westernmost part of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a stretch of towering mountains and precipitous ridges. There was not even a trace of plains. Apart from mountains, there were more mountains. The base camp of the demon sect was in this mountain range. In addition, this mountain range was filled with poisonous fog, forming a natural barrier. If one wasn't an inborn expert, one wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the poisonous fog. Demon Master, something bad has happened. Demon Marshal Bai Lang has been killed. A piece of news spread in the demon sect's headquarters, and it caused a huge commotion. Everyone knew that demonic Marshal Bai Lang was very strong and had a powerful saber technique. He might not lose even when fighting 1 against 2 or 3. Furthermore, he had evaded more than 10 encirclements, becoming famous in the Kunlun secret realm. However, now that he had been killed, the experts of the demon sect couldn't accept it for a while. The demon master was a young man who looked at most 20 years old and exuded a gloomy and cold aura. After hearing the news, his face darkened and he paced back and forth. I'm well aware of the strength of the demon general. Logically speaking, it's impossible for a normal expert at the peak of the innate realm to kill him. Only a chi refining expert can do it. There are no chi refining experts in Danding clan at all, only those at the peak of the innate realm. Even in the entire Tianyan clan, there are only a few chi refining experts in the Tianyan clan. The death of one of the 5 demon marshals was indeed a huge loss for the demon sect, especially when they besieged the Danding clan. If they couldn't make the Danding clan surrender to the demon sect, they wouldn't be allowed to continue refining pills for the righteous sections. Now that demon marshal Bai Lang was dead, the disciples of the demon sect had also suffered heavy casualties. None of them returned alive. They had suffered a huge setback in the matter of the Danding clan. Go and investigate immediately. We must find out who did it. It would be best if we can bring back the corpse of the demon marshal. The demon master was very angry. If this matter was not resolved, the morale of the demon sect would be shaken. After all, if even the demon marshal could be killed, then the remaining 4 demon marshals could also be killed. They had to be on guard. In another place. In the Tianyan clan. Lei Tianying was fishing as usual. The fish were all fish monsters that were not strong, but they were very ferocious. Lei Tianying never got tired of it and would come fishing almost every day. With the strength of Ling Yun and the others, it shouldn't be a problem for the 5 of them to surround and capture one person. They should be back by now. Lei Tianying raised his hand and pulled out a strange fish. The strange fish opened its mouth and swayed back and forth. Gluttonous guy. The heavenly thunder eagle swung its arm, and the strange fish fell back into the water. It created a splash as it quickly fled. Clan master, Ling Yun is dead. They are all dead. A figure came in hurriedly. It was the innate middle stage master that Lin Fei let go. He came to the lake with a face full of fear. Lei Tianying, who was fishing, shook his hand as if he had heard wrongly. He raised his hand and grabbed the innate middle stage master. What did you say? Ling Yun is dead? That's impossible. I know Ling Yun's strength. Ling Yun was Lei Tianying's right-hand man, so he basically let Ling Yun handle everything. Lei Tianying did not believe that Ling Yun was dead. Clan master, Ling Yun is really dead. Not only him, but the other 2 are dead too. Out of the 5 of us, I am the only one who came back alive. The innate middle stage master's voice was trembling. Lei Tianying's face darkened and the corner of his eyes began to twitch. This was an innate master. In the end, they lost 4 innate masters and one of them was Ling Yun, a complete innate master. Lei Tianying was in a terrible mood. 4 innate masters are dead. How did you do it? You are all innate masters, not grand masters. Could it be that the person you met was a chi cultivator? Lei Tianying was furious. The number of innate masters in the Tianyun clan was limited, and losing one would hurt for a long time. Now that they had lost 4 innate masters, how could he calm down? It hurts, my whole body hurts. At this moment, this Xiantian middle stage expert suddenly screamed out. His hands tore at his body, and his clothes were instantly torn apart. Green veins popped out and he looked hideous. Oh no. As soon as Lei Tianying thought about it, the innate middle stage master in front of him turned into a huge ball. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang and blood splattered all over the place. Lei Tianying reacted quickly, but a large amount of blood splattered on his body. His entire face turned red and fresh blood flowed out. How could there be such a technique? Lei Tianying trembled. Chapter 4198. After telling Ling Yun about the mysterious master, the city lord of Luoxia City was completely relieved. The Tianyun clan would definitely put this matter in an important position. No matter what happened to the mysterious master, the city lord of Luoxia City did not need to worry. The city lord of Luoxia City recovered and no longer felt so nervous. After being targeted by the Tianyun clan, one would either have to leave the area or be taken down. The city lord of Luoxia City felt at ease and resumed his usual activities. That night, the city lord of Luoxia City returned to his study after dealing with his affairs, ready to read the latest news. As soon as he entered the study, the city lord of Luoxia City felt a chill. The meaning of this made his hair stand on end. Who is it? The city lord of Luoxia City turned around and slapped. At the same time, he rushed out. The moment he stepped into the study, he felt a chill. It was a chill that made him feel a terrifying aura. Without saying anything, he chose to escape first. When the city lord of Luoxia City was halfway out, he suddenly found that he could not move. He was only half a step away from the door. He panicked. He was completely panicked. You are quite bold. I spared your life to give you face, but you actually arranged for someone to follow me. I really don't know who gave you the courage to do this. The city lord of Luoxia City could not move and was sucked back by a force. The door was closed again. Senior, you misunderstood me. I really did not follow you. Someone must have wronged me. The city lord of Luoxia City immediately turned pale when he saw the figure of the other party. He did not expect that the mysterious senior would come back again. You seem to know something now, which makes me unable to calm down. This is a matter of life and death. Are you sure someone wronged you? Lin Fei looked down at the city lord of Luoxia City. If someone wronged you, why would I come back to find you? His killing intent was cold. It's over, it's over. The city lord of Luoxia City did not dare to think about it anymore. This is what Ling Yun asked me to do. I really did not want to deal with you, senior. With your strength, you are not someone I can do anything to. The city lord of Luoxia City said repeatedly. Lin Fei shook his head and looked disappointed. You are not honest, so you can only say that you are unlucky. An invisible sword chi whizzed through the space between the Luoxia City lord's eyebrows, leaving a bloody hole. Lin Fei took the things on Luoxia City lord's body and floated away. The corpse of the Luoxia City lord was discovered the next day. The entire Luoxia City was shocked. The news reached the Tianyun clan. Lei Tianying was once again enraged and smashed many things. Ancestor, this must be that guy's revenge. Our Tianyun clan has lost a total of 6 innate masters. Lei Tianying reported to the old ancestor. His face was filled with murderous intent. He wanted nothing more than to capture this person and chop him into 18 pieces. I suspect that this person is a chi cultivating master. He should be at the first or second level of the chi cultivating stage. I just don't know which force he belongs to. The old ancestor, whose eyes were cloudy, looked calm. In that case, arrange for someone to pretend to be that guy and directly label him as an expert of the demon clan who has done all kinds of evil. Let him become famous in the Kunlun mystic realm. By then, we don't need to do anything. The other 4 top forces will immediately attack and kill this person. As long as that kid shows up, he will definitely die. The old ancestor suggested to Lei Tianying. Lei Tianying also thought that it was a good idea. The Tianyun clan had lost 6 innate masters, and they couldn't let the mysterious master get away with it. I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it. We'll definitely make him famous. It just so happens that we have a disguise expert in our sect. He can disguise himself as that person. No one will suspect anything. Maybe the demon lord will even thank us. They've lost a demon general. Lin Fei did not know about this. He walked back the way he came and arrived at the exit with ease. The array was still there. As soon as he came out of the Kunlun mystic realm, there was a huge difference in the changes of spiritual energy between the 2 worlds, which made Lin Fei a little uncomfortable. He sealed the entrance again. Lin Fei turned around and left the forest. I wonder how my training in Thailand has been while I was away. I should have gained quite a lot. Lin Fei went straight to Kai Shan's residence. It didn't take long for him to arrive at Kai Shan's residence. However, as soon as he reached the door, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Something seemed to be wrong. Although he had not been in the Kunlun mystic realm for a long time, the time of the two worlds was the same, and there was basically not much difference. Walking into Kai Shan's residence, Lin Fei saw something unusual. The people who were originally on guard were now all injured. "Master, you're finally back. Senior sister Su Mei has been kidnapped." As soon as Lin Fei came in, he saw the injured Kai Shan. Kai Shan's injuries were more serious than the last time. The pills he gave to Kai Shan previously naturally allowed him to recover quickly. However, this time, his injuries were several times more serious than the last time, and he seemed to be on the verge of death. If it wasn't for his immense strength supporting him, Kai Shan would have died a long time ago. "Little Su has been kidnapped. Who did it? With your strength, who can be your match in Southeast Asia?" Lin Fei's face turned ugly. Little Su was his first disciple. He originally wanted to leave her in Thailand to train. But now, she was actually kidnapped. Kai Shan lowered his head and said, "That person is an expert. He should be a Chinese expert. He directly barged into my place, and none of my people could stop him. Even when I used my methods, I wasn't his match. In just 5 moves, I lost to him. If it wasn't for senior sister Su pleading for mercy on my behalf, I might have been killed by that person. My people are already investigating. As long as there is a trace of him left behind, my people will definitely be able to find his whereabouts. This is all my fault. If it wasn't for me bringing senior sister Su around to challenge experts, we wouldn't have been targeted." Lin Fei snorted coldly, "This isn't your fault. You even dare to kidnap my disciple. I want to see who has the guts to do so." Lin Fei took out a bottle of pills and threw it to Kai Shan. "Eat this pill first. If I were here for a few more days, you'd be dead." Kai Shan originally didn't have much use for Lin Fei. However, with the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan's importance was self-evident. Lin Fei didn't wish for Kai Shan to die so quickly. He still needed someone to help watch over the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm. Not only did Kai Shan consume pills, Lin Fei personally helped Kai Shan resolve the energy in his body. It was a pure yang energy, and it was extremely overbearing. If he didn't resolve it, his injuries would be suppressed and unable to heal. Chapter 4199. In a small farm in the outskirts of Thailand. The surrounding area was filled with large plantations of banana trees. Farms like this could be seen everywhere in Thailand. "Miss Su, you didn't expect this, did you? We meet again. Do you think I should smile or should you smile?" Su Wenchang smiled as he pushed open the door and entered. Su Mei sat on the bed. Her face was a little pale and she was in a bad state of mind. However, she was still all right. "How did you get in? Why are you here?" When Su Wenchang entered, Su Mei was shocked. How could she have forgotten about this guy? Su Wenchang chuckled, "Miss Su, I didn't expect this day to come. However, don't worry, I won't touch you. I'm just here to see if you're doing well. After all, it's all thanks to me that you're here. So, you're the one behind this." Su Mei's eyes were spitting fire. She clasped her hands together and slashed at Su Wenchang. However, this movement caused her to fall to the ground. Su Mei's face turned pale. She just remembered that her strength had been sealed. She was no different from a normal weak girl. In fact, she might even be weaker than a normal person. Su Wenchang squatted down. "Hee, Miss Su, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for your help, I wouldn't have met my current master. Now, I've reached the heavens in a single step." When Su Wenchang thought about what happened on the plane that day, he was infuriated. Especially after he saw Chai Shan, he was extremely uneasy. In the following days, he was terrified and he almost wanted to leave Thailand. However, he had things to do, so he had no choice but to bear with it. Until one day, he met Su Mei by chance. He found out that Su Mei was a martial arts expert who had defeated many famous experts in Thailand. Initially, that was fine. However, Su Wenchang was found by a mysterious person who agreed to help him. Initially, Su Wenchang didn't really believe it. However, after the other party displayed his strength, he completely believed it and worked very hard for that person. Moreover, that person seemed to be looking for someone, and it was a young girl. Hence, he added Su Mei's name to the list. Due to a freak combination of factors, Su Mei was captured by that mysterious person. Now, she was being watched by Su Wenchang. Although Su Wenchang didn't dare to touch the person in front of him, he was very happy to be able to look down on Su Mei. Miss Su, I know you are very strong, but you are no different from a weak girl now. Do you want to hit me? Come on then. I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to walk. Su Wenchang laughed, his face full of pride. Su Mei opened her mouth and spat on Su Wenchang's face. Su Wenchang, just you wait. Once I recover my strength, I will definitely break your limbs and throw you into Thailand to be a beggar. These days, Su Mei had defeated countless experts in Thailand. Experience was very useful. Even if she couldn't use any of it now, Su Mei didn't have the slightest bit of cowardice as she stared at Su Wenchang. Su Wenchang chuckled, then I'll wait for you to break my limbs. I'm so scared. Su Wenchang shrunk his neck and smiled. He didn't take Su Mei's words seriously at all. At this moment, a figure walked over. Su Wenchang turned his head abruptly and saw a cloaked man walking over. Su Wenchang immediately revealed a smile. Master, you're here. Miss Su's temper is still very bad. I think it's better to starve her for a few meals. Look at Miss Su's full of energy, she doesn't look like she wants to talk nicely at all. There was an additional figure in black at the door. Under the cloak, one couldn't see his face clearly. The aura on his body was very gloomy and cold. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Until now, Su Mei couldn't forget that it was this person who charged into Kai Shan's residence and defeated him in 2 or 3 moves before capturing her. Su Mei was originally very afraid. She didn't expect that after this person brought her here, he would seal her strength and lock her in this wooden house. It seemed like he even let Su Wenchang watch from outside. Even though Su Mei was very smart, she couldn't guess the other party's thoughts. However, based on a woman's intuition, Su Mei felt that the mysterious person's motive for her was not simple. Miss Su, you don't need to know who I am. However, you should be glad that I found you. With your 10,000 body, it's very hard to find you in this secular world. I didn't expect to find you here. I can only say that you're lucky. You don't need to worry about me killing you because you're a treasure in my eyes. You just need to eat and drink well. After a while, you'll realize that this world is more interesting than you can imagine. Ordinary people don't have this kind of opportunity, the cloaked man said with a sinister smile. When this voice fell into Su Mei's ears, it was very ear-piercing. I don't care what you plan to do with me, but I want to tell you that my master is very powerful. When my master comes, I'm afraid that you won't have a good ending, Su Mei said coldly. The cloaked man said with disdain, isn't your master Kai Shan? Kai Shan's strength is indeed very powerful outside and he's the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. However, in my eyes, he's just trash that can't withstand a single blow. You'll definitely regret it. Su Mei looked at the cloaked man. Then I'll wait for your master to come. In my entire life, I've never encountered anything that could make me regret. The cloaked man said lightly. He turned to Su Wenchang and said, I still have something to do. Look after Su Mei for me. If she escapes from here, you don't need to continue living. Su Wenchang nodded repeatedly, Master, don't worry. I'll definitely look after Miss Su. She can forget about escaping from my eyes. Once you've done this, I'll bring you into the sect and let you officially become a martial artist. The cloaked man said before turning around and leaving. Miss Su, you've also seen it. You should just obediently accept your fate. Su Wenchang said with a smile, I should also thank you. If it wasn't for you, how could I possibly have the opportunity to become a martial artist? It's all thanks to you. Su Mei didn't speak anymore. She struggled to stand up from the ground and sat on the bed. Close the door for me. I don't want to see you. You don't want anything to happen to me, right? Otherwise, I'm afraid that mysterious person will be the first to kill you. Su Wenchang's face instantly turned somewhat ugly. He opened his hand and was about to hit her. Go ahead and try. Su Mei glared. Su Wenchang hesitated and retracted his hand. He didn't dare to do anything and slammed the door fiercely. Miss Su, I'll starve you for 3 to 5 days first. You won't starve to death anyway. Chapter 4200. With Lin Fei's help, Kai Shan quickly recovered from his injuries and even improved a little. Kai Shan's men were searching for clues immediately. However, after 3 days, there was no result at all. It was as if Su Mei had disappeared into thin air repeatedly. Master, our men haven't found anything. The whole of Thailand has been turned upside down. We've sent people to investigate all the suspicious places. We've also contacted the factions in the surrounding areas, but there are still no clues. Kai Shan lowered his head and looked depressed. Master, our men didn't find anything. It's normal that you can't find anything. Logically speaking, the person who kidnapped little Su shouldn't have left so easily. He must be hiding somewhere. Lin Fei snorted coldly. The person who kidnapped little Su was indeed good. He had concealed the marks on little Su's body. Even now, Lin Fei couldn't sense Su Mei's general location. He could only vaguely sense that Su Mei hadn't left Thailand. Originally, Lin Fei wanted Kai Shan to send people to search for clues. Even if there was a trace, he would be able to find Su Mei's whereabouts. Unfortunately, he was happy for nothing. Since your men can't find her, I'll do it myself. Lin Fei's face turned cold. He decided to do it himself. When he returned, Lin Fei knew that Su Mei had been kidnapped. However, he wasn't worried because her aura was still there. In other words, she was locked up somewhere. Now that Kai Shan's men couldn't find any clues, Lin Fei could only do it himself. Prepare high-quality yellow paper, cinnabar, and a wolf hair brush. The older, the better. Kai Shan immediately went out to prepare. The long table was quickly filled with the things that Lin Fei needed. I haven't made talismans in a long time. There shouldn't be any problem. The ground cinnabar was placed beside Lin Fei. Lin Fei grabbed the wolf howling brush and started drawing on the yellow paper. Lin Fei hadn't drawn a talisman in a long time. In order to find Su Mei, Lin Fei had to draw a talisman. Of course, the talisman that Lin Fei drew was not just any ordinary talisman. It was the 1,000-mile person finder talisman. This was a real top-notch talisman. Although it was somewhat useless, it was still useful for finding people. Thankfully, I have recovered 20% of my strength. I can now use the 1,000-mile person seeker talisman. A few hundred miles should not be a problem. When the last stroke fell, the entire talisman emitted a faint light, and a splendid light flashed. Lin Fei knew that he had succeeded. Master, is this talisman drawing? I heard that there are requirements for drawing talismans. Many people spend their entire lives unable to draw a simple talisman. Kai Shan said respectfully. The difficulty of drawing talismans is average. It's just a matter of how many talismans you draw. Practice makes perfect. Lin Fei grabbed the talisman and activated it. On the talisman, Su Mei's birth date and 8 characters were left behind. The talisman turned into a cloud of green smoke. After the green smoke disappeared, a little bird came out. The bird wasn't big, and it was faintly discernible. After staying in place for a while, he flew out with a whoosh. You drive. I'll point the way. Lin Fei ran out and sat in an off-road vehicle outside. Kai Shan ran over to be the driver. Drive forward. He stepped on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle rushed out. Drive to the right. Drive forward to the end. Don't stop. The little bird's speed wasn't fast. It seemed to be waiting for Lin Fei. Kai Shan had learned a lot. He always knew that talismans were a very profound skill. A powerful talisman could exert great power. For example, this time, he suffered a big loss from the other party's talisman. If it wasn't for his profound skill, that attack from the talisman would have seriously injured him. He wouldn't have been able to hold on until his master returned. Gradually, the car kept driving out. Master, this is already the suburbs of Thailand. There are many farms outside. Could it be that Miss Sue is hidden in this farm? After a few dozen miles out of Thailand. This place seemed desolate. It wasn't as lively as Thailand. It would be better if she was hidden in a farm, Lin Fei said. Kai Shan knew that his master was angry. The little bird continued to fly forward. After 100 kilometers out of Thailand, the little bird's speed became slower and slower. If I'm not wrong, little Sue should be in one of the farms in front. Lin Fei coldly snorted and got out of the off-road vehicle. At this time, the off-road vehicle couldn't move anymore. In front of them were dense banana trees. The little bird had already flown into the banana forest, but with Lin Fei's divine sense locked onto it, there was no need to worry about not being able to find it. No wonder my people couldn't find her. So she was hiding in these banana forests. Kai Shan angrily said, "What a cunning fellow." A place like this was indeed not something he could find. It was impossible to leave any clues in these places. This area was a large area for planting bananas. It was filled with dense banana trees. Among these banana trees, one could occasionally see 1 or 2 wooden houses. These wooden houses weren't big, just enough for one person to live in. I hope Miss Sue is fine. Kai Shan prayed. Lin Fei and Kai Shan walked through the banana forest. After walking for another 20 to 30 kilometers. Halfway up the mountain, 2 wooden houses appeared. Around these wooden houses were banana trees of all sizes. If one didn't enter the banana forest, they wouldn't be able to see the wooden houses. The little bird flew all the way to the top of the wooden houses before turning into a green smoke and completely disappearing. In front of the wooden houses, Su Wenchang was lying on a recliner, lazily smoking a cigarette. Beside him was a pile of snacks, as well as big and small cups of instant noodles. In order to keep an eye on Su Mei, Su Wenchang didn't dare to leave for even a moment. Fortunately, there were 2 wooden houses, and he could sleep in one of them. This wooden house was locked by him. During the day, he would sit at the door. "Miss Sue, you must be hungry. I have instant noodles and biscuits here. As long as you beg me, I'll give them to you. How about it? I'm finally easy to talk to." Su Wenchang chuckled. "Surnamed Su, just give up. Even if I, Su Mei, starve to death, I won't eat your food." Su Mei's cold voice came from inside the house. Su Wenchang was a little annoyed. "Humph, today is the 3rd day. Let's see how much longer you can hold on." Su Wenchang wanted Su Mei to lower her head. He believed that Su Mei wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Not eating for 1 or 2 days might be nothing, but not everyone could hold on for 3 or 4 days. "So it's you, kid. You're really bold." Just as Su Wenchang finished speaking, a figure rushed in front of him. Before Su Wenchang could react, with a bang, his entire body was smashed to the ground. He only heard cracking sounds. Who knew how many of his ribs were broken? A figure appeared in front of Su Wenchang. "It's him. Invincible Leveling King, Invincible Leveling King." Chapter 4201. Su Wenchang's kick had left him half dead. He had never expected that someone would come to this place. His master had told him that this place was far from Thailand, in the outskirts, and surrounded by banana forests. Other than a few acquaintances, no one knew of the existence of these 2 wooden houses. "Are you surprised?" "Of course, I'm even more surprised by your appearance." Lin Fei walked over and looked down at Su Wenchang as he spoke coldly. Kai Shan slashed open the door with a palm. "Senior sister, we are here." Su Mei, who was in the room, saw Kai Shan standing at the door and her master, Lin Gei, behind him. She cried tears of joy. "Master, you are finally here. Your disciple has disappointed you." Su Mei didn't even dare to raise her head to look at Lin Fei. She had come to Thailand to train for such a long time, but she was kidnapped and her strength was sealed. Su Mei didn't know how to face her master and felt that she had learned for nothing. Lin Fei was relieved to see that Su Mei was fine. He suddenly narrowed his eyes and raised his hand to slap Su Mei several times. Every slap was as fast as lightning and as light as a gust of wind. Su Mei snorted and was pleasantly surprised to find that the strength in her body was flowing through her body again. She had recovered her strength. Su Wenchang, do you remember what I said? I will break your limbs. Su Mei, who had recovered her strength, pounced forward with a cold expression. She lifted Su Wenchang up from the ground and slashed at his arms and legs. Kacha, kacha. Su Wenchang screamed and was thrown to the ground. He couldn't move and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Miss Su, I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me. This was all arranged by my master. I am just doing things for him. Su Wenchang's face was pale. How could he forget what Su Mei said? He didn't expect it to come true so quickly. Wave after wave of intense pain assaulted Su Wenchang's entire body, keeping him awake at all times. At this moment, Su Wenchang wanted to faint, but the more he did so, the more energetic he was. Su Mei also had a belly full of anger. She kicked Su Wenchang's body again, directly sending Su Wenchang flying. He crashed into more than 10 banana trees in a row. Lin Fei didn't stop Su Mei from doing this. He knew that his eldest disciple had been suppressing her anger and it was time for her to vent it out. Don't kill this guy. I still have some things to know. Master, I understand. Miss Su, please spare my life. I really can't take it anymore, Su Wenchang begged. How could Su Mei listen to Su Wenchang's words? She went up and continuously beat him up. Bang, bang, bang. Kai Shan was sweating as he watched. It was too tragic. After beating her up for more than 10 minutes, she finally stopped. Su Mei's face had also recovered, and there was no longer as much hatred as before. He threw Su Wenchang in front of Lin Fei. Su Wenchang had already been beaten up to the point where he didn't look like a human. If he wasn't still breathing, he would have been beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Su Mei's change. At least in Thailand, strength was effective. Her mental state had clearly changed. Su Wenchang couldn't move. He couldn't even say a word. His teeth were almost all beaten out. Once he opened his mouth, air would leak out. Lin Fei lifted Su Wenchang and tapped his forehead with a finger. The memories in Su Wenchang's mind kept appearing. In just a few seconds, Lin Fei had gone through all of his memories. When Su Wenchang landed on the ground again, his eyes were completely lifeless. Under Lin Fei's violent methods, his consciousness was scattered. Now, he was no different from an idiot. Even if God Daluo came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Kai Shan, do you know the Dojo of Limits? When checking Su Wenchang's memories, there was a paragraph that stood out the most. It was that the master he recognized seemed to come from a place in the Dojo of Limits. He definitely had a great relationship with the Dojo of Limits. Kai Shan said in shock, I know about the Dojo of Limits. It's a mysterious force in Thailand. This dojo has existed for a long time, but no one dared to touch it because there are experts overseeing it. They are very strong. I once went to the Dojo of Limits to spar with them, but I didn't gain any advantage. Later, I heard that the person I fought with wasn't the strongest. Since then, I didn't go to the Dojo of Limits anymore. I secretly arranged people to keep an eye on the Dojo of Limits and found out a lot of information. This Dojo of Limits should have a lot of God-rank experts overseeing it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. Looks like this Dojo of Limits background isn't small. Let's go, we'll go to the Dojo of Limits now. I want to see just what kind of background this Dojo of Limits has. Lin Fei had already memorized that person's appearance. Master, I heard from that mysterious person that I seem to be very useful to him. Moreover, he could see that I have the 10,000 yen body at a glance. He should be very concerned about me. I saw that he was busy with something. That person should be in Thailand. Su Mei told him about the situation that day. Lin Fei brought Su Mei out of the banana forest and got into the off-road vehicle. Kai Shan continued to be the driver. At the same time, he arranged for people to take Su Wencheng away and left people to watch the wooden house. Master, am I very useless? I caused you trouble again. Su Mei said with her head lowered. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. This little trouble is nothing. As a fighter, you will always encounter all kinds of troubles. You also have the 10,000 yin body. Since that person could see that you're naturally not weak, it's normal for you to not be his opponent. However, with your own body, in a few years, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Moreover, your strength has increased very quickly. You're now a grand master. Lin Fei saw Su Mei's improvement. He was naturally very satisfied with this big disciple of his. Thank you for the compliment, master. This was just an accident. This kind of thing won't happen again. Lin Fei realized that he had neglected some things, such as making some powerful methods for the people around him. Fortunately, this time's situation wasn't as bad as he imagined. Lin Fei wasn't that worried anymore. When he returned, he must make powerful talismans for them to protect their lives. With these talismans, even if an expert attacked, they could easily repel the opponent, unless the opponent didn't want to live anymore. When they returned to Thailand, it was already evening. Master, my people are already watching the Extreme Dojo. No one came out or went in. An off-road vehicle stopped on the side of the road. Not far from the roadside, there was a villa with 2 stone lions. It was hard to imagine that the Extreme Dojo was in this villa. This is the Extreme Dojo? Lin Fei glanced at the villa. He didn't feel any powerful aura, but he noticed something different. There was a formation set up in this villa, isolating all auras. Apex. Chapter 4202. The Dojo of Limits was very mysterious in Thailand. Until now, no one knew who the founder of the Dojo of Limits was. Anyone who had a relationship with the Dojo of Limits, in a short span of 10 years, would have a meteoric rise. Any opponent of these people, without exception, would have all kinds of accidents. From then on, no one dared to look down on the Dojo of Limits. At this time, in a study room of the Dojo of Limits, the smell of sandalwood lingered in the air, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Under this fragrance, a light sniff could make people feel relaxed and happy. Junior brother, you did very well this time. I didn't think that we could find a 10,000 yin body outside. This is a nearly extinct body. The one speaking was a black-faced brute. The black-faced brute's skin was dark as if he came out of a mine, forming a huge contrast with the white skin of the middle-aged man opposite him. Speaking of which, this is also a coincidence. It's just that we found the 10,000 yin body, but we don't know when we'll find the pure yang blood. Young master needs the 10,000 yin body and the pure yang blood to cultivate that technique. Only then will he be able to cultivate that technique at a critical moment. Once he cultivates this technique, he will have the strength to cultivate qi. Our sect can have another qi cultivating expert. The middle-aged man said. I already know the whereabouts of the pure yang blood. There should be concrete news soon. At that time, we can discuss how to act. But you put that Su Mei with the 10,000 yin body in the banana forest outside. Will there be any accidents? The middle-aged man opposite said, that place is very safe. If Kai Shan wasn't the #1 expert in Southeast Asia and time was tight, I would definitely kill him. Otherwise, why would I go through so much trouble to hide Su Mei outside? Wouldn't it be fine if I just put her in the Dojo of Limits? The black-faced brute shook his head. Luckily you didn't kill her. That Kai Shan isn't simple. Don't look at his strength as a Xiantian, he has people behind him. Last time he was ambushed and quickly recovered from his injuries. If he didn't have people behind him, he wouldn't be able to recover that fast. Plus, if we really killed Kai Shan, there would be chaos. It wouldn't be good for our Dojo of Limits. With Kai Shan at the front, no one would suspect us. The middle-aged man opposite said, "Senior brother really knows how to calculate. In this aspect, I'm much worse than you." A knock on the door interrupted their conversation. "Head, there's a man and a woman outside, but the woman is a grand master. She said she wants to spar with our dojo of limits. Many of our disciples have been defeated. Do you want to come out and take a look?" In Thailand, a grandmaster was considered very powerful. The black-faced man was a little surprised. Female grandmasters are quite rare. "I want to go out and take a look." The middle-aged man didn't plan on going out. "I won't go outside. It's just a female grandmaster. She probably heard from someone that our dojo of limits has an expert. These guys are all crazy girls." The black-faced man laughed. "So what if she's a crazy woman? I quite like crazy women." The dojo of limits inside the villa was very big. From the outside, there was a garden with a lot of facilities. After walking through this path, they arrived at the dojo of limits lobby. The hall was very big, and the most eye-catching thing was the huge arena in the middle. At this moment, there were many disciples of the dojo of limits sparring with each other. The fight was very intense. It wasn't as weak as usual. One look and you could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. Lin Fei and Su Mei walked in. Kai Shan was left outside by Lin Fei. He told him to keep an eye on the dojo of limits and send him a message if there's any movement. There really is a formation inside the dojo of limits. Standing in the lobby, Lin Fei felt 5 powerful auras. Among the 5, 4 were early and middle Xiantian, and the last one was a peak Xiantian. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this peak Xiantian seemed to have a certain connection with the formation. In other words, this person could control the dojo of limits formation. Maybe he could increase his strength by 30 to 50%. No wonder Kai Shan wasn't their opponent. That's right. Kai Shan's poison techniques are indeed powerful. However, against these people, his poison attacks are weak. "I'm here to spar with the dojo of limits." As soon as Su Mei came in, she didn't say anything and rushed towards a fighter who looked strong. She used a series of bagua palms and kicks. She attacked fiercely, catching the opponent off guard. In the blink of an eye, she defeated several disciples of the dojo of limits. At this moment, the disciples of the dojo of limits were furious. "Stop! Who allowed you to cause trouble here?" A disciple of the dojo of limits rushed out and started fighting with Su Mei. Su Mei used Su Wenchang to beat him up. She vented a lot of her anger, but there was still a large portion of her anger that hadn't been vented. After all, no matter how much Su Wenchang beat her up, he wouldn't be able to handle Su Mei's strength. And now, Su Mei finally had an opponent she could face. Peng 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 peng. Su Mei's palm technique had a cold aura. It made the opponents feel a lot of pressure. Lin Fei stood on the side and didn't say anything. He just silently watched. He was very satisfied with Su Mei's performance. "I heard that the people of the dojo of limits are very strong, but you guys disappoint me too much." Su Mei once again whipped out her leg, sending a disciple of the dojo of limits flying. The disciple landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud. At this moment, the disciples of the dojo of limits only dared to surround and not attack. "If you don't dare to attack now, then I'll do it myself." Su Mei chose the closest disciple and pounced on him. She used a series of palm strikes and kicks. Many more disciples were knocked to the ground. Impudent. This is the dojo of limits. You, a female grandmaster, can do whatever you want. Another figure rushed out. This figure was very strong. Every step was like an earthquake. Su Mei's face became serious. An expert. Only like this can be considered an opponent. Su Mei dodged the attack with a swallow flip. She turned around and used a whip to ruthlessly hit the opponent's body. This attack was very strong. It landed squarely on the opponent's body and made a muffled sound. "You dare to behave atrociously here with just this bit of strength?" the bulky man said in disdain. He chopped down with one hand. It was like a knife, incomparably sharp. Sume flipped up and used her legs to clamp the opponent. She fiercely flipped the bulky man and threw him away. For tails against 1,000 caddies. How do you feel now? Sume pounced on him. Cold air attacked. The bulky man underestimated the opponent. He wiped the blood from his mouth. Interesting. Chapter 4203. P.S. I'm stuck at the last minute. The brawny man's fighting style was big and bold, constantly attacking Sume at close range. Sume's cold palm technique used softness to overcome hardness. The two of them were locked in a stalemate and were evenly matched. For a moment, no one could hold the other. After a long time, the two of them were a little anxious. The brawny man used a secret technique and the aura on his body instantly soared. Sume took advantage of this opportunity and also used a secret technique. Heart-chilling strike. Sume lightly shouted, affecting the surrounding cold chi, and instantly launched a blow in the brawny man's body. The burly man groaned and retreated a few steps before sitting on the ground. His entire face was covered with a layer of white frost. I didn't expect you to have this move. I'm not as good as you. The brawny man spoke with a trembling voice and spat out white mist. Thank you for letting me win. The secret technique that Sume used was taught to her by Lin Fei. She had never used it before and did not expect to use it here. More importantly, the opponent had withstood Sume's attack and his injury was not as serious as imagined. Sume could be considered to have seen what it meant by there is always someone better out there. What a great female grandmaster. You are so young and yet you can master this secret technique. If you are given time, it won't be long before you can break through to the innate realm. A black-faced brawny man walked out with his hands in his hands. His eyes stared at Sume and his whole face revealed a trace of ecstasy. This was because he smelled the aura of the 10,000 body on this female grandmaster. Others might not feel it, but the black-faced brawny man was exceptionally clear. His junior brother had just obtained a 10,000 body and now another one had appeared. The black-faced brawny man felt that his luck was too good. There was no fear of having too many of such top-grade physiques. One was one, there would never be too many. Dojo master, her palm technique is very special. I'm not her opponent. The brawny man stood up, his whole face was still pale. The black-faced brawny man said, it's normal that you can't beat her. Fortunately, her strength has not reached the innate realm. Otherwise, her strength can be increased by several times. Ordinary people are not her opponent at all. There is nothing to be ashamed of losing to her. You're that dojo master? Sume sensed a trace of powerful aura from the other party. It was even more powerful than the muscular man in front of her. Looks like you're not a good person either. Sume fiercely pounced forward and attacked with both hands. Each of them sent out a palm strike that was frighteningly cold. Lin Fei, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded in approval when he saw this scene. Facing a strong opponent, her eldest disciple still dared to make a move. In terms of mentality, she had already surpassed many people. As a martial artist, if they did not have a strong mentality, then they would never be able to accomplish anything. Sume had done very well in this aspect. She clearly knew that the opponent was strong, but she still decided to give it a try. This was not the immensity of heaven and earth, but a kind of attitude. This attitude determined what the future would be like. The black-faced man took a step forward and punched out, aiming for the root of the problem. A wave exploded like a scarlet flame. Sume's two palms were directly broken, and a huge wave surged on her body, causing her to retreat several steps. At this moment, a figure appeared behind Sume. A hand blocked Sume's back, dispersing all the power. At this moment, Sume's forehead was full of sweat. The moment they exchanged blows, it was as if she was in a furnace. All the water in her body seemed to be evaporating at this moment. Little girl, seeing that your strength isn't bad, just obediently stay in the dojo of limits. As long as you're willing to stay in the dojo of limits, I can guarantee that you'll become a Xiantian master within 3 years. The black-faced man laughed. You should know that the Xiantian realm is a huge threshold. It's like ascending to the heavens. Who knows how many Grand Masters have been stuck? Every Grand Master wishes to become a Xiantian master. What do you think? Su Mei spat on the ground. You have the nerve to ask me to stay in the dojo of limits. Have you asked my master? With just this bit of strength, you have the nerve to behave atrociously in front of my master. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see who you are? The dark-faced burly man's gaze landed on Lin Fei, who was standing behind Su Mei, and was filled with disdain. I don't know where this young man behind you got his courage from, but he actually dares to become your master. Doesn't he know that a person like you can't be guided and nurtured by an ordinary master? The black-faced man didn't feel any aura from Lin Fei's body. This kind of person's strength couldn't be that strong. The black-faced man decided to teach this guy a lesson. To let him know that being a master isn't that easy. Let me see what makes you qualified to be someone else's master. The black-faced man's feet moved, and a few afterimages appeared. In an instant, he arrived on the left side of Lin Fei, and a fist fiercely struck towards Lin Fei's head. If Lin Fei was hit by this punch, his head would explode and he would turn into a pool of blood. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He had no enmity with this black-faced man, and he didn't even say a word. Yet, his attack was so vicious. Lin Fei was a bit unhappy. In the face of this violent punch, Lin Fei moved his head slightly to the side, dodging it. The black-faced man was clearly surprised that his fist actually missed. Then, let's punch again. He pulled back his fist and punched out again. In one breath, his strength was even greater than before. Lin Fei lightly moved his head and directly dodged it. The black-faced man once again missed. Look, you can't even hit my master, and you still have the nerve to act in front of my master. Su Mei hid behind Lin Fei and smiled happily. The black-faced man's face was a bit embarrassed. Peng 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 peng. The speed of his punches instantly increased, and a dozen fist shadows fiercely attacked. Not only that, his legs also kicked out at the first moment. It turned out that the black-faced man was not only powerful in fist techniques, but also in leg techniques. In close combat, he suddenly displayed such a move, and it really caught everyone off guard. The black-faced man revealed a cruel smile. His trump card was not something that just anyone could block. Ah! But in the next second, the black-faced man suddenly screamed. It was as if his leg had kicked a large steel plate. His leg bone was definitely broken. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. This guy obviously didn't have any aura on his body. How could his leg be so hard? With his leg technique, it was as if he had kicked a steel plate. His legs were almost numb, and he took a few steps back. It seems that you are still too weak. Lin Fei shook his head. Who the hell are you? In a flash, he flashed in front of the black-faced man and slapped the black-faced man's face. Plop. A loud sound echoed. The black-faced man's whole body hit the ground. Countless cracks and fragments spread out like a spiderweb. It was a ghastly sight. The black-faced man had already sunk to the bottom of the ground. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4204. A loud sound. The ground of the dojo of limits was filled with countless cracks. The entire dojo shook as if an earthquake had happened. The dojo master actually lost. Impossible. How could our dojo master lose? The disciples of the dojo of limits were all dumbfounded and immediately shrouded in fear. In their eyes, the dojo master's strength was unfathomable. Who knows how many experts had been defeated by him, including the #1 expert in Southeast Asia, Kai Shan. Since then, the name of the dojo of limits spread throughout Southeast Asia. No one dared to offend the dojo of limits. Just being a disciple of the dojo of limits allowed them to walk unhindered throughout Southeast Asia. This was something they were proud of. But right now, the powerful and invincible dojo master in their eyes was defeated just like that. His whole body was lying in a pit, not knowing if he was dead or alive. "You don't need to know who I am, but you touched my disciple. We'll have to settle this." Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. The black-faced man didn't have time to do anything before he was sucked out. In front of this power, the black-faced man's expression changed again. He didn't even have the slightest ability to struggle as he was tightly grabbed by Su Mo. Even though he mobilized all the power in his body to the limit, he still couldn't break free. "Disciple? Senior, you must be mistaken. When did our extreme martial dojo make a move against your disciple?" The black-faced man said bravely. A light flashed through his mind, but he quickly suppressed it. "It can't be that coincidental, right?" Su Mei took a step forward and stared coldly at the black-faced man. "My name is Su Mei. I don't know if you have any impression of me." The black-faced man's mind exploded. He revealed an expression of disbelief and blurted out, You're Su Mei. Weren't you locked outside? Why are you here?" The black-faced man obviously knew the name Su Mei. She was the 1 in 10,000 person with the 10,000 yin body. She was locked in a banana forest in the outskirts by his disciple. Now, Su Mei actually came to the dojo of limits. What the black-faced man couldn't accept the most was that Su Mei had such a powerful master behind her. He was a peak Xiantian expert, yet he was defeated in one move and was heavily injured. The black-faced man couldn't believe this was true. "Are you surprised and shocked? Wasn't I, Su Mei, locked outside? However, you have underestimated me. I have a good master. My master came from afar and saved me. Now, we can properly settle our old debts. I know that it wasn't you who did it. There should be someone else," Su Mei said coldly. Lin Fei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly looking at the black-faced man. "You should have heard my disciple's words, right? If you know what's good for you, call him out. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep your life." The black-faced man had indeed underestimated Su Mei. However, since things had already developed to this point, he could only try his best to resolve this matter. "Senior, I don't know where you came from, but you shouldn't have come to the dojo of limits. You should know that the dojo of limits isn't a normal dojo. Even though you caught me, you forgot that I'm not the only expert in the dojo of limits. Junior, you can make your move." The black-faced man suddenly yelled. A loud boom resounded. The disciples of the dojo of limits that were originally standing fell to the ground. An invisible force instantly crushed everyone's body. Su Mei was also caught off guard by this move. Luckily, Lin Fei put a hand on Su Mei's shoulder and the invisible force disappeared. "You dare to touch my senior? You can go die now." With a loud bang, a cold shout rang out, and a figure quickly pounced over. A ray of sword light exploded into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Lin Fei's body. It was unknown how many sword shadows were contained in this sword light. In any case, the power of this sword became very terrifying. The black-faced man who was caught in the air also had a proud smile on his face. This was the dojo of limits trump card. For example, the invisible force he just used was called Gravity Crush. Under normal pressure, the terrifying gravity increased by more than 7 to 8 times. No matter which fighter it was, they wouldn't be able to withstand it in one move, let alone display any fighting strength. The black-faced man dared to attack the young man because he had great confidence in the formation. The formation was personally set up by the experts of the sect behind them. "Relying on gravity and this sword technique, you really think you can kill me?" Lin Fei laughed loudly. Then, a formless strand of sword chi charged into the sword light and swept away all the sword images. A figure retreated awkwardly. He took 3 steps back on the ground before stopping. "Master, this is the guy who caught me and injured Kai Shan." Su Mei immediately recognized this person. It was the mysterious person. The mysterious person landed on the ground. At this time, his wounds were covered with sword marks. 10x gravity, crush for me. Another loud bang. The gravity of the formation crushed down again. This time, it was even more powerful than before. The disciples of the Dojo of Limits were crushed until they vomited blood and fainted. Lin Fei put 2 fingers together and a sword light slashed over. The mysterious person blocked again and again. Sword shadows covered his body, but he was still sent flying by the sword and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Fan stomped on the ground. With a loud bang, the 10x gravity that covered his body instantly disappeared without a trace. Little Uncle Su, that guy tried to capture you. Now that I've seriously injured him, you can settle the debt with him. Only by defeating this kind of person yourself can you make the demon in your heart retreat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I won't let Master down. Su Mei's face was full of hatred as she pounced forward. All of this happened very quickly. The black-faced man couldn't believe it. The Dojo of Limits gravity formation was broken just like that. It was even under 10x gravity. That was 10x. Even if he was under 10x gravity, he wouldn't be able to move at all, let alone use his strength. But this young man was able to completely destroy the formation with just one kick. This kind of method. The black-faced man's face turned even darker. He realized that he was in trouble this time. Senior, please be lenient. We are from the Heaven's Limit Palace. Everything can be discussed. Lin Fei looked at the black-faced man. Heaven's Limit Palace, one of the top 5 powers in the Kunlun secret realm. They really hid themselves well. They actually opened a Dojo of Limits in Southeast Asia. Lin Fei knew that the Dojo of Limits wasn't simple. He didn't expect that the shadow of the Heaven's Limit Palace was behind this Dojo of Limits. Senior, this matter is the Dojo of Limits' fault. We didn't intentionally want to capture your disciple. Everything was just a misunderstanding. Our Heaven's Limit Palace is willing to compensate Senior. You can choose any cultivation technique you want. Bookhouse website. Chapter 4205. The black-faced man still couldn't figure out the background of this young man. At the start, when he found out that his junior brother had captured a female evolved Jing master with the 10,000 yin body, he was in an extremely good mood. He had even instructed his junior brother to investigate the other party's background to ensure that there wouldn't be any problems. His junior brother had assured him that nothing would go wrong and that this female evolved Jing master was from China. She didn't have any background in China and was just an ordinary person. As for how she managed to reach the evolved Jing master realm, they thought that it might be due to her physique. The black-faced man was relieved. But who would have thought that Su Mei actually had such a powerful backer behind her? He and his junior brother had made their moves and even used formations, but they still weren't a match for this person. The black-faced man realized the severity of the situation and had no choice but to use the Heaven's Limit Palace. The Extreme Dojo had been in Thailand for so long, but the black-faced man had never leaked any information about the Heaven's Limit Palace. Who would have thought that he would make an exception this time? There was no other way. In the current situation, he had to use the Celestial Palace to suppress the other party. Otherwise, with his junior apprentice brother's injuries, he would definitely not be a match for Su Mei. Unless the black-faced man was willing to see his junior apprentice brother die in front of him. Your Heaven's Limit Palace really thinks that you're so great. You captured my disciple and you think that you can make up for it with some pills and techniques? Lin Fei coldly snorted, you better watch how your junior brother is beaten to death by my disciple. The black-faced man's heart turned cold. Senior, my junior brother is from the Heaven's Limit Palace. If you kill my junior brother, the Heaven's Limit Palace will definitely not let you off. Since Senior knows about the 5 major powers of the Kunlun secret realm, you should also know how strong my Heaven's Limit Palace is. My Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert. Pung! The black-faced man crashed into a huge pillar. It turned out that Lin Fei had sent the black-faced man flying with a slap. Don't use this to threaten me. So what if the Heaven's Limit Palace has a chi refining stage expert? If you have the ability, then come out. If you don't have the ability, then don't talk nonsense here. The black-faced man's injuries worsened. He spat out an unknown amount of blood. He couldn't understand this young man. Was he really not afraid of the Heaven's Limit Palace? That was one of the top 5 forces in the Kunlun mystic realm. Wasn't he worried that he wouldn't be able to survive in the Kunlun mystic realm? The black-faced burly man had never been unable to see through a person before. He couldn't see any emotions from this youth. In fact, he could only see a trace of disdain. This was the Heaven's Limit Palace they were talking about, yet someone actually dared to mock them. The black-faced man wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. While Lin Fei and the black-faced man were talking, Su Mei and the mysterious expert were fighting. Weren't you so majestic when you took me down before? Now if you have the ability, then continue. Su Mei's chain of palms continued to strike, raising waves of Yin wind. The mysterious expert could only passively defend himself. When the chilly wind attacked him, although he could block a part of it, his body was full of wounds. The chilly wind seeped into his body through the wounds, causing his movement speed to slow down. It was a very bad situation. Su Mei, if you have the ability, wait until I'm healed. What's the meaning of bullying people now? The mysterious expert also felt very wronged. If he hadn't been injured, he would have been able to beat down a dozen Su Mei by himself. He wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state. Frost freeze. Su Mei shouted loudly. A surge of energy exploded within the mysterious expert's body, causing him to continuously vomit blood. He retreated again and again with blood flowing out. Next, Su Mei sent another chain of palms towards him. For a moment, the mysterious expert was flustered. He had lost any advantage and was surrounded by danger. It seemed that if he wasn't careful, he would be beaten to death by Su Mei. Lin Fei just watched quietly. Su Mei's progress was very fast. Today, she fought with this expert. Although the Xiantian expert only had 10 to 20% of his strength left, he was still a Xiantian expert. In the end, Su Mei was only an evolved Jing expert. However, she had the 10,000 Yin body, which gave her an advantage in cultivation. Moreover, she also practiced a Yin attribute cultivation technique. Under such circumstances, they were in a deadlock. There were a few times when Su Mei encountered the mysterious expert's trump card. Although she was slightly injured, she was able to turn misfortune into fortune. On the contrary, it was the mysterious expert who was in a bad situation. He tried to escape from the door several times. But every time he thought of doing so, an invisible sword chi would slash at him, forcing him back. He knew that it was the young man who didn't want him to leave. The mysterious man was completely desperate. It's very easy to get out of here alive. It's that easy to defeat my disciple. Lin Fei said indifferently, otherwise, unless you can kill me, you will have no choice but to obediently fight with my disciple. Perhaps Lin Fei's words made the mysterious man make up his mind. The next fight became more intense. Both Su Mei and the mysterious man didn't dare to take it lightly. After 30 moves, Su Mei launched a freezing move and broke the mysterious man's means in one fell swoop. Taking advantage of the other party's unstable state of mind and his strength was greatly affected, she smashed the mysterious man's heart and took his life. After the mysterious man died, Su Mei was gasping for breath. She had never fought with a Xiantian master before. The intensity of the fight was self-evident. She had walked around the gates of hell several times, but she managed to survive without any mishaps. Take the elixir first. Sit down and consolidate the battle experience just now. This is an improvement for you. A elixir floated to Su Mei. Su Mei unceremoniously swallowed it in one gulp. Then, she sat down and began to digest the battle experience silently. You really dared to kill Junior Brother Wu. You are making our Heaven's Palace your enemy. The black-faced man stared angrily at Lin Fei. Wu was a disciple of Heaven's Palace. To kill him just like that, not to mention he died in the hands of a grandmaster. He died with his eyes wide open. Lin Fei laughed as he walked over. So what if I killed Junior Brother Wu? Even if it was you, I would still kill you. A finger was pointed out. The black-faced man blocked with both his hands and felt a sharp pain in between his eyebrows. A figure appeared in front of him. Lin Fei's finger was already on the black-faced man's eyebrows. The black-faced man lost all consciousness in an instant. A moment later, he fell to the ground with a pu tong sound. Lin Fei muttered to himself, "Who asked your heaven's palace to offend me? From today onwards, there will no longer be a dojo of limits in Thailand." At this moment, there wasn't a single disciple left standing in the dojo of limits. Basically, all of them had fainted. Even those that remained were in a state of fear. Take your people and scram. Bookseller's website. Chapter 4206. After the people from the dojo of limits escaped, Kai Shan immediately brought people in. "Master, do you want to capture all of them?" Kai Shan asked after entering. Lin Fei didn't really care about the disciples of the dojo of limits, let them escape. Since the dojo master is dead, the rest doesn't matter. If they can help you, then you can arrange for people to capture them. I don't have any opinion on that. Lin Fei added. Kai Shan looked at the corpses on the ground. One of them was the dojo master and the other was an expert with the surname Wu. These two knew each other. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. Who told them to offend his master? A dignified Xiantian expert fell to such a state. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry to leave the dojo of limits. The dojo wasn't famous in Thailand, but its influence in Thailand wasn't weak. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see what was inside the dojo of limits. As for the Heaven's Peak Palace behind the dojo of limits, Lin Fei didn't really care. He more or less knew something about it. For example, qi cultivating experts. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't come to China. Perhaps this was an invisible binding force. Of course, this kind of binding force didn't exist for Lin Fei. The dojo of limits wasn't very big. Lin Fei released his divine sense to look around. He didn't find anything. Finally, he came to a study room. "Master, this study room looks very ordinary. There doesn't seem to be a place to hide anything." Su Mei glanced at it and said. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Then you are gravely mistaken." He stepped on the ground. With a kacha sound, the ground split in half. A stone staircase appeared, leading deep into the ground. It was like the entrance to hell, filled with unknown dangers. This is the place where the secret is hidden. Lin Fei walked down. As soon as he went down, he saw countless black lights attacking him. It was filled with an aura of destruction. So there was a trap set up at the entrance. Lin Fei raised his palm and slapped downwards. Next, an invisible force charged downwards. The loud rumbling lasted for quite a while. Su Mei, who was standing to the side, had a slight change in expression. She could feel a great sense of danger from the commotion below. "All right, it's safe now." Lin Fei was the first to walk down. Su Mei followed behind. It turned out that there was a secret room under the study. The secret room was surrounded by reinforced concrete, and the thickness was not low, at least 20 to 30 centimeters. Even if a martial artist was underground, it would be impossible to break through this secret room. There were many things in the secret room. "Master, what are these things? Why can't I understand what they are?" Su Mei looked around but did not recognize many things. The things placed here were all strange and grotesque. How could Su Mei have any experience? She only felt that it was very strange. After Lin Fei looked around, he smiled and said, "It's normal for you to not recognize these things. After all, you are still lacking in experience. When you have more experience, you will naturally know what these things are. I never thought that this Heaven's Pole Palace would have some methods. They actually collected these things in the secular world. It seems like this Heaven's Pole Palace isn't some good stuff. Master, could these be bad things?" Su Mei looked around and shrunk her neck. Lin Fei said, "Actually, if I didn't guess wrongly, these things should be used to refine an incomparably vicious magic tool. No, it should be a magic treasure. Don't think that these things looked unremarkable. When all these things were gathered together, they could be used to refine a powerful magic treasure." Lin Fei's eyesight was not something an ordinary person could compare with. With just a glance, he was able to make a general judgment of the situation. These were the various materials used to refine magic treasures. In the Kunlun's secret domain, most experts would use magic tools. Of course, magic tools were not something an ordinary expert could possess. Above magic tools were magic treasures, which were not something that just anyone could control. Lin Fei did not doubt that as long as he had a magic treasure in the Kunlun's secret domain, his strength would definitely increase by a huge amount, allowing him to become a peak expert in the Kunlun's secret domain. The extreme martial arts school had been silently collecting all sorts of materials. This move was indeed powerful. From these materials, one could tell that they had been collecting them for a long time. Almost all the materials for the magic treasure had been collected. Lin Fei waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, all the materials for the magic treasure turned into fine powder, scattering on the ground. Lin Fei naturally would not leave these things for the Heaven's Pole Palace to refine magic treasures. He might as well destroy them. Since they dared to capture his own disciple, Lin Fei would not let them off just because they had killed 2 experts from the extreme martial arts school. He believed that once the people from the Heaven's Pole Palace knew of this, they would definitely vomit blood. After all, these materials would require at least 10 years to gather. As for why the Heaven's Pole Palace did not have any experts guarding the place, the reason was very simple. It was because too long had passed. Coupled with the strength of the Dojo of Limits and the strength of the Extreme Martial Arts School, no one would suspect that the Extreme Martial Arts School was secretly collecting the materials for the magic treasure. In fact, this was indeed the case. Back then, the Heaven's Pole Palace had experts guarding the place. Moreover, they were at the Xiantian full circle. Coupled with the gravitational force of the array, it could be said that no matter who broke in, they would not have a good ending. Unfortunately, they met Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not care if they were at the Xiantian full circle and directly killed them. After dealing with this, Lin Fei prepared to leave. Master, there seems to be something amazing here. Su Mei suddenly discovered something strange. She pointed to an object not far away. Under the violent impact of Lin Fei's strength, there was actually an object that was not destroyed by his strength. Interesting. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. That object flew over on its own and landed in Lin Fei's hand. So it's a cultivation technique. Moreover, it was refined using special materials. No wonder it wasn't damaged. After Lin Fei saw that it was an ancient book, he also smiled. Master, if that's the case, then this cultivation technique should be very powerful. Su Mei said curiously, I wonder what kind of cultivation technique this is. It was actually preserved using this kind of material. Lin Fei was also a little surprised. He couldn't see through the material. Logically speaking, Lin Fei's experience was more than anyone else. There was nothing he couldn't recognize. However, he couldn't recognize this item. He had never seen it before. It was like paper, but not paper. It looked like gold, but not gold. It was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was a very strange existence. Lin Fei tried to use his strength to tear this ancient book. However, no matter how much he increased his strength, this cicada's wing thin paper didn't move an inch. This caused Lin Fei to be very surprised. This is strange. Although I have only recovered 20% of my strength, it is enough to tear apart anything. This paper is actually able to withstand it. How strange. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4207. Lin Fei's interest in this ancient book was piqued. He used almost 20% of his strength and still couldn't tear this ancient book apart. This was a bit thought-provoking. He opened the ancient book. Inside, it wasn't a cultivation technique. Instead, it was a travel manual. Lin Fei was very surprised. The entire travel manual didn't have a lot of words. It was only a few tens of thousands of words. It was about a student traveling around the country. It described the hardships of this student. It was as if there were 81 hardships. There wasn't anything special about the entire manual. Lin Fei handed the ancient book to Su Mei, take a look and see if there's anything different about this travel manual. Travel, not a cultivation technique? Sume was shocked. She took the ancient book and flipped through it. Sume didn't read very quickly. Word by word, it took her around 20 minutes to finish reading. In the end, she shook her head helplessly. Master, this is a very ordinary travel manual. I really don't see anything unusual about it. However, this ancient book was completely fine after Master's attack. It definitely isn't simple. However, what this manual talks about is travel. Recently, Sume had crammed a lot of words into her foundation, so she could recognize the words on the book. However, Sume really couldn't see anything special about it. If even you can't see it, then the people from the Dojo of Limits probably can't either. However, since they left this thing here, they should know that this ancient book has some secrets. It's just that they haven't been able to solve it. Lin Fei smiled. If you really think that this is a journey, then you are gravely mistaken. In fact, there is a very powerful cultivation technique contained within it. How should I put it? If you can break up all of these words and reassemble them, you will be able to obtain a cultivation technique. Right now, even I am feeling curious. To be able to reassemble a cultivation technique into a journey, that person is truly quite capable, said Lin Fei with a smile. That's right. Su Mei's eyes widened. That's right. Hiding a cultivation technique in your travel? Isn't the hole in your brain a little too big? No wonder everyone couldn't see through it. Lin Fei didn't get anything useful from the Dojo of Limits. However, just this ancient book alone wasn't enough to make Lin Fei's trip go to waste. He was ready to take a good look at what kind of technique was hidden in this ancient book. It was worth it to go through so much trouble and travel around to change the true nature of the cultivation method. Lin Fei and Su Mei left the extreme dojo. Kai Shan did not leave. Instead, he dealt with the aftermath. First was to capture the disciples of the Dojo of Limits. These disciples weren't weak. If they were captured and controlled, their strength would be even stronger. These Dojo of Limits disciples can't fall into other people's hands. Kai Shan wouldn't do such a thing to increase their strength. Back at Kai Shan's residence, Su Mei went back to digest the experience of fighting with the mysterious man. Lin Fei, on the other hand, went to study the ancient book. Wanting to restore a cultivation technique with tens of thousands of words of travel was indeed very difficult. It required a powerful calculation ability. Even the current supercomputers would find it hard to complete it in a short period of time. However, to Lin Fei, this wasn't a big deal. He used around 3 hours to calculate the travel technique and turned it into a cultivation technique. Endless Sea of Qi. This was the cultivation technique that Lin Fei obtained. It really is an incredible cultivation technique. No wonder it was changed into a travel technique. It's a pity that the people from Heaven's Pole Palace don't have good eyesight. They actually couldn't see that this was the real deal. Lin Fei had seen countless cultivation techniques. However, this was the first time he had seen a cultivation technique like this. It actually opened up a dantian in the fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If it was any other time, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't care about this cultivation technique. However, after flipping through this endless sea of qi, he felt that this cultivation technique was quite suitable for him to cultivate. Even though his immortal divine body had recovered quite a bit and his strength had also recovered about 20%, the further he went, the harder it would be. The purpose of Lin Fei's trip was to recover from his injuries. However, even after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy in the Kunlun mystic realm, he only managed to recover 10% of his injuries. It would be extremely difficult for him to recover to 30%. Even if he could absorb a large amount of spiritual energy, it would still take a long time for him to fully recover. If I cultivate this endless sea of qi, I can open up a dantian in my fleshly body to contain the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is a different path. I don't have to worry about my strength being affected. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This could be considered a new attempt. If Lin Fei used his fleshly body to condense his dantian, he wouldn't have to worry about his fleshly body being unable to withstand the dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Fei pondered over it a few more times. He was sure that the endless sea of qi was the most suitable for him to cultivate. At least, that was the case for now. Unless Lin Fei was able to obtain better ingredients, such as the divine essence pill. Currently, the endless sea of qi was a shortcut to recover his strength quickly. There were no flaws in this endless sea of qi cultivation technique. In fact, it was perfect. Lin Fei could definitely cultivate it. Lin Fei was a decisive person. Since he could cultivate it, he wouldn't hesitate. After familiarizing himself with the endless sea of qi, Lin Fei started to condense his dantian. It wasn't difficult to condense a dantian. Opening up a dantian in the fleshly body required a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth to rush into the fleshly body. If the fleshly body couldn't withstand the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it wouldn't be able to open up a dantian in the fleshly body. Both were not difficult for Lin Fei. The energy in his body was like a torrent, rushing into his fleshly body and opening up a mini dantian. To others, it was difficult to cultivate the dantian, but to Lin Fei, it was a piece of cake. The whirlpool spun continuously, and traces of energy constructed a dantian. From illusory to condensed. An hour later, a dantian the size of an egg appeared in his fleshly body, filled with surging energy. This energy was nothing. Lin Fei realized that the dantian was indeed quite useful. He could completely bypass his body to perform it, and it wouldn't cause any harm to his immortal body. After condensing the first dantian, Lin Fei immediately began to condense the second dantian. This time, Lin Fei did not face any obstacles, and it was extremely easy for him to condense the second dantian. If those old antiques found out about this efficiency, they would probably be shocked. With the first and second dantians, the rest was easy. That night, Lin Fei did not feel tired, and he continued to condense the dantian. 3, 4, 5, every time he condensed another dantian, Lin Fei's strength improved a little. This feeling of flying was really good. Chapter 4208. When the first rays of the morning sun shone in, Lin Fei opened his eyes and walked out of his room. His entire being felt refreshed. Endless sea of qi. It really has a history. I'm afraid it should be a powerful cultivation method. I condensed 20 sea of qi dantians in one night. Each sea of qi dantian is filled with all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Now my strength is not restricted and it's easier for me to use some techniques. To Lin Fei, condensing 20 sea of qi dantians in one night was not very efficient. That was because the process of condensing sea of qi dantian was getting slower. If the power of 20 sea of qi dantians burst out at the same time, he would be at the peak of qi refinement realm. There was no need to worry about affecting his injuries. Starting from cultivating endless sea of qi, Lin Fei realized that he would have to cultivate endless sea of qi for a period of time in the future. Although this method was a shortcut to improve his strength, it was the most powerful help for Lin Fei. Endless sea of qi might seem easy to cultivate, but the prerequisite was a strong body. Without a strong body, it was impossible to open up sea of qi dantian. This was the biggest requirement. Swish. 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 More than a dozen sword lights flew out from behind Lin Fei. They were all condensed by power and turned into a sword formation. Lin Fei had not used the sword formation for a long time. Using the sword formation now would still consume a lot of energy. However, it was also a killer move that could be used both offensively and defensively. This sword formation was called the Great Void Sword Formation. The Great Void Sword Formation could be used as a powerful technique. Of course, this move consumed a lot of energy. If one did not have a lot of energy in his body, he would not be able to use it. Lin Fei used it freely as if it was an arm. After using it for a while, Lin Fei put it away. After a night of digesting, Sumei was still very helpful to her. Master, I plan to stay in Thailand and fight with those people. I feel that the people here are very fierce. Fighting with them will be of great help to me, Sumei came over and said. Lin Fei was not surprised by Su Mei's words. After experiencing it a few times, Su Mei had grown a lot. Staying behind and continuing to gain experience was a very good thing. As your master, I am very happy that you have such considerations. Don't worry, even if I am not here this time, no one will be able to hurt you. Lin Fei called Kai Shan over to prepare a series of things. He guessed that they had already prepared some on the mountain last time. However, he had ordered people to prepare some more, and the quality was better than the last time. Master, are you going to write? Su Mei didn't understand. Lin Fei said, this is not writing, but drawing a talisman. This talisman is not an ordinary talisman. I drew it for you to protect your life. When the time comes, even if an expert comes, he will suffer a great loss. Lin Fei adjusted his state of mind. His essence, qi, and spirit were in full swing. In an instant, he was like a great grandmaster. He picked up the brush and started to draw talismans. What Lin Fei drew was a sword talisman with great attack power. It could explode with superpower and was most suitable to use against enemies. As the saying goes, the strongest defense is active offense. If the enemy was defeated, there was naturally no need to defend. Su Mei stood behind. Although she couldn't recognize what was written on the yellow paper, she could feel a sharp aura from the words. It was as if everything in front of this aura would be split apart by a sword. It was rather terrifying. The first sword talisman was quickly drawn. When the sword talisman was completed, a bright light flashed silently. Only Lin Fei could see it. The sword talisman was finished. Lin Fei handed the sword talisman to Su Mei. This is a sword talisman. Drip your blood on it first. When the time comes, it will protect you. Su Mei successfully dripped her blood to refine the sword talisman. After refining it, the sword talisman flew around Su Mei. It was very incredible. This sword talisman can explode with a total of 10 attacks. The strength of each attack is the same. Even if a Khanate expert comes to capture you, with my sword talisman, he will be heavily injured in 1 strike and killed in 2 strikes. Lin Fei said. Thank you, Master. Su Mei was very happy. She couldn't bear to part with the sword talisman. After Lin Fei drew a sword talisman, he drew a Vajra unyielding talisman for Su Mei. Once it was used, it would form a strong defense around her body. Even a Khanate expert would find it hard to break it. Other than that, Lin Fei gave Kai Shan a sword talisman. After all, Kai Shan would be guarding the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm for him in Southeast Asia for a period of time. Although there were restrictions outside, there still needed to be someone to watch over it. Oh right, Kai Shan. I really like a region in the deep mountains. I want to take that place. Lin Fei thought of something. A place like the entrance to the Kunlun mystic realm had to be under his control. If it was in China, it might be difficult. However, this was Southeast Asia. Kai Shan was the #1 expert in Southeast Asia. Naturally, Lin Fei would have some ideas. I wonder which area Master wants. Kai Shan found a map. It was a very detailed one. Very quickly, Lin Fei found a rough area. He picked up a pen and drew. This is the area. I want it. Kai Shan said, this kind of place is not worth much in Southeast Asia. If Master wants it, I will definitely help Master get it. It's just a matter of money. My relationship with the royal family is not bad. If I suggest it, they won't have any objections. Just say that I like that place and want to build a villa in that area. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Lin Fei said, it's about time for you to increase your strength. It just so happens that I brought some pills this time. Take them and consume them. It shouldn't take long for you to become a true Khanate expert. In addition to my sword talisman, you should be able to hold the fort. After making the arrangements, Lin Fei boarded the plane and headed to England. After all, Lin Fei was quite concerned about the Dragon God key. There was still the Dragon God's blood in the mystic realm. No matter what, he had to go take a look. Su-mei had Kai Shan's protection, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, the sword talisman in his hands was not to be trifled with. Unless there was an incarnate expert willing to test the power of the sword talisman. On this trip to England, there were no accidents, and no one came to disturb him. Speaking of which, this was the first time Lin Fei went abroad, and it was to England. When he woke up, the plane had already arrived in England. This time, Lin Fei treated it as a vacation. There were not many people here, so naturally, there was no need to inform them. Lin Fei did not know if those people had arrived. Calculating the time, there was still half a month, so naturally, he was not in a hurry. After stopping a car, Lin Fei went to a relatively famous Four Seasons hotel in England and stayed there. As for not knowing English, it was simple. Lin Fei used a small trick to take away the ability to speak English from a Caucasian and easily learned English. Chapter 4209. After staying at the Four Seasons Hotel, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to find Yi Zixuan and the others. In the following 3 days, Lin Fei had a very leisurely time, tasting the unique delicacies of England and walking around. In the eyes of outsiders, it was as if he had come to England for a vacation. But who knew that Lin Fei was secretly observing the feng shui of England and so on? If he didn't look, he wouldn't have known, but he was really shocked. This place was quite famous in England. There were many things that Lin Fei was interested in. For example, at night, Lin Fei could see some guys who were brimming with a strong aura of qi and blood. These guys were like ghosts in the night. Lin Fei thought of a word, and that was the famous vampires in the Western world. He couldn't guarantee whether these people were vampires or not, but it had something to do with them. Lin Fei's view of the Western world was very different. Perhaps when he was young, he thought it was just a joke, but now that he was really standing in a place like England, he knew that this joke was not groundless. Another day of shopping in England. Lin Fei returned to the Four Seasons Hotel and took a comfortable bath. Then, he received a call from Bai Xingnan. To put it nicely, it should be a video call. Bai Xingnan was lying on her bed, wearing pink pajamas. She was cute and seductive. Bai Xingnan giggled at Lin Fei, "You really know how to run, big boss." In the blink of an eye, you ran to England. Lin Fei said generously, "I have nothing to do, so I came out to take a look." On the other hand, you, the lady boss, look quite relaxed. Could it be that you conquered a few more areas? Ever since he handed over all the matters of the company to Bai Xingnan, Lin Fei really didn't manage the company much, but he could hear some good news from Bai Xingnan every time. "Of course, don't you know who I am? With your Yunshu materials, our company's shapewear and other different products have become popular all over the country. We have basically taken over all the domestic markets. It won't be long before our Yunshu products become the leading products in China." Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile and happiness. Lin Fei liked seeing the satisfied smile on Bai Xingnan's face. Bringing Yun Su from another world to Huaxia was not in vain. "Big boss, since you're already in England, I have a small matter here. Can I trouble you?" As they chatted, Bai Xingnan suddenly said, as if she had thought of something. "You've already called me big boss. If I don't agree, I probably won't even be able to climb into your bed when I go back. I don't like to sleep on the sofa alone at night. Manager Bai's words are like an imperial edict, how could I dare to disobey?" Bai Xingnan, who was on the other side of the phone, burst into laughter. She rebuked, "You're such a flirt and you're not being honest at all. Actually, it's not that difficult. My cousin is studying in England, so I want you to visit my cousin on my behalf. My cousin is a great beauty. She's the epitome of a fair, rich, and beautiful woman." When Lin Fei heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What is this? Even if your cousin is fair, rich, and beautiful, so what? Can this fair, rich, and beautiful woman be more beautiful than you? In my eyes, you're the real fair, rich, and beautiful one. If you're not fair, rich, and beautiful, what else can you be? Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. "I knew it. Are you going or not?" "Of course I'm going." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Give me an address later. I'll go see your cousin tomorrow. By the way, what do you want to say to your cousin? Also, should I bring a gift over? I'll listen to you." These days, Lin Fei didn't have anything to do. Yi Zixuan and the others didn't come, so Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. It wasn't a big deal to visit Bai Xingnan's cousin. Hearing that Lin Fei agreed to visit her cousin, Bai Xingnan's face was brimming with a bright smile. "Just visit my cousin for me. By the way, my cousin's name is Yang Liuxi. What do you think? Doesn't the name sound very poetic? I heard that it was named by a master." After chatting with Bai Xingnan for a while, Lin Fei hung up the phone. Not long after, Lin Fei received an address from Bai Xingnan on his phone. It turned out to be a university in England. Lin Fei was proficient in English now. He looked it up on the internet and found that this university was very amazing. It had nurtured many talented students. Thinking about the Bai family's identity, it wasn't too much for Bai Xingnan's cousin to have such a high education level. The next morning, Lin Fei stopped a taxi and went to the university mentioned on the address. The university wasn't very far from Sijiqing. It only took him half an hour to get there. The university was very big, and the buildings inside were all in the medieval style. Lin Fei swaggered into the university. Compared to the universities in the country, this university was very different. It made Lin Fei feel a scholarly atmosphere. It was a very reading atmosphere. Lin Fei found a few students who were studying in China to ask Yang Liuxi. However, these people said that they didn't know. After a round, Lin Fei didn't find Yang Liuxi. Lin Fei felt a little helpless. Did Xingnan not talk to my cousin? Or is Yang Liuxi not in the university? Disappointed, Lin Fei planned to leave the university. When he was at the entrance of the university, he met another international student. One of them was the one Lin Fei had just asked. "You're from China, right? If you want to find Yang Liuxi, maybe you can find her boyfriend." "You should know," another Chinese student said. "Yang Liuxi has a boyfriend?" The Chinese student said, "It's a white boyfriend. I heard that her boyfriend is a master." "Yes, he seems to be a master of gambling. He likes to go to casinos. Yang Liuxi is also a person who likes to seek excitement. Maybe you can find her in the casino." The Chinese student took out a pen and paper, wrote down the name of the casino, and handed it to Lin Fei. "This is the casino they often go to, and it's also the most influential casino in our area. You can go there and take a look. Maybe you'll be lucky enough to find her." Lin Fei thanked the other party and got into the taxi again. He frowned slightly. This is a little different from what Bai Xingnan said. No matter what, Lin Fei still decided to go and take a look. After all, he had promised Bai Xingnan. If he didn't see his cousin, he wouldn't know what to say when she asked him at night. "Chinese, are you planning to go first?" the driver asked curiously. "You know too?" Lin Fei said with a smile. The driver said, "We all know that it's a money-squandering den. It's the world of the rich." Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:10. 1938, this was the name of a casino. It was purely calculated with English numbers. 1938 was very famous in this part of England. When Lin Fei arrived at the casino, he saw a lot of people going in and out. At the same time, Lin Fei also saw a lot of Chinese people appearing in this casino. When Lin Fei walked into the casino, he noticed that perhaps because of the Chinese people, the security guards at the entrance, that is, those white men, looked at him a few more times with a strange look in their eyes. There was even a trace of a hunter who caught his prey. Lin Fei never thought that he would be wrong about this kind of look. This 1938 casino is really interesting. Lin Fei pretended that he didn't know anything. He walked into the casino. The casino was very big, comparable to the casinos in Macau, or even much bigger. Now Lin Fei understood why the driver had said that in the car. 1938 was indeed one of the most famous casinos in this area. "Sir, this is your first time coming to 1938, right? I don't know if you need a guide. I feel that a customer like you really needs a gorgeous guide. She can teach you all the games in the casino, and it doesn't cost too much. Lin Fei had just taken a few glances when a Caucasian man came up to him and asked with a smile. Thank you, I don't need one for the time being. After hearing that, the white man didn't leave immediately, but continued to say, Friend, I think you really need a beautiful guide. Because there are a lot of games in this casino, any newcomer wants to find a beautiful woman to accompany him. Also, the beauties here are not expensive, and the amount of tips depends on your personal preference. No matter what kind of beauty you need, our casino has everything. The white man continued to say, Sir, you can look around. Those are the beautiful guides of our casino. The white man pointed at the beautiful women beside the men in the distance. Lin Fei looked over and found that it was really as he said. There were all kinds of beautiful women, pleasing to the eye. Originally, Lin Fei didn't want to call them, but after hearing that, he became interested. Okay, find me a Chinese beauty. The white man seemed to be very happy and quickly said, Don't worry, sir, I will help you find it immediately. Please wait here for a moment. In fact, this short wait did not take long. Lin Fei saw the Caucasian man coming over with a female student who was about 20 years old. Why did he say she was a female student? Lin Fei sensed a childish aura from her. Even though it was covered by makeup, it still couldn't escape Lin Fei's eyes. She must be a female university student studying here. Nice to meet you, sir. I'm your little tour guide tonight. You can call me Xiao Xiao. The Caucasian man brought him over and said a few words before leaving. The female university student introduced herself. The girl named Xiao Xiao, after introducing herself, held on to Lin Fei's hand and leaned half of her body against his. Sir, what kind of game are you planning to play? I know all the projects here very well. Even if it's your first time here, it doesn't matter if you don't understand. Lin Fei admired the methods of this 1938 casino. Using a beautiful woman as a guide in the casino would indirectly make people bet crazily in the casino. After all, no one could resist the coquettishness of a woman. Then just walk around with me. Lin Fei said. As Xiao Xiao walked, she introduced the situation of the casino to Lin Fei. She was very familiar with the situation here. Very quickly, Lin Fei had a general understanding of the place. The casino here was very big. It operated dozens of projects and also had some game machines. As Lin Fei walked, he looked around. After a while, he found that the upper floor seemed to be more lively than the lower floor. Most importantly, Lin Fei seemed to have inadvertently seen a figure. Even though this wasn't the first time he had seen this figure, he remembered it very clearly. This figure was the cousin that Bai Xingnan had mentioned, Yang Liuxi. Anyone who was looked at by Lin Fei would not forget. The person up there was definitely Yang Liuxi. Is there a casino up there? It looks different from the one below, Lin Fei asked with a smile. Xiao Xiao explained, this is a VIP's place. Only those with a certain amount of wealth can go up to the second floor. Perhaps you can only go up to the second floor if you win enough chips in the casino. After listening to the explanation, Lin Fei understood. He immediately led Xiao Xiao to the second floor. At first, Xiao Xiao was a little worried and surprised. However, who knew that the man in black at the door didn't seem to see Lin Fei and allowed them to go up to the second floor. The look in Xiao Xiao's eyes clearly changed. Mr. Lin, are you a nouveau riche? Or are you a regular here? Why haven't I seen you before? Xiao Xiao had accompanied many people, but they were all ordinary gamblers. She had never met anyone who went up to the second floor. Naturally, she wanted to get to know this nouveau riche in front of her. Lin Fei gave a few perfunctory replies. He searched for Yang Liuxi in the crowd. That's her. Not long after, Lin Fei saw a figure. It was Yang Liuxi. However, Yang Liuxi was a little different from what Lin Fei had imagined. At this time, Yang Liuxi was gorgeously dressed. She looked a little similar to Xiao Xiao. What made Lin Fei feel a little strange was that Yang Liuxi's expression seemed to be very frightened and nervous. Beside him stood two black-robed men, who seemed to be guarding him. There's no way I'll lose this round. I'll definitely win. At the gambling table, a young man with curly hair stood up. His expression became very nervous. His eyes stared at the cards in his hand and slowly revealed them. Sitting opposite him was also a middle-aged man. He was smoking a cigar and looked indifferent. This round, you have no chance at all. I know you are very good, but you will definitely lose this time. Your Chinese girlfriend is not bad. Don't worry, I will definitely let her enjoy our Western etiquette tonight. The young man flipped the cards in his hand. His eyes widened and he fell to the ground. How can this be? I clearly remember that it was a king of diamonds. How did it become a three of spades? The young man couldn't accept the scene in front of him. He almost broke down. The middle-aged man opposite him slowly revealed the card in his hand. It was the king of diamonds. Sorry, my points are a little higher than yours. All the chips on your table, including the beautiful lady behind you, will become my spoils of war. It's over, it's over. The young man hugged his head. Hunter, tell me you didn't lose. The gorgeously dressed woman was also in a panic. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:11. Let me go, don't grab me. The gorgeously dressed girl was grabbed by two big men. Hunter, come and save me. I don't want to go with him. The young man called Hunter held his head and muttered to himself, it's over, it's really over. I have nothing left. It was as if he didn't hear the gorgeously dressed girl. The surrounding people were already used to this scene. There's something wrong with this person. Lin Fei, who was standing at the entrance to the second floor, narrowed his eyes. No one could see it more clearly than him. Bai Xingnan's cousin. I thought she was highly educated, but it turns out her EQ is so low. She doesn't even know that she's being schemed against. I bet they've been waiting for this day to come. A cold light flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. If it was someone else, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. However, this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin, and she had personally instructed him to do so. He couldn't just let this happen. Lin Fei didn't even need to think to know that if the middle-aged man brought Yang Liuxi back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Whether or not she could return to school was a problem. Even if she could, she would probably be crippled. Xiao, what's going on over there? Do you guys block people in your casino? Lin Fei asked Xiao with a smile. Xiao was already used to this scene. She said with a smile, Mr. Lin, you may not know this, but this is the exclusive way to play in the VIP venue. You can bet everything you own or anything around you as long as you win. But if you lose, all of your belongings will be taken away by others, and all of this will be approved by the casino. In other words, that Chinese girl is really out of luck. Lin Fei smiled. Then your casino is quite interesting. You can actually play this kind of game. Doesn't that mean that if I go and gamble with them, I can bet you? Xiao Zhao's face suddenly turned cold. Mr. Lin, don't joke around. We're just the casino's guides. You're a little timid. I was just joking with you. Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Mr. Lin, please don't scare me like this next time, okay? By the way, how many chips do I need to get on the gambling table? I'm quite interested in that. Lin Fei asked. I remember that the gambling table only needs 30 million yuan, which is equivalent to $5 million, Xiao said after thinking for a while. I think it's quite interesting. Let's go and play a few rounds. Mr. Lin, you're amazing. Xiao's face was full of smiles. The middle-aged man who won this round stood up. He was a white man named Alan. He was a frequent customer of this casino. Every time he came, he would return with a full load. Hunter, I've received your gift tonight. If you want to bet with me again next time, please inform me in advance. Alan was ready to bring them back. When he looked at Yang Liushi, a trace of cruel desire flashed through his eyes, and then this trace of desire was put away. No one present saw it. Yang Liushi had lost all hope. No matter how much she shouted, her boyfriend, Hunter, did not seem to hear her. He kept talking to himself, as if his body and mind were about to collapse. This was not what Yang Liushi wanted to see. She had heard that this Alan was especially fond of foreign women. At the same time, this Alan was a very cruel person. It was said that none of the women he brought back had a good ending. Even if they made it out alive, they would be bedridden for 3 to 5 months. This was not the first time Yang Liushi had heard of such a thing. She never thought that she would become a foreign woman in Alan's hands. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she went in. But no matter how much Yang Liushi struggled, she could not break free from the dark-skinned man's hands. Alan walked over with a smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. He said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Beautiful lady, you don't have to struggle anymore. You're my guest tonight. I'll give you a very precious gift that you won't forget for the rest of your life." "I don't want your gift. Let go of me. My family has money. As long as you give me a number, I'll definitely give you the money." Yang Liushi seemed to have thought of something and said repeatedly. Alan laughed. "Beautiful lady, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm not short of money. I only like the spoils of war that I've won in the casino. I won't take out the spoils of war that I've won." Alan had already planned to bring this beautiful Yang Liushi back. He had not tasted a Chinese woman in a very long time. "From what you've said, as long as there's something good, you'll be able to go to the gambling table." A voice rang out. Alan turned around and saw a young Chinese man appear in his sight. His expression turned cold. "You want to gamble with me too, kid?" Lin Fei said, "Yeah, I'm quite interested in gambling. I like to gamble with all kinds of things. I don't know if this thing of mine will catch your eye." Lin Fei took something out of his pocket and casually threw it on the gambling table not far away. "Is this jewelry? It looks like pearls and gems." Some people looked at it curiously, but they did not recognize it at first. Alan did not recognize it either. "You have the nerve to take out such a broken thing." Alan snorted. Lin Fei walked over, picked up the red stone ball, and patted it lightly. Hua 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 hua. The originally red stone ball instantly became transparent. There were traces of flames flickering inside the stone. Everyone could even feel the penetrating aura of the flames. One by one, their eyes widened as if they had seen a peerless treasure. "This is amazing." "Yeah. Unbelievable." Everyone was shocked. "This is a stone ball that I obtained by chance in a place. It looks a little ordinary, but there's a flame hidden in it. When you hold this bead in your hand, you can feel the warm aura. It's a very comfortable warmth. I guarantee that everyone will like this feeling. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try." Lin Fei threw it casually, and the bead flew in Alan's direction. Alan subconsciously reached out and grabbed the bead in his hand. In an instant, a warm aura spread from his palm, and then reverberated throughout his body. After a moment of silence, Alan's eyes lit up. "Are you sure you want to gamble with this treasure? For me, this is just something that I picked up. I don't know how much this treasure can be sold for." Alan looked at the stone ball in his palm again, raised his head again, and said, 30 million, no more." "Okay, 30 million it is. I can just gamble a few times." Shukju website. Chapter 42:12. "What are you going to play?" Alan asked Lin Fei. "I'm not interested in 5-card stud. Let's play something simple, such as gambling with dice." "I wonder if you're interested?" Lin Fei said casually. Alan was a little surprised. "Dice? You're quite an interesting guy. Let's play dice then. Best of 3, I wonder if you dare." Alan was also a smart guy. Lin Fei suggested playing dice. Alan changed the rules and made it a best of 3. "Alright, 2 wins out of 3. I have no objections. Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly as he spoke with a smile. Cut the crap. Let's start, Alan said to the beautiful dealer. There was no need to say anything else. The beautiful dealer immediately found the dice. The onlookers were also looking forward to it. The stone ball contained a flame within it. It was very mystical, and anyone could tell that it was a very expensive item. Whether it was taken out to be auctioned or placed at home, it would be a good choice. Yang Liushi was very surprised. She didn't know the young man in front of her at all. She didn't expect him to take the initiative to stand out. Help me? Wait, is this person the boyfriend of my cousin, Bai Xingnan? Yang Liushi suddenly thought of something and her expression changed slightly. Just a few days ago, her cousin, Bai Xingnan, who was in China, had called her and said that someone would come to England to visit her in a few days. At that time, Yang Liushi only took it as a small joke and didn't take it seriously. Now it seemed that this person was Bai Xingnan's cousin's friend. Oh no, this is really bad. He will definitely tell my cousin. Yang Liushi became nervous. After all, she had been studying abroad. In the eyes of her family, she had always been a good girl. But now, no one would believe this scene. Her heart was in a mess. Lin Fei and Alan sat down. Before we play the dice, there is something I want to confirm, Lin Fei suddenly said. Alan said, I don't know what you want to confirm, or if I can't afford it. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. I'm just confirming what I'll win after 2 wins out of 3. Is it your chips or everything else you've won today? For example, this Huaxia beauty. Is she also in today's best of 3? Alan laughed heartily. So that's how it is. I understand now. As long as you can beat me, this Chinese girl will be yours tonight. I, Alan, am a man of my word. Everyone in the casino knows my reputation. That's good. Let's begin. The best of 3 dice system was actually very simple. The 2 people did not take the initiative to shake the dice. Instead, the dealer used a machine to shake the dice. Then, both sides would guess the big or small. Using a machine to shake the dice could eliminate many suspicions of cheating, so shaking the dice was more like relying on luck. The dice kept shaking back and forth in the machine, making a series of sounds until it finally stopped. In order to increase the difficulty and also increase the gambling, we'll only play guessing for these 3 rounds. Alan suddenly said with a smile. Huaxia kid, you don't have any objections, right? Lin Fei could clearly see a trace of pride on Alan's face. Although he did not know why Alan was proud, it was not difficult to guess that he must have some experience with dice points. Guessing points? Are you sure? Lin Fei looked at Alan. You should know that I'm quite experienced in guessing numbers. I'm afraid that you'll lose 3 rounds in a row if you win 2 out of 3. Alan laughed heartily. You don't have any objections to guessing points. Then, let's just guess points. At this moment, the beautiful dealer said, after both sides guess points, the person who is closest wins. I don't know if the 2 of you have any objections. Alan and Lin Fei both shook their heads, indicating that they did not have any objections. Alan's heart was full of pride. Although he did not play dice much, when it came to guessing points, although he would not be able to guess the specific points 5 or 6 times out of 10, he would be able to get the closest to the guessed points within a certain range. Alan rarely told this secret to others because he had a strong 6th sense. Most of the time, it was not too far off. Since this young Chinese kid wanted to play dice with him, he might as well just play. Huaxia kid, you're a guest and I'm a veteran here. I'll let you guess the points first, lest you say that it's unfair. Alan put on airs. Alright, whatever you say. I have no objections. Lin Fei said with a smile. Just guessing the dice points. I think it's purely based on luck. I think this round will be 18, 3 sixes. Alan immediately laughed when he heard this. Young people are young people. How can you shake out 18 points with 3 sixes? Casinos only opened a few times in a month, not to mention that they ran into one. 18 is indeed a good number, but I don't think it's a good number today. I think it should be 9. Alan looked at the machine and said after thinking for a while. One guessed 18 and the other guessed 9. It was a multiple, which made many people curious. Of course, most people still approved of Alan. Are the two of you sure? The dealer confirmed. Alan and Lin Fei both nodded, indicating that they had no objections. The beautiful dealer turned on the machine. There were 3 dice lying in the machine. The front of each dice was a 6. There were exactly 3 sixes. Leopard, 18 points. The expressions of the beautiful lady and the dealer changed slightly. They immediately smiled and said, 3 sixes. This gentleman has won the first round. Alan's expression was obviously a little stiff. He found it hard to believe that he could even guess 3 sixes. Moreover, it was an accurate number. His luck was too good. I'm sorry. I won the first round. It seems that my luck is pretty good. Lin Fei said with a smile. Young and promising. Alan also laughed. However, his expression was a little insincere. The second round began. This time, it was Alan's turn to speak first. This time, Alan looked dignified. He opened his mouth much later than the last time. I guess the points for this round are 12, fluctuating between 11 and 13. Alan said. Lin Fei said without looking, I think this round should be 8. What an auspicious number. Alan really didn't believe that Lin Fei would guess correctly. Open. Everyone pricked up their ears. 1, 3, 5, 9 points. The beautiful dealer announced. I lost? Alan stood up and held the gambling table. He found it hard to accept. Yes, you lost. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 42:13. 2 wins out of 3. Everyone was shocked that the Chinese kid would win in the end. There was also a tinge of disbelief. One had to know that Alan was a regular here. He had a certain level of ability. He didn't expect to lose so badly. Alan couldn't believe it either. He didn't even win a single round in the best of 3 and lost just like that. Not only did he lose all the chips on the table, but he also lost the Chinese girl that he could enjoy immediately. In order to enjoy this Chinese girl, Alan had put in a lot of effort. Finally, this piece of meat was in front of him, but it was snatched away by this kid. Alan couldn't accept it. Pretty lady, you can come over now, Lin Fei said to Yang Liushi with a smile. Yang Liushi felt like she was dreaming. But no matter what, this Chinese kid in front of her did her a great favor. Yang Liushi opened the man behind her and ran behind Lin Fei. The 2 men didn't dare to stop her. After all, this was the 1938 casino and they were rather particular about their reputation. If they really dared to stop her, they wouldn't have a good ending. They were well aware of this in their hearts. I'm going to take all the chips on the table and this pretty lady, Lin Fei said with a smile. Alan wasn't willing to give up just like that. Hold on, Chinese kid, Alan said quickly. I think we can have another round. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. You still have chips. I wonder what you're going to bet with me. Alan said, isn't it just money? I'll take out $30 million and let's bet again. But this time, let's not bet on dice. How about stud? Lin Fei shook his head. You're thinking too much if you want to bet with me for $30 million. I have more than 30 million chips on the table now. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Fei's words hit Alan like a stick. There were indeed more than 30 million chips on the table now. In addition to the chips that Alan had won, it was more than 30 million. Using 30 million to bet with Lin Fei was definitely a huge advantage for him. Isn't it just money? Who doesn't have money? 60 million? Let's bet a few more rounds. Alan gritted his teeth. After all, he had lost to this Chinese kid today. The fat meat that was in his mouth was gone. Alan was somewhat unwilling to accept it. No matter what, he had to win this round back. 60 million? That's more like it. But I'm in a hurry. After all, there's such a beautiful girl around. How can this be more interesting than playing with girls? I'll only bet once at most. I just don't know if you're interested, Lin Fei said lazily. When the people around heard this, they were secretly shocked. This Huaxia kid is really bold. He actually played once for 60 million. This kid is really too rich to be stupid. Who knows? Anyway, I know that Chinese people are very rich. Maybe this person is another rich second generation. Hee hee, 60 million just for one round. I'm impressed. This time, it was Alan's turn to be shocked. For a moment, he had misjudged this Chinese kid. 60 million US dollars for a round. Even if he was rich, he wouldn't dare to play like that. No matter who it was, no one would have so much money to play such a game. What, you're not willing? If you're not willing, then forget it, Lin Fei said with a smile. Who asked me to be young? I like to decide life and death in one round. The more he said this, the more unhappy Alan felt. He didn't even suspect that this young man knew Yang Liuxi. It was definitely Qiao, who had met her just now. Alan had played with many people before, but he had never seen such an arrogant Chinese kid. He actually played 60 million in one round. He really didn't take him seriously. Alright, isn't it just 60 million? I can afford to lose. Let's play a round of stud. Alan gritted his teeth and said, you have to put this Chinese beauty, the 30 million chips on the table, and that artifact on the table. Lin Fei said, no problem. We can let the referee be the notary. Whoever wins can take it. I have no objections. Since it involved such a big bet, the higher-ups of the casino immediately came over to be the notary. At the same time, they found a new dealer. She was also a beautiful dealer with a hot figure and a pair of seductive eyes. She opened the poker cards and shuffled them directly. It was a dazzling sight. One look and one could tell that this dealer was also a beautiful expert. The two drew cards to compare the size of the cards. In the end, Alan's cards were big. Therefore, the first round of dealing was given to Alan. After that, it was the second card. Alan's card was the ace of spades and Lin Fei's card was a 10. Since they were both decided in one round, there was naturally no need to raise the stakes. Alan's face also looked a lot better. It seems that my luck is better than yours. Just my ace is bigger than your 10. Alan didn't look at his cards. He looked very confident. Lin Fei said with a smile, it's just an ace of spades. It's not a big deal. If I had a pair of 10, it would be bigger than your ace of spades. The third card, Alan's card was a K, Lin Fei's card was a 5, which was even fewer. Yang Liuxi, who was standing behind, was a little surprised and nervous. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose. Yang Liuxi could only pin her hopes on this young Chinese guy. She hoped that he was really her cousin by Xingnan's friend. Otherwise, if she was brought back by Alan, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. As for calling the police, Yang Liuxi didn't even dare to think about it. One had to know that the 1938 casino had a lot of connections. Now, Yang Liuxi really regretted coming here with her boyfriend, Hunter. Originally, she had only come here to gain some experience and seek some excitement. How could she have known that Hunter would lose so badly? This was completely different from the past. In Yang Liuxi's eyes, Hunter had always been a champion in the casino. He would win every time he played. However, this time, it was as if he had met his nemesis and lost in a mess. Look, my cards are bigger than yours again, Alan said with a smile. His eyes became even brighter. Lin Fei's expression was very calm. Until the last moment, who knows who will win or lose. I still feel that I will win because my luck is very good. In your Western words, I am blessed by the goddess of luck. The fourth card. Alan's card was a queen and Lin Fei's card was a 6. In total, both sides were dealt 4 cards. At this moment, Alan's cards were the biggest. Lin Fei's hand was a small deck of cards. The small cards were mixed up and he had no chance of winning at all. The biggest card was only a 10. Alan laughed very happily. Ha 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 ha, looks like I'm going to win this. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:14. That kid is going to lose this time. Exactly. The cards are so small. It's just a small deck. Alan's biggest ace of spades is bigger than his 10. If nothing goes wrong, that Chinese kid is going to lose. This is called a disaster caused by greed. I also admire that Alan. He's actually willing to make such a big bet with that Chinese kid. This is a big scene in 1938. I remember there hasn't been such a big scene in more than half a year. As spectators, they shook their heads. At first, they thought that the kid would be very good. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that the winner would be decided in 1 round. Who would have thought that the ending would be like this? They had gotten the smallest deck of cards. Chinese kid, it seems like I'm also better than you at the last card. Alan looked at his cards and smiled. His face was very proud because his current cards were Old A, Old K, Old Q, and Old J. If there was another 10, it would be a straight. Although it wouldn't be a straight flush, it would still be a very big hand. On the other hand, on Lin Fei's side, there was a 10, a 9, a 6, and a 5. It was a mess. Even if his trump card was an ace, he would definitely lose. Lin Fei chuckled. This is called excitement, okay? This is what it means to decide the winner with 60 million. Alan was also impressed by this Chinese kid. It had already come to this and he still didn't want to surrender. Did he really think that he could turn the situation around and win this round? Although he hadn't seen his trump card, judging from the current cards, he was definitely going to win. Young man, it's really rare to see someone like you with such a mentality. However, I still have to teach you a lesson. Luck is never reliable. Alan reached out to flip his cards. Let me show you what it means to win. Everyone was looking forward to it. His trump card was flipped open. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. What a pity. What a pity. It's actually a 3. Even if it's a 3, so what? Mr. Allen still has a very big chance of winning. After all, his biggest card is the ace of spades and that kid only has a 10. Allen saw that it was a 3. Although he was very disappointed when he looked at his opponent's cards, it was obvious that his chances of winning were higher. He would definitely win this round. Young man, did you see that? My biggest card is an ace of spades. Even if your last card is an ace, you're still going to lose. Show me a pair if you can. Alan smiled at Lin Fei, his face full of pride. Based on his many years of experience, the opponent's trump card should not be big, and the probability of it being a loose card was relatively high. At this moment, Yang Liushi also raised her guard. After all, the opponent's highest card was the ace of spades. Even though it was just an inferior ace, it was still a very powerful card. A couplet. I think the possibility is quite high. Lin Fei said with a smile, Beauty, you don't want to lose again, right? Then you can reveal this card. I believe that your luck is very good. Lin Fei didn't reveal the plaque, instead smiling at Yang Liushi. Ah, you want me to reveal my trump card? Yang Liushi was a little surprised, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. Yes, I always say that the hands of a beauty are very fragrant. Since my cards are so bad now, why not let the beauty help me reveal it? No matter what it is, I won't blame you. Lin Fei said with a smile. Under this smile, Yang Liushi didn't feel nervous at all. She felt a sense of respect. Sir, it's better if you do it yourself. I'm afraid that the trump card I reveal is not good. Yang Liushi said. Lin Fei said in an indifferent tone, It doesn't matter. Anyway, the moment the trump card is revealed, the outcome of this round has already been decided. I just believe in luck. I believe that the hands of a beauty will definitely bring my luck back. Don't you want to reveal a good trump card? With this, Yang Liushi realized that they were still in a gambling game. If she lost this round, she would be taken away by Alan again. It was impossible for her to count on her boyfriend now. Instead, the person in front of her might be her cousin's friend. Okay, then I'll reveal my trump card. If I reveal a small card, don't blame me, sir. No. After all, beauties have rights. Yang Liushi was amused by these words and chuckled. She changed her previous panic and uneasiness and reached out to grab the trump card. Yang Liushi's fingers were very slender and white. With a light flip, she revealed the trump card. However, when she revealed the trump card, Yang Liushi closed her eyes. She didn't dare to look at it. She was afraid that if she revealed a small trump card, it would be completely over. Young man, even if you use a beauty to reveal the trump card, your chances of winning are very low. As soon as Alan finished speaking, his eyes widened. He stared at the trump card in disbelief. Why is it a 10? Alan blinked several times in a row. He finally saw clearly that it was indeed a 10. This time, Alan was dumbfounded. This was $60 million. Together with the money he had lost before, he had lost almost $100 million today. Even a rich man couldn't afford such a loss. That's impossible. How could it be a 10? After Yang Liushi revealed her trump card, she closed her eyes. However, when she heard the exclamations around her, she instinctively opened them. That's great, it's actually a 10. We won. Yang Liushi knew the rules of 5-card stud. The pair was bigger than the inferior card. Even if the inferior card was an old ace, the pair was still better than the opponent. Lin Fei had a faint smile on his face. I already said that a beauty's luck is the best. Look, even such a small card can be turned into a 10. It's simply divine. Yang Liushi felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. She looked shy. Sir, I can only say that I was lucky. Yang Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. She didn't have to be taken away by this Alan. I'm really sorry. I won this round. I didn't think that I would be able to take away so much money after playing a few rounds. Lin Fei chuckled. Beautiful dealer, please help me tidy up these chips and bring the check over. The beautiful dealer was in a daze. Why was the 10 in his hand and not in Alan's hand? However, she didn't dare to say it. She didn't even dare to show the slightest expression. She said sweetly, Sir, please wait a moment. I'll get it done for you right away. Alan's face was cloudy. He couldn't believe that he had lost this round. Furthermore, he was prepared for it. Wait, I suspect that there's a problem with this round, Alan suddenly said coldly. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:15. Of course, Alan wouldn't give up the $60 million in his hands so easily. It was such an injustice to lose. No one knew better than Alan what kind of cards he would have in this game. It was clear that Alan had the last 10 in his hand, but it ended up in the other party's hand. Instead, that guy got a pair and killed his ace of spades. As soon as Alan opened his mouth, the others' faces changed one after another, and then they looked like they suddenly realized something. I knew it. How could this guy be so lucky? It turns out that he cheated. This kid is finished. He could cheat anywhere, but he had to cheat in 1938. I heard that if he cheated in 1938, one of his hands would be cut off. That kid is finished. Yang Liushi, who was standing behind Lin Fei, couldn't help but feel nervous. She opened her mouth and said, It's impossible. There are so many people watching and there are surveillance cameras. How could we cheat? Yang Liushi was really anxious. Alan said fiercely, whether it's cheating or not, those technical consultants will know as soon as they come. I don't think anyone's luck can be so good. Lin Fei's face was calm as he looked at Alan and said, are you sure I cheated? I think you're old and dim-sighted, and your brain is confused. Alan was very angry and said coldly, you said I'm old and dim-sighted, and my brain is confused. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a faint smile. Are you sure you're not old and dim-sighted? I have another thing that everyone is very interested in. Are you sure? You really saw it clearly. For some reason, Alan was suddenly startled by these words, and became suspicious. Could it be that this kid saw something? Impossible. No one knows about the relationship between the dealer and me except for me and her. I think you should think about it seriously. Lin Fei looked at Alan with a smile again. I think you should think about it seriously. Alan couldn't figure out what this kid knew for a while. In the end, there was indeed some incredible situation. If it wasn't for his close relationship with the beautiful dealer, Alan would really suspect that the other party was going easy on him. Alan didn't know how long it had been since he last tried such a big bet. Although it wasn't to the extent that their vitality was greatly damaged, it would still make them feel pain for a long time. But now, this kid's words left him scratching his head. Alan wasn't willing to give up 60 million just like that, but if this kid knew something, then Alan would be the unlucky one in the end. Alan was considered the #1 player in England, but he was still a far cry from 1938. There were all kinds of big shots behind 1938. Any one of them would give him a headache. If all of them were to fight, he would definitely not be able to handle it. He was very clear about this. You're good. I was wrong just now. I'm convinced of this bet. Alan turned around and left after saying that. He didn't say anything else. Those who were prepared to watch the show were all stunned. Since when did this Alan become so good-tempered? He let go just like that. This was somewhat different from his style. Who didn't know that Alan was a narrow-minded person? Those who offended him never had a good ending. Everyone looked at Lin Fei with fear in their eyes. After all, not everyone could make Alan take the initiative to retreat. Alan had actually accepted the $60 million in this round. Once Alan left, there was naturally nothing to see. Everyone at the scene took the initiative to leave. Yang Liushi also let out a long sigh of relief. Thank you, friend. It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Lin Fei smiled. Pretty lady, are you sure that saying thank you is enough? Yang Liushi was cold. What do you mean by that? Panic. She couldn't have just left a wolf's den and entered another one, right? Yeah, what are you trying to do? At this moment, Hunter got up. He was no longer depressed, and he blocked Yang Liushi behind him. Hunter, you're all right. Yang Liushi was pleasantly surprised. I'm fine. Hunter replied. Let's go. Lin Fei smiled at Yang Liushi. Are you sure you want to go? I advise you not to go. I'm afraid that you'll regret it if you leave. Hunter glared at her. Liushi, don't listen to him. If we want to leave, then leave. No one can stop us. Without another word, he pulled Yang Liushi away. Hunter. He's. Yang Liushi was pulled away. She didn't have time to say anything else. Lin Fei didn't stop Yang Liushi from leaving. It's good that she left. Lin Fei watched Yang Liushi leave. Some things have to be seen by Yang Liushi herself. On the other side. Hunter pulled Yang Liushi out of the casino, but Yang Liushi flung his hand away. Hunter, why are you in such a hurry to pull me away? That person is our benefactor. Yang Liushi was angry. She still wanted to know if that person was a friend of her cousin, Bai Xingnan. Hunter said, Liushi, I'm sorry. I was afraid that guy would pester you. If we leave now, that guy won't dare to bring you back. Oh right, Liushi, I have a gift for you. It's to celebrate our first year together. Hearing this, Yang Liushi didn't get angry. At least you have some conscience. I won't come to this kind of place anymore. Hunter said, okay, I won't come here anymore. I'll listen to you. I'll go drive. Hunter went to drive. Yang Liushi originally wanted to ask Hunter, but when she thought about how romantic Hunter was, the anger in her heart dissipated. A white van drove over. It stopped beside Yang Liushi. Hunter's figure appeared. Get in. Yang Liushi didn't hesitate and got in the van. When she got in the van, she saw that there were a few big white men sitting in the back. Yang Liushi's face changed. I know you. Why are you here? A hand covered Yang Liushi's mouth. Hunter, you. Yang Liushi turned around and saw Hunter. She smiled cruelly. Yang Liushi, you're really stupid. Do you know that in Alan's eyes, you're worth $500,000? Yang Liushi fainted. Let's take her away first. Hunter got out of the van. I'll trick that guy into coming here. Hunter's depressed expression changed. Excitement flashed in his eyes. That guy really thinks he can leave with tens of millions of dollars? He's thinking too much. Lin Fei kept his bank card. He politely declined the escort from the casino security and walked out alone. Sir, it's me, Hunter. Hunter ran over, sweating profusely. What's the matter? Lin Fei asked with a smile. Miss Yang said that it's all thanks to you today. We discussed and wanted to treat you to a meal. Please forgive my rudeness. I hope you can give us a chance. Hunter's face was full of anticipation. Sure. If you don't mind, my car is downstairs, Hunter said. Chapter 42:16. Hunter took the initiative to lead the way. When they reached the bottom of the stairs, he pointed at a van not far away. Friend, my girlfriend is in the van. Let's go in together. Don't think that this van is a little old. I've modified it and it's better than you can imagine, Hunter said with a dry smile on his face. Lin Fei laughed, as long as you can sit in a car, it's fine. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. I don't really care about that. You should be glad that your girlfriend is Chinese. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made a move. Hunter nodded, thank you, Chinese friend. I know. I'll never come to this casino again. If I ever come here again, I'll be a dog. Hunter ran over and opened the door. He looked very enthusiastic. Lin Fei walked over and sat in the car. The moment he got in, he placed his hands on Lin Fei's shoulders. At the same time, he felt a cold breath on his waist. Chinese friend, I advise you not to mess around. Otherwise, your waist will be pierced by a bullet. You'll die much faster than you think. A rather stiff Wuxia language came from the mouth of a brawny man behind. Hunter was already in the driver's seat. He turned around to look at Lin Fei and chuckled. My friend from China, you'd better be obedient. It'll only be good for you and won't hurt you. Lin Fei looked at Hunter. Hunter, I know you're this kind of person. You better let me go immediately. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Idiot, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. These friends of mine are all hot-tempered. I'm afraid that if you open your mouth again, you might get stabbed. Hunter didn't think much of it. One of the strong men took out a knife and waved it around. Lin Fei looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi beside him. I didn't expect you to do such a thing to your girlfriend. Hunter looked at the unconscious Yang Liushi and said, no matter how good my girlfriend is, it's not as good as money. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you something. My girlfriend is worth $500,000. With that money, I can find pretty girls anywhere. Hunter stepped on the accelerator and drove the car away. From then on, Lin Fei didn't say a word. Instead, he sat quietly as if he had given up all hope. The van drove all the way out. They arrived at the suburbs. However, outside the suburbs, Lin Fei noticed that there were castles in some places outside. There were large castles and small castles. On his way here, Lin Fei had read some information. He remembered that the most famous castle in England should be these castles. They were all left behind in the past and looked very old. No, it should be the medieval feeling. An hour later. A black castle appeared in Lin Fei's vision. The castle was bigger than the ones they had seen along the way. Obviously, such a castle was not cheap. It would cost at least 70 to 80 million pounds, which was more than 100 million yuan. Castles were not like villas. They needed to be taken care of constantly. Just the annual maintenance fee alone would cost millions of pounds. It was not something that ordinary people could afford. The heavy gate of the castle opened. The van drove in. The gate of the castle slowly closed. Immediately, a few strong men dressed in black surrounded them. They all had guns on their waists and were eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Get out. Lin Fei was pushed out. At this moment, Yang Liushi had also woken up. However, she was still in a state of panic. She was also pushed out by Hunter. Both of you, follow me obediently. That way, you can suffer less. This is Sir Alan's castle. Since you're here, you have no choice, Hunter said. Yang Liushi looked at Hunter with hatred. Hunter, I really misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I really regret it. Yang Liushi was really regretful now. She seemed to have thought through everything that had happened before. Perhaps when he had approached her and saved her, he had probably done it on purpose to win her favor. Hunter smiled. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, I have to thank you more. It's rare to see a beautiful Chinese girl like you. My only regret is that I can't sleep with you. It's a pity, but compared to $500,000, it's nothing. Hunter, you son of a B***TCH. Yang Liushi's eyes were red. Tears were about to fall from her eyes, but she held them back in the end. The strong man behind her came up. Please come in, the two of you. Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei with guilt. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been captured by them. Lin Fei smiled. Actually, it's not your fault. Who asked me to win $60 million from him? Plus, I have this magical item in my hands. It would be strange if he didn't have any thoughts about it. A tycoon like him can't be compared to an ordinary person. Lin Fei and Yang Liushi were invited to the castle's hall. The main hall of the castle was extremely large and spacious. There was even a hint of a cold and gloomy aura around it. Under the dim light, a middle-aged man sat on the sofa. It was Alan. Alan's face became even paler. Welcome to my castle. You're my first guests. I've always been very polite to new guests. Alan clapped his hands. Immediately, a maid came over with water. However, this water was different from other water. Because it was blood red in color, and with the glass, it looked even more flirtatious. Alan picked up one of the glasses and smiled. Do you know what kind of water this is? Look at how beautiful the color is. Blood red. This is the blood that we use to entertain our guests. Moreover, this blood is not ordinary blood. It's human blood. This person can't have any problems. He must be healthy. Only then will the blood have a taste. Just like this, 3 glasses of blood, each glass is worth a few $100s. After Alan finished speaking, he drank the blood in the glass in one gulp. His entire body revealed a satisfied expression. Yang Liushi, who was standing next to Lin Fei, almost fainted. She couldn't use any strength. Most of her body was leaning on Lin Fei. Do you know that doing such a thing in front of a girl is very ungentlemanly? Lin Fei said to Alan. Gentlemanly? You're mistaken. I'm not a gentlemanly person. On the other hand, you're a young man with a lot of guts. Most people would have panicked when they saw this situation. You're a little different. Alan smiled. That's good too. When the time comes, it'll be interesting to experience the feeling of fear. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Bookseller's reading website. Chapter 42:17. Alan never intended to let this Chinese kid go easily. Of all people to offend, he chose to offend him. That was 60 million US dollars. Together with that mystical item, it would reach 70 to 80 million US dollars. That was why Alan simply left the casino. After all, he didn't dare to make a scene in 1938. Once this Chinese kid was tricked out, there would be nothing to worry about. In his own castle, what he said counted. No matter how capable this Chinese kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape from the palm of his hand. Everything went according to Alan's plan. He easily caught him. The only thing he was unhappy about was that this kid seemed to be too calm. Alan didn't like this kind of calmness. This thought was quickly suppressed. Alan felt that he had found a very interesting little toy. He hadn't played with such a small toy for a long time. Alan decided that he must slowly deal with this kid. Guards, take this brat away and lock him in my water dungeon. As for this beautiful Huaxia girl, send her to my room. Alan laughed. Oh right, take out his bank card and those mystical items, especially that mystical item. Don't break it. There was actually another reason why Alan brought him back, and that was because that strange object was extremely unusual. For someone of his status, it was surprising that such a mystical item would be of some help to him. Alan valued this mystical item more. A few strong men in black surrounded Lin Fei and were about to take him away. Yang Liushi was scared out of her wits. Her body was trembling slightly. Don't come near me. Don't come near me. Yang Liushi was so scared that she closed her eyes. Tears flowed down her cheeks. If she was given another chance, Yang Liushi would never come to the casino, let alone get to know someone like Hunter. Who would have thought that Hunter, who was so sanctimonious, would want to sell her to Alan behind her back? People who studied abroad were naturally not idiots. Yang Liushi was also one of the smarter ones. It was just that she fell into an endless loop because of love. Now that she had completely figured out everything that had happened before, she hated herself for being blind and causing herself to be like this. Yang Liushi knew very well that those who owned a castle in a place like England were definitely rich bigwigs. Once you entered the castle, you could forget about leaving. When she came here to study, Yang Liushi had more or less heard some negative reports. For example, the owners of the castles basically all had special hobbies. There was a period of time when many people went missing, and it was suspected that it had something to do with the people in these castles. However, a guess was just a guess, because there was no evidence. As for entering the castle to search, that was even more impossible. Yang Liushi only felt that her world had turned black and collapsed. She didn't know what she was going to face next, but it was definitely a nightmare that she would never forget for the rest of her life. Miss Yang, do you regret it now? The person who spoke was neither Hunter nor Alan, but Lin Fei, who was standing next to him. I regret it, I really regret it. Yang Liushi nodded vigorously. If there's another chance, I'll definitely open my eyes and not be as stupid as I am now. Hunter laughed heartily. Yang Liushi, you silly woman, don't even think about it. I've seen more than one Chinese woman like you. They're all idiots who are blinded by love. I've earned millions from you Chinese women. Where do you think I get my money from? It's all from you. Now it's time to reap the rewards. Don't worry, it's your fortune to be able to follow Mr. Allen. Yang Liushi glared at Hunter angrily, as if she wanted to cut him into pieces. Hunter, even if I die and become a ghost, I won't let you off. Hunter laughed. Yang Liushi, you're really a silly woman. Even if you die and become a ghost, so what? Are you going to come out and bite me? Lin Fei patted Yang Liushi's shoulder. Why are you talking about death at such a young age? The beautiful world is still waiting for you. With that pat, Yang Liushi's agitated emotions actually calmed down. It was as if those words were filled with magic. Yang Liushi's emotions had calmed down. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. Chinese kid, you really talk a lot of nonsense. But don't worry, when we get to the water prison, I'll definitely deal with you slowly. I have a lot of tricks up my sleeves. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. If 10 isn't enough, then 100 will do. Hunter waved his hand and the muscular men in black came forward to take her away. Did I say that you guys could do it? Lin Fei snorted lightly. Bang, 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 bang. The muscular men suddenly groaned and all fell to the ground. Their faces turned pale and they immediately fainted. Even Hunter's face turned pale. It was as if he had been hit in the chest by a huge hammer. He sat on the ground paralyzed and wet his pants. A disgusting smell filled the air. You. What did you do to me? Hunter could only feel his ears buzzing. He couldn't believe that he was scared by a single sentence. What the hell was going on? On the contrary, Alan revealed an expression of ecstasy after a slight change. So you're a paranormal. No wonder you're so confident. I'm curious. In my castle, there are only a few people as calm as you. Alan's eyes lit up. Yang Liushi blinked her eyes. She was confused. Her thoughts were all on Hunter. She rushed over and stepped on Hunter's body with her high heels. Ah! Hunter screamed miserably. Yang Liushi, you crazy woman. I'll kill you. This foot directly stepped into Hunter's flesh. The pain made Hunter's face pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. Yang Liushi swung her hand and slapped Hunter's face. Even if you kill me, I'll still hit you. Yang Liushi threw caution to the wind. Right now, she didn't care about anything else. She just wanted to teach Hunter a lesson. When Hunter wanted to retaliate, he found that he had no strength left in his hands. He could only watch helplessly as the slap landed on his face. His entire body fell to the ground. One could imagine how angry Yang Liushi was at this moment. Who told you to lie to me? She kicked him. Who told you to coax me? You bastard. She stomped on him again. I'm really blind. Yang Liushi stepped on Hunter's body again. Especially since she was wearing high heels, every step created a bloody hole. It hurt so much. Stop. Hunter kept screaming in pain. You're in pain. Don't tell me I'm not in pain. You scum. Yang Liushi used both her hands and feet. If I'm not wrong, your identity is quite interesting. According to normal people, you can't live for so long. I don't know if I'm right. Lin Fei laughed. I think it's appropriate to call you a bloodling. Chapter 42:18. You really do have a good eye. You can even see this. Unfortunately, no matter how good your eye is, so what? You're still in my territory. Alan laughed loudly. I'm indeed a bloodling. It's because I'm a bloodling that I have such a long life. I've already lived for 200 years. If I can suck your blood this time, I might be able to increase my lifespan by another 10 years. You're such a good person. Alan smiled and looked at Lin Fei as if Lin Fei was a cornucopia. No, a ginseng fruit. Hee hee, bloodling. But a bloodling like you is really too weak. Alan seemed to have been hit by something. His entire person became ferocious. You dare to say that I'm weak? I'll be the first to suck you clean first. Hua. Alan instantly pounced forward like a ray of light. His eyelids also turned blood red. A few seconds passed in the blink of an eye. This was the fastest speed Alan could produce. Even the king of the 100-meter sprint champion could not reach this level. This is your speed. It's slower than I thought. Alan was already standing where Lin Fei was just now. However, Lin Fei wasn't there. He was 3 meters away and looking at Alan with a smile. Alan's grab actually failed. A trace of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Although he knew that the other party might be a superpower user, superpowers weren't generally strong. Especially when a bloodling was close, there was no way to avoid it. But he actually failed to grab. Alan couldn't accept it. You have some tricks up your sleeve. I wonder how long you can last in front of me. Alan pounced forward again. His speed was about 30 to 40% faster than before. A ray of light flew over. You can't escape this time. He tore the space in front of him with both hands. You're still too slow. You're indeed the lowest level of bloodling. You've lived for so long, but your strength hasn't improved at all. You're really too weak. Lin Fei smiled and avoided Alan again. Alan's eyes turned cold. I'll definitely tear you apart. Lin Fei avoided Alan's attacks again and again. When Alan increased his speed, he did not put down the power in his hands. As long as he met him, he would naturally be able to take down the other party. However, under such circumstances, Alan was still unable to catch the other party. He failed every time. He was clearly just a little bit away, but this little bit of distance seemed to have become an uncrossable chasm, and he was unable to catch hold of the other party. Too fast, the opponent's speed is even faster than mine. Is he a speed-type metahuman? Impossible. Alan failed once again. The smiling face of the other party fell into his eyes. Alan could not accept it. It seemed that he was inferior to the other party. Forget it, I'm not playing with you anymore. You're too slow. Lin Fei shook his head and stretched out a hand. In Alan's eyes, this hand was indeed very slow. Not good. However, Alan discovered that he was actually unable to avoid this hand. Paw. The hand turned into a slap and slapped him in the face. Alan, who was moving at high speed, was slapped to the ground, and his whole body came into close contact with the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground, and half of his face was covered in dust and blood. Pain. It still hurts. I was slapped away. Alan's mind went blank. The smell of blood at the tip of his nose told him that he was not dreaming. Look, your speed is still too slow. You can't even avoid this slow slap of mine. I really don't know what gives you the courage to continue living. Alan raised his head, and his whole face turned blood red. He could even hear the trickling sound of blood flowing like a river. Chinese brat, you finally made me famous. I'll let you know how powerful I am now. Alan's whole face changed, especially the two sharp fangs on his mouth, making him look much more ferocious. Yang Liushi, who was kicking Hunter non-stop, was also frightened by the sudden scene. What is this? Why does it have two fangs? Don't tell me this is a vampire. Yang Liushi finally came back to her senses. Hunter's face was already full of bruises, and his face was pale. His body was also twitching non-stop. After seeing Alan's appearance, he revealed a happy expression. You guys are dead, you guys are dead. This is the Lord's most powerful move. To be able to see the Lord's true body, even if you guys die, you should be proud. As soon as Hunter's words fell, Yang Liushi stepped on Hunter's thigh again. This time, her high heels directly stepped on the flesh, and Hunter almost fainted from the pain. Even if I die, before that, I can still take care of you. Yang Liushi took a deep breath and stepped on him again. Ah! Hunter screamed. Why isn't she afraid? That's the great Lord of the Blood Breed, why isn't she afraid? Hunter had seen the scene of Lord Alan turning into a blood breed and killing people. It was still fresh in his memory, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. Even if that brat was a psychic, could he stop Lord Alan's attack? Alan's hands turned into sharp claws, setting off a cold wind. Brat, see my true strength. Hua. Blood afterimage. Dozens of afterimages appeared around Alan's body, and each afterimage seemed to be real. Lin Fei said. We are all adults, and there should be a limit to boasting. Didn't you just burn your own blood and chi? Do you really think that I don't know? He actually knows. Alan's heart skipped a beat. I also know that your true body is that. Lin Fei's voice once again entered Alan's ears. Fake, it must be fake. Alan approached Lin Fei. How could he believe the other party's words? A hand stretched out, and a slap came. I've been discovered. Alan's eyes widened, and the incoming palm became bigger and bigger. The palm lines were clearly visible. No. Bang! Alan heavily smashed onto the ground. Kacha kacha. The ground exploded. The explosion spread out endlessly, and the entire hall rumbled loudly, and dust flew everywhere. How is it? My strength is not bad, right? Do you want another slap? Lin Fei walked over. Alan was lying in a huge pit. He seemed to have aged a lot, and seemed to be in his teens. Don't hit me anymore. Alan waved his hand. I'm sure I don't want it anymore. Lin Fei smiled. Really, I don't want it anymore. Alan panicked, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was a blood breed. His physical body was strong, but in front of this young man, it was like tofu, completely unable to withstand a single blow. If he did it again, Alan definitely wouldn't be able to take it and would be directly beaten to death. Alan was really afraid. Hunter, who originally expected Alan to turn over, was directly dumbfounded and fainted. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42:19. At this time, Alan had no choice but to accept it. The guy in front of him was too powerful. Alan knew that he was no match for Lin Fei. After all, he was a master of the blood kindred. He was quite famous in England. However, when he encountered Lin Fei, he could not even put up the slightest resistance. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Alan didn't dare to try a second time. It was simply courting death. Outside the castle, none of Alan's men dared to rush in. They were all informed that no matter what happened, they were not allowed to come in. Alan was still lying on the ground, and blood kept flowing out. A hand reached in, lifted Alan out, and threw him on the ground like a dead dog. I told you, you Blood Clan members are too weak. No matter how many Blood Clan members like you come, I'll take care of them all. Yet, you won't listen to me. Lin Fei sat there with his saber in his hand. Alan was lying on the ground, and he didn't know how much blood he had lost. To the blood kindred, there was no difference between blood and life. Senior, you're right. I'm indeed the weakest among the blood kindred. I don't even have a title, Alan said weakly. Actually, Lin Fei didn't need Alan to say it. He knew that Alan was indeed very weak. He couldn't even reach the innate stage. Since you don't even have this bit of strength, how dare you attack us Chinese? I don't know who gave you the courage. Swoosh. A sword chi flew over and slashed Alan's body, leaving behind a huge wound. Who knew how much blood flowed down? Senior, please spare my life. I have eyes but can't see. Please spare my life. Alan also began to beg for mercy. If he was really killed, there would be no place to say it. The person in front of him was too strong. Alan couldn't fight against him. Now you know how to beg for mercy. Who are I going to settle the score with for my dead Chinese girls? Lin Fei snorted coldly. A sword energy directly cut off one of Alan's arms. I hate people like you the most. Even if you're a blood kindred, it's just a matter of a sword in my eyes. Alan's entire body was trembling. Senior, please spare my life. I didn't do it because I wanted to. I was forced to do it. Alan's eyes were already filled with fear. He was afraid that if he did not explain, the saber would cut his body and kill him. He absolutely did not want to experience this again. There will be people like you who are forced into a corner. Lin Fei chuckled. Do you think I'm as gullible as a 3-year-old? Another streak of sword light slashed over. The sword light grew bigger and sharper in Alan's eyes. Spare my life, I really didn't want to kill that Chinese girl. This is a mission from Dark Church, I have no way to refuse. Alan couldn't care less now. Even if he exposed a big secret, he still had to speak. If he didn't, he would be completely finished. Dark Church, your Western world still has this organization. The sword light that was originally slashing towards Alan suddenly dispersed and disappeared without a trace. This scene caused Alan's heart to shake even more. Such control ability, even in the Dark Church, it was estimated that not many people could control it. Alan felt that he had walked under the sword, and he was almost cut into 2 pieces. Afraid, completely afraid. Dark Church is the biggest organization in our Western world. Here, not only are vampires, there are also werewolves and vampires, forming a huge force to fight against the Light Church of the Western world. Alan was afraid that he didn't have time to speak, so he promptly said, "Dark Church will issue a mission every once in a while, making us collect specific things, but I don't really want to deal with the Chinese girl in the distant east. It's just that the higher-ups have a request. If I don't complete the mission, the unlucky one will be me. For example, this time, it's also a mission issued by the higher-ups. I am just following orders, that's all." Lin Fei's complexion slightly changed. He raised his hand and pointed at the space between Alan's eyebrows. Alan's whole body trembled and he spat out blood. Alan powerlessly lied on the ground. Compared to before, he looked like he was on the verge of death. It seemed as if he would die at any time. "You were indeed forced to do this, but since you attacked a Chinese girl, you have to pay the price. Since I, Lin Fei, have encountered you, I won't let it go so easily. You can only say that you are unlucky. Of all the people you can deal with, you just had to find a Chinese girl." Lin Fei's eyes were ice cold. A sword light shot out from his finger and slashed at Alan's neck. Alan was still that Alan, but this sword directly cut off all of his aura. The last bit of light in his eyes completely disappeared. Dead, Lord Alan is actually dead. Hunter, who had been holding his head and curling up, had goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know where his strength came from, but he took advantage of the situation to roll, crawled up, and rushed out of the gate. Hunter knew that as long as he rushed outside, Alan's subordinates would definitely attack him. Maybe he would still have a chance to live, otherwise, he would definitely die this time. Even an expert like Lord Alan died just like that. If it were him, it would definitely be the same. Go all out. Hunter wouldn't be able to go all out. Then he would really die. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from the gate, Hunter didn't forget to turn around and said, "You dare to kill Lord Alan, you're dead, no one can save you." As soon as his voice fell, a dazzling light exploded in Hunter's eyes. Hunter, who was running, fell to the ground with a plop. His eyes were wide open, he couldn't believe that he was dead just like that. Everything happened too quickly. Yang Liushi stared at the scene in front of her blankly. This was the first time she saw a dead person, and it was Hunter who died. "Mister, hurry up and leave. You killed Hunter, the people outside will definitely know. If they call the police, you won't be able to leave." Yang Liushi suddenly clenched her teeth, turned around, and was about to push Lin Fei away. Lin Fei saw Yang Liushi's action and laughed. "What a silly girl, no wonder your cousin is so worried about you." Yang Liushi looked at Lin Fei. "You really know my cousin?" Although Yang Liushi had an idea, she had never confirmed it. Now that she could finally confirm it, she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. If your cousin knew that you've made such a mess here, she would definitely be very angry. Of all the things you could learn, you just had to learn from others to come to the casino. You don't even know that you've been fished. Lin Fei said. Yang Liushi lowered her head. "I was wrong. Invincible King of Leveling, Invincible King of Leveling." Chapter 42:20. Lin Fei could tell that Yang Liushi had really made a mistake this time. Naturally, he didn't say anything else. Instead, he smiled and comforted Yang Liushi. Only then did Yang Liushi's mood recover quite a bit. After all, Hunter's incident had scared her quite a bit. If she hadn't met Lin Fei, it would probably have taken her a long time to get out of this nightmare. Yang Liushi indeed knew that she was wrong. If it wasn't for Lin Fei's timely arrival, she didn't know what would have happened to her. At the very least, it would have been a terrifying nightmare. When Yang Liushi came to England, she naturally heard about vampires. It seemed that there wasn't much difference between vampires and vampires. They were both special existences that fed on fresh blood. Yang Liushi had always thought that it was a joke, but who would have thought that it was true? There were actually vampires in England, and she just happened to meet one. This time, young Ryoshi was already deeply frightened. In the future, she wouldn't dare to easily trust anyone. Stand here and don't move. I'll go out and take care of the people outside first. After giving young Ryoshi a few instructions, Lin Fei walked out the door. Mr. Lin, you must be careful. Young Ryoshi didn't forget to say. After Lin Fei walked out the door, the first thing he did was to kill all the bodyguards in black in the castle. Lin Fei couldn't guarantee that these people were good people. At the very least, they knew what Alan was like. Naturally, he did this a lot. Therefore, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound, in for a pound. After making sure that no one was left alive, he returned to the main hall. He brought young Ryoshi out of the castle. He brought her all the way to the hotel he was staying at. Only then did young Ryoshi truly let out a sigh of relief. She was smart enough not to ask what they did during this period. She was very interested in Bai Xingnan's cousin's friend. She had never heard that Bai Xingnan's cousin had such a friend. It seemed that they were beyond the boundary of friends. Maybe they were even a boyfriend. You don't need to go back to school tonight. You can stay here for the night. Lin Fei booked a room for young Ryoshi. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I hope you won't tell my cousin about what happened today. I'm afraid she'll be angry if she finds out. It'll be bad if she notifies our family, young Ryoshi said to Lin Fei with a pitiful expression. Miss Yang, as long as you remember what you said today, it'll be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. Otherwise, I'll definitely tell your cousin. I think your cousin will definitely nag you. Young Ryoshi hurriedly nodded. I won't make such a mistake again. I know my luck won't be as good as it is now. Young Ryoshi said and said. I won't do such a thing. I know, I won. Young Ryoshi hurriedly nodded. I won. I won. I will. This was not a difficult task for Lin Fei. It could be said to be very simple. He did not want young Ryoshi to remember what had happened today. Everything related to Hunter's blood clan had been erased, and there would be no more memories left. That was all Lin Fei could do for young Ryoshi. Of course, it was for Bai Xingnan's sake. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. For a period of time in the future, unless something unexpected happened, young Ryoshi wouldn't even think about what happened tonight. After doing this, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. He left the hotel. He had another thing to do, which was to go to Alan's castle. Now that he had cultivated the endless sea of energy, Lin Fei's strength had greatly changed. Naturally, he could use some spells. He couldn't do it before, but he could do it now. He arrived at the castle again. The situation here hadn't changed much. The trap that Lin Fei left behind after he left wasn't destroyed, which meant that no one had been here. He walked into the castle again. Lin Fei went straight to Alan's study. In the study, he found a secret door leading to the underground. The entrance was extremely obscure, but under Lin Fei's spiritual sense, it couldn't hide. Lin Fei found it easily. Under the study, there was a huge secret room. This secret room was made of steel. Even if there was a martial arts expert, it would be difficult to break in. There were a lot of things in the secret room. In the eyes of some people, it would definitely be an eye-opener. However, in the eyes of Lin Fei, these things only had some value. Clatter, 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 clatter. These things were taken away by Lin Fei. In a short time, the secret room became empty. Lin Fei killed Alan. He wouldn't leave these things for others. Even if they were useless, he had to keep them for himself. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. This should be the task that Alan mentioned. Lin Fei frowned. In a place on the wooden shelf, he found a special thing. This was a crystal sphere. However, inside the sphere, there was a mass of blood. It should be called a blood sphere. Each of them was the size of a thumb. And inside this blood sphere, there seemed to be a visible figure. This was also Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to see the figure. It seems that in the dark church, some people are practicing some evil means. Lin Fei's complexion became gloomy. It's fine if I didn't know about this matter, but now that I've come across it, I naturally have to find them to settle accounts. Lin Fei patted the blood sphere with his palm, and a raging flame aura enveloped the blood sphere, instantly evaporating the blood sphere. The gloomy aura in the secret room also dissipated a lot. After dealing with these things, Lin Fei left the castle. Lin Fei remembered the dark church and planned to take advantage of this time to have some fun with the dark church. Lin Fei's figure walked through the cities of England. If the address is not wrong, it should be here. Lin Fei stood inside, and in the distance, there was a huge castle. This castle was more than half the size of Alan's. A castle like this would at least sell for 700 or 800 million pounds. Not everyone could live in it. If he hadn't gotten the information from Alan, he wouldn't have known that the master of this castle was a vampire, moreover, a powerhouse among the vampires. Lin Fei turned into a stream of light and rushed inside. The inside of the castle was very big. Lin Fei easily locked onto an aura. The strongest aura in the castle. When he was about to get close to you, Lin Fei felt a few auras. Although they were a bit weaker, they were also very powerful. It seems that I came at the right time. Bookseller's website. Chapter 42-21. P.S. I've been out recently, so I can only continuously update. I'll go back in a few days to update again. This castle was very big, and it was built with black rocks. It was filled with a sense of majesty. At this moment, the lights in the castle's hall flickered, giving off a sinister aura. There were 8 men standing in the hall. Every one of them was dressed in black formal attire and exuded a unique aura. The reason why I gathered everyone here today is very simple. The church has a new mission. I believe that you will definitely complete it. The one who spoke was a tall white man wearing a black formal attire. His gaze was extremely cold, and he even had the aura of a superior. His gaze swept across the 8 people. Suddenly, his gaze stopped at an empty seat. Who knows why Alan didn't come? It turned out that there was still an empty seat behind the 8 people. It was very eye-catching, and it was hard not to notice it. Viscount Mike, Alan must have been delayed on the way, one of the white men said. I don't care why Alan didn't come. I have to see him immediately. A small bloodling, not even a baron, what right does he have to be late? Facing this Viscount Mike, everyone secretly lowered their heads, not daring to say a word. In the bloodling, the higher the title, the stronger they were. They weren't even barons yet, and Viscount Mike was only one step away from being an earl. Even in the bloodling, that was high and mighty. Hurry up and contact Alan. I want to see him within half an hour at the latest, or else he doesn't need to come anymore. Viscount Mike snorted coldly. His gaze was cold, and a wave of pressure swept across the 8 of them. Facing this pressure, the 8 of them shivered. Bang! A loud sound. There's no need to look, because Alan won't come anymore. A figure walked in. Who is it? The white man closest to him had a cold gaze. He pounced forward, extending his sharp claws and digging at the person's heart. The few of them had cold expressions. This was Viscount Mike's castle, and someone actually dared to barge in. He was simply courting death. Of course I'm here to watch a show. The newcomer smiled and opened his mouth. A sword light pierced through the Caucasian man, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The expressions of the 7 people present instantly changed, and their pupils constricted. Those were blood breeds who had the same strength as them, but they couldn't even block a single move from the newcomer and were killed. This person's strength was definitely stronger than theirs. Just who was it that had come? It was only when the other party revealed his true appearance that they were shocked once more. You are Chinese. You Chinese are really bold. Don't you know that killing blood breeds in the Western world is equivalent to breaking the rules? One of the Caucasians said, his eyes filled with fear. After all, they had clearly seen the sword move just now, and he had killed them just like that. Even Viscount Mike's expression turned serious. It was Lin Fei. This was the information obtained from Alan's memory. Viscount Mike was the most powerful existence in the vicinity, and all the missions came from here. It was the same for Alan. If he didn't listen to Viscount Mike, he would be in big trouble. Rules and whatnot, that's what I say, not what you say. With a swoosh, a ray of light directly pierced through the Caucasian man's forehead, and another blood breed expert fell. The remaining 5 people all shrunk their necks and subconsciously took a few steps back. They were scared out of their wits. It had been a long time since they had encountered such an expert. Did you kill Alan? Viscount Mike stared at the newcomer and said. Lin Fei didn't look at these lowly blood breeds, and his gaze landed on Viscount Mike. If I'm not wrong, you should be that Viscount Mike, and Alan should be your subordinate. No, he should be a small blood breed under your control. I don't know if I'm right. Viscount Mike's gaze turned cold. You really killed Alan, then you will pay with your life. Viscount Mike directly turned into a blood-colored stream of light and pounced over. His speed was extremely fast, and one couldn't even see a trace of him, only a ray of light could be seen. With this speed, you actually dare to kill me? Who gave you the courage? Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. His fingers were like a mountain as he grabbed onto the stream of light. It smashed into the ground, and with a loud thud, the ground cracked. A figure smashed into the ground. If it wasn't Viscount Mike, who else could it be? Viscount Mike was in a sorry state, and it was as if he had been beaten up. You, a Chinese, actually injured me. Viscount Mike charged out from the ground. His eyes narrowed, and he was extremely furious. He took out his dagger and stabbed forward once more. I will definitely suck your blood dry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Streaks of light exploded in front of Lin Fei. Viscount Mike was too fast. He used his strongest move. A sword light appeared. In an instant, it broke through Viscount Mike's attack, and the white light disappeared. The sword light flickered and slashed onto Viscount Mike's body. With a loud thud, Viscount Mike fell back into the deep pit. Compared to the last time, his injuries were even more serious. The sword light appeared in front of Viscount Mike's forehead, and a cold aura instantly enveloped him. Viscount Mike, who wanted to struggle, didn't dare to move when he saw this sword. An aura of death enveloped him. Wait, don't attack. Let's talk. Viscount Mike's expression instantly changed. Just now, Viscount Mike had used his full strength. He rarely used this pair of daggers. Once he used it, his strength would instantly increase by 10% or 20%. However, he still couldn't suppress Viscount Mike and was instead broken by a single sword. He knew that he had met a mysterious Eastern expert. The 5 blood race experts were so frightened that they didn't dare to move. That was Viscount Mike, and he was defeated in 2 or 3 moves. Even his life and death were in the hands of Viscount Mike, let alone them. They didn't even dare to think about escaping. That sword light was very powerful. They were afraid that they would be killed before they could even leave the hall. They didn't dare to take the risk and would rather stand there obediently. You are a Viscount, an expert of the blood race. You also have times when you lower your head. You really disappoint me. The sword light changed directions and slapped towards the left side of Viscount Mike's face. Viscount Mike smashed into the ground. Viscount Mike wanted to cry. How could he resist to the end against such an opponent? Was he killed by a single sword? Mysterious Chinese expert, please spare me. I am willing to give you everything I have. Please spare my life. Bookseller's website.